ridiculous. Back on the road to 50. That's so funny. What the hell? Also, how do you be a cube? Do I have to cube it up before I get into the lobby? I kind of want to try cube. What the hell? How do you become a cube? Hello? Sorry, I just had a Pop-Tart. My bad. Hello? They hate to see women win. Morning! Should I check the cube thing? I'll have to leave the log, but I mean, I can reopen it. You popped your tart? Hi, Liv! Thank you for the congratulations on my bush, guys. Alori, hello. Marina, hello. Oh no, you have some crumbs on you, Mimi. Sorry, my love. Let me get that off you. Chocky Ray. We don't have a lot of flavors here. Honestly, I'm a chocolate fiend, aren't I, Mimi? The tit. You popped it out and you shaved it? Oh. So, nerdy. I tried to give her this meal with the liquid thingy in it, and then she didn't touch it. I don't think she was hungry. And then I tried again with a treat that she likes, and I put another med in that, and she didn't touch it, but I moved it to the bedroom, and then I heard her eating it. So she did technically have one full tablet yesterday. And her nose sounds more snotty now, but I think that's a good thing because I think the scabby bit in her nose is like going, so she can actually like, you know what I mean? I'd rather hear snot than not hear anything. So I'm like, okay, that's good. And then her eye is still weird, but it's better. So all these little improvements I'm noticing, which is really cool. So we take that win. She's still very much sick, but definitely some little improvements, which is cool. Goated memers! I know! Also today, don't worry, I'm not ill. I just didn't wear eyeliner today. I was like, you know what? I feel like being free. I feel like letting my eyes have a break, you know? Do you ever find anyone that wears eyeliner, when you stop wearing eyeliner, if you're at work or school or something, they're like, people are like, oh, you okay? It's like, yeah, I just didn't line my eyes with black texture, babe. I'm good. Striker, hello. Kaylee, hello. Wait, Henry, are you checking in the menu? Free the nip, and by nip, I mean eyes. Yes. Also, guys, I really didn't think... Well, I wanted to play it today, but I didn't think people were keen. But I really want to play it, so fuck it. What a day to be alive. I know. Should we try the cube mode, guys? What's your vibes? Oh, you don't see anything? Let me have a look. New character. Characters now be in... Oh, wait. Is it in here? Individually selected. Individually selected, it can be before the game starts. Individually selected. Paint mode? No. Pose? Oh, you start one, then it pops up. What? You can be a cube? Oh, shit. We can be a cube. Am I echoing? Hello? Why do I hear an echo? Do you hear that? Hello? No echo? Why do I hear it myself? No, okay, at least you don't have an echo, but I hear myself twice. What the hell? Is voice mod open? Oh. Hello, 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 hello. Back. Okay, we're back. It was voice mod. I could hear myself twice. I was like, girl, what's going on? Okay, anyway. No, not the hot air rises thing, Charlie. Damn it. God damn it. May God help me. Honestly, what the hell? Let's do 170. And let's do 170 with this. And then we'll do 20 seconds. And we'll do a smaller... Also, I have peak airport. Let's do this. But I want to try cube. Oh, I see. It's like a cubey man. I see. Oh, interesting. Oh, shit. Oh, interesting. Okay. Ah. Oh my god, Charlie, you picked the biggest. Charlie, why'd you do that? That's so funny. Okay. Well, this cube would be good, I think, for the side stuff. Because you're literally a cube. But at what cost? Or should I do this? Game hates me. Yep. That's so funny. No, not the hives. Guys, we don't need this. Tammy. Hello. Oh, Chris is gonna have a field day with this. I uploaded a thing to YouTube. Like my painting one. And I'm kind of glad my Instagram ones aren't blowing up because I had some comments. It makes me laugh though. And they're like, what's the point of a painting? They just have to look at you from the side. And I'm like, yeah, like for sure. But that's the fun of it. It's like, they might not. You know what I mean? They might not. So like, fuck it. Let's have some fun, you know? Same people, and no offense to Charlie when I say this, same people who hide in like bugged spots. Who are like, why are you painting yourself? Like, girl, why not? Let's have some whimsy. Fun is banned. Ooh, Axel, that's really good. Oh, yeah, that's great. No. Charlie, I love it because you're not calling me out for my paintings. You know what I mean? You can get away with it. Charlie, that's so funny. You can get away with it because you're not being mean to the people who want some whimsy. You know what I mean? But when people are like, ooh, it's like, girl, hide under the floor again, babe. I don't, you know what I mean? What do you want from me? Oh my god, big search. Pass the meds, Tammy. I love how I said that the other night when you were streaming. I'm like, lurking to pass meds to Mimi. It's Nurses Week every week. And I didn't, big W. No, I didn't call Charlie out. Because I love that Charlie is YOLO like that. Thank you for your watch streaks, guys. Semi-new here. Mad, it's good to have you. What the hell? Sorry I missed that. Not me talking my ass off. Like, missing that. Credit to making bed sleepover stream. I had a great time. I'm actually, I was talking about it. And I was editing old footage from December that I didn't post. It was, like a cooking thing. But we didn't end up cooking. It was just improv after all that. And I was like, oh my god, when things get more stable in my home, I am so excited. Like, I have plans, I think. I think I'm really excited to go back to my roots and do, just more like random stuff. Like, I want to do more stuff around the house. I want to do more IRL stuff. Like, more stuff away from my PC, I think. I was trying to paint and defend my honor. Oh my god, Kaylee. I'm sorry, guys, about, your heat wave. Don't. I'm crazy, but I am free. Okay, the block dude's not bad. I think with certain maps, like that on a Mario map. That Mario map, by the way, was hell on earth. We need to play Infection on Mario. That is such a hard map. There's Peak Airport, though. Let me message. Wait, funny number.
Put your ass away, child.
Second City Punk just subscribed. Next
Thank you
month
for the
is
likes,
the funny
guys.
number.
Road to 50. They removed some of my likes. I don't know why. So I do appreciate the likes. Why did they remove my likes? They're fair. I'm just good at the game. Kind of. No. I'm funneling likes. I know. Punk, thank you so much for 24, doll. On here, David, I had like 54 maybe yesterday. And then I loaded in with 41. Which it literally does not matter. But I was like, excuse me. Give them back. Give them back. Thank you for the resub, Punk. How are you, doll? Give them back. Okay, I want to play this because I'm really curious. Just like, I didn't build a map, but see how there's likes on top of my body? You can get likes after you hide.
Put your ass away, child.
And maybe it like bugged out.
Virgil and Co just subscribed.
Oh, I'm
Pop
sorry,
in 27
Punk.
months of pussy up in here with the sexiest dolls this side of the universe.
We're having a better day today, damn it. Sorry about your day yesterday. I was so confused. I just saw the likes on stream. Yeah, I know. Sorry. You can like hiding spots now. Virgil, thank you so much for 29 as well. Thank you, guys. So much support this week. I really appreciate it. And Mimi says, meow, meow. I'm into hashtags all of a sudden. Yeah, I love them. I love them. Yeah, so if someone likes your spot, you like it. But then, since I'm streaming, I'm just like, guys, like me, please.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Striker!
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going
Clean
down
the
to
fur ball, babe. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. It will start automatically when Charlie finishes
Striker
Axel, so
_
I do
500
apologize
has
for that.
gifted
Or maybe
5
go to
subs.
Hunt.
Naughty boy.
Maybe Hunt if you can. To give you extra time. I do apologize. This is Peak Airport. Let's get this party started. That's really nice. Thank you, Striker. Abby! Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Abby!
The _ Rabbit who
And
just
Megan,
subscribed.
hello.
Thank you for always being my comfort stream, Carlsptos.
Abby, it's good to see you. Thank you, doll. How are you? Oh my goodness. And Striker, that's very kind. Please thank Striker if you got a sub, guys. Cute. Look at the little cube thing you can be now, Jeffy. Hi, honey. Mimi's on my lap. Yesterday was so funny. I don't know what to be here. It's Jova for me. That's pretty good. This is the Peak Airport, Tammy. You're joking. What has he done? What has he done? Okay, if I'm Charlie, where would you be? I'm open for praise and thanks. Yeah. Not queso on every map. That's so funny. What a man. How are you feeling today, Jeffy? Are you back at work or did you need some more time? Yeah, working, yeah. Oh, Tammy! 30 cents. I still can't get over that stream, man. That was such a good stream. How did we get here? Thank you, doll. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. How did we get here? Well, I used to know you so well. Tammy, my God. Thank you, doll. Alright, this is so obvious, but... But why not, you know? Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Abby. Give me a cookie, doll. Oh, nice. Don't shoot Axel. That's so funny. Don't shoot Axel and see if they can hide again. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I like that. Okay, you're gettable. That's better, Charlie. That's better. Hey, look, you know what? David, imagine. Back to work. Naughty. Naughty, naughty. Oh, there's so many spots. Oh, look, the cinema. Wait. Axel, do a speed hide. Throws a cookie in the direction of Australia. Ah, that hit my head. Ouchie. How do we get here? Why would you ever do that? It's automatic 20 seconds just to help everyone out, and then you can do extra to help people out if you want. But it's usually automatic. Should have warned ya. Oh my god. I know the pals would have a field day on this. Oh, that's cool. It has a lobby there. Surely you could do the arrivals gate too. You know what, guys? I'm gonna have a go at this, and I know you're going to destroy me. But I'm gonna have a go. I don't mind if you do some cheese, but I also want you to be gettable. So, like, be like, you know, some cheddar cheese, where it's crazy, but I can still see you, or still get to you. Zanet! Thank you.
Lake Titicaca.
Hakuna!
Hakuna.
My tatas! Thank you, doll.
Zanet just resubbed for 14
Lake
months.
Titicaca. Hakuna.
Yeah, you can like... Oh my god, guys, thank you. Road to 50. Road to 50, guys. Thank you so much. You can Oh my god. I want to thank my community. my cat, my mum. On this comeback of mine, they removed my likes, so we're on our way to 50 again. I really appreciate it. But no, you can whistle on purpose to be like, hey. All right, I'm gonna do it, guys. You enjoy. Thank you guys for the hype train as well. So yeah, make sure you do, like, you can do cheese spots, but I need to be able to get you. So don't do any too broken ones. This is a very emotional moment for me. And obviously, those joining stream, if you want to join in, you are more than welcome as well. The thing is all up there. I didn't expect to do this so much this week. I won't lie to you. But honestly, it's been the perfect vibe. So, yeah. Mimi's out from under the bed. You're getting better, I think, and I hope. Do what makes you feel good? Yeah. So I've just kind of been leaning in on that, and I'm glad I was able to do that bed stream too. That was very silly. I was almost going to last night, and I was like, girl, get some sleep. Stop it. Get some sleep. You can do it another time. But yeah, I'm glad that I could give you that little extremely tiny bonus, because that was fun. I had a good time just yapping, to be honest. It actually kind of motivated me to do more stuff. Like I want to do more stuff, I think. We saw too much of what makes you feel good there. Striker, I swear to you, I just don't have drawers, and I just put things everywhere. I swear. But the guitar bit made me laugh so hard. I understand wanting to be able to actually find people. Oh, okay, so what have you done? Here we go. Ray, it was a fever dream. It was a fever dream. I didn't put the knife back. Thank you for reminding me. I will put the knife back today. I buckled with the guitar bit. I was asked, I want to put it on YouTube, and I'm like, can I do that? I'm like, of course it is. If anything, I think it's encouraging to be safe. But, ridiculous. Ridiculous. You know what I want to get, guys? There's this pink Rode mic you can get, and you put your wireless mic in it, but it's like a handheld mic. And I want to, like, get that in the future and just do shit where I'm holding that mic. Because I don't know why, but holding a normal mic is so funny to me. Imagine what we could talk about with that mic. Becca. Hey, Sully. How are you? Striker. Honestly, ridiculous. I think one of my most chaotic moments, which is huge to say. Huge to say. All right, let's see. Let's see if anyone did my thoughts and tribs. All right, first of all, let's try and get up here. Okay, so someone is around here. How do you get up here? Tribbing. Oh, this is glass. Got you. Alright, let's just go for a spin, huh? Nice spot. Nice spot. I wouldn't have found that if I didn't go up here. Good spot. Good spot. I thought someone was being... Wait, does he have balls? Oh, that's his ass. Okay, sorry guys. My bad. I thought they gave Bing Bong some balls. My bad, guys. Sully, I'm happy you're here in this live. Damn. Thank you, Jose. Thank you. I needed that. I'm so tribbed. I knew you'd understand. Tribbed. I feel like this would be a good spot to be one of the things. Nice. Charlie's tribbed? Shock horror. Okay, so someone's in here. Someone's in here, damn it! Someone's tribbed. Charlie, I knew he was there too. That sucks. And I knew you were there. Who was over here? I couldn't find you. Oh, nice. Axel, real nice. Oh, real nice. Real nice. I'm hooked. I know. I am hooked, aren't I? Don't look up. Guys, I am hooked, but to be fair, I think it is kind of cool that we can all play together. So it's like, at least I'm hooked on something we can all play. Look at me trying to like justify it. But I think I will play another game today. Who's to say? She's hook, line, and sinking. I know. We do have a update for Retro Rewind. It's nothing massive though, so I don't know whether to wait until the next one. Yeah, I don't know. There's some stuff, so I was like, okay, we could try. A third night in a row. Oh my god, that's so cute. I could play some DVD as well. I could do it all. I could play Overwatch. Maybe an Overwatch cap. Since I didn't watch the first one. Wait, Henry, really? Oh shit, I thought you were there for that. Me just pretending that Henry's been here for 5 years. Alright, let's do let's do a double for a laugh. Because I feel like that's super fun. Let's do a double so everyone can draw. This summer, coming to a cinema near you. Jeffy, that was ridiculous. And I love it. You disconnecting because you were trying to set it up. I'm staying up for an improv show later, so I'm free for so many vibes. Yes! Wait, that's kind of a sleigh. Wait, hold. Hey, girl. Hi, memers. You know what? I'm actually really excited to hear the snot because I haven't heard the snot in a while. I've just heard her trying to breathe. So that's kind of exciting that I can hear the snot again. Of course, I want you to be fully in. But that's an improvement. We'll take that, memes. Yep, sometimes, honestly, I haven't heard, like, this is gonna sound gross, but hear me out. I haven't heard, like, you know when you're blocked and there's no snot and, like, you're trying to breathe in and there's nothing happening, but then when you have snot, you can actually hear the snot. I'm hearing the snot again, which is great. And that sounds weird, but she's been so sick that I'll take anything. I didn't, Jeffy doll. No, surprising. I didn't. I wanted to hear more. Cass, I'm so sorry. My bad. But you know what? Look at us now, huh? Look at us now. My guitar. You know what they gotta add? Square paint tools. Oh, my shadow. Yeah, nice. Oh. Yeah, the Roblox is so funny. Took my bedroom tolerant cat in with me when I showered. Yes. I've been doing that with Mimi, but her nose was really blocked when I was doing that, and it wasn't really doing anything. But now that it's like loosening up, that might be the play. But yeah, we tried that a few times. And I'm sorry to hear about your kitties too. Cats being sick. Or animals being sick, sorry. Is the worst. I love how much this makes me feel like I'm going insane. Just remind you that no matter what you're going through, I'm gonna try and like throw them off the scent. Wait, am I goated? I'm guarded. Carla found Carla. God, now I'm second guessing everything. Now there's a new cube, man. I feel like they're right in front of me. Hi, Toasted. How are you, Dom? Ooh, people are here. Where are they? Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, shit. I'm good, doll. Oh, nice. Henry, beautiful. Stunning. Stunning. Oh, behind here. Nice. Stunning. Jules. I won't make it over here, but that's gorgeous. Thank you guys. Road to 50. Oh, we did it, guys. Road to 60. Me saying that after everything, after every milestone I get for some reason is really funny to me. Stunning. Oh wait, I'm the host. I'm the host and I'm streaming. Girl. What is this reel on your Insta story? Which one? Hi, Idon. How are you? Oh, the guy that was like, you need to condition your hair. I just thought it was really funny. Hi, Autumn. Yeah, me being like, start the game. It's because I'm used to Chris hosting. Yeah, waiting for Chris to pick the next map. Wait, should we go into a public lobby for a laugh? Wait, guys. Wait, I'll open this back up. Let's see if we can find a server. Although I will say straight up, some people's names are weird. So just like, I'm going to turn the nameplates off. But if anyone's being a weird, if you see a weird name, just ignore it. Let's see if we can find a server that we can all join. We'll infiltrate them. Modded. 3 out of 12. This one. Because I want to like... I want them to do it, but I could make a public one as well. Oh, we have Click Commander and Clam Muncher. Perfect. Good. I just want to infiltrate a server. Hi, Kyle. That is not enough time. We're so back. Can't find? No! What's it called again? No! Oh, modded. Hi, Damo. Alright, how about this? I'm going to play one round and try and farm likes out of them, and then I'm leaving. And we'll do a public lobby. And we're going to farm. I'm going to farm. Imagine if I typed any spare likes, guys. Oh, look at Captain, guys. Look at Captain, 28. They probably think I'm like hacking. Watch this. What's this? Which one are we doing? Guys, they're not ready for me. Watch me get found first. Now I'm gonna sweat. Guys, help me sweat. Hi, Waves. How are you, doll? Hey. Guys, I'm gonna sweat. We have to beat these fools. We have to do ultimate sweat. Let me have a look. You've Got Me by the Greeting Committee. This one? Get me in, get me in. We need to sweat. Isn't it fun? It's nice and chill. Players waiting to download. Have you recovered? Oh my god, Lavender. I have, but we gotta go. We have to do it again. What? This guy just drew a penis on him. Yeah. Okay, where are we? Ooh, okay, where should I go? Where should I go? Where should I go? Should I go... Should I do my artistic one or should I do disgusting? Where Charlie was? How'd you get there? Where were you? How did I get... Like, where were you hiding? How'd you do it? Okay, wait, let me get out of here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. On the wall. Like here? Were you... How'd you not get too buried? Like that? You were lower? How'd you... Okay. We'll try that. We'll try it. We'll see if we can get... Guys. Let's see if we can get 2 likes from randos. Ooh, Max, you dropped it. Ooh. Alright, let's see. I think it is your aura, to be honest, Charlie. I'm gonna get kicked out of the... Guys, I'm gonna get kicked out of this lobby. I'm calling it. Or cast out. Something's gonna happen in this public lobby. I'm gonna get demolished. It's not my fault we're goated, Charlie. And by we, I mean you. Geniuses are never appreciated in their time. Thank you. Exactly. Oh, this is in the plane. You could cook. That would be nasty in here. The prone slithering is so funny. Looks like I'm safe so far, which feels disgusting, but no one else is being found, so fair game. Hey. Oh, I get shivers playing this game. I love this fuck-ass game. They probably didn't expect to... Actually, no. I think they did expect to sell heaps because they were going viral online before it even dropped. We knew about it for like 2 months. Oh. I think we're fine. I wonder where everyone else is though. They're probably doing the ceiling ones. Girl, you're just shooting everything. Lock in. I think we got this. Who's that? Amy? She's just snoring. Guys, looks like... I don't want to get too excited, actually. He knows. He knows. He knows. He knows. Spare change? And by that I mean likes. Oh wow, they were in plain sight. I'm gonna give someone a like so they like me back. Yes. Oh, that's really good. One like. I hope you enjoyed playing with a dev. Thanks for... No. Thanks for playing my game. Oh, fuck, I quit the game. Oh, it crashed. You know what? For a split second, they thought they would have been so excited, I reckon. Because it explains the 50 likes. You know what I mean? Yeah, the dev went, fuck off. I made this game. It explains the 50 likes. That's why I wanted to get as many likes as I can. So I can go into public lobbies and be like, hey guys, thanks for playing my game. Ooh, I should change my name to, Mecha Dev. Wait.
It's not easy. Whip got wings. Yeah, I feel like Ron Weasley. Live like kings. So the money ain't measly. Hits like Sting. Honey, you cannot beat me. Did it so casual, must be a natural.
Come on, someone say something. Because I have 51 likes. I look so real. Guys, give me attention. It's me, the dev. I'm gonna do this. Just a smiley face. That's so dev. I haven't seen more than 50 yet, which is why we need more. Doors wide open. 50 inches? Yeah, I got inches. I got so many inches, there's 50 of them. Ria, thank you for lurking. 50-inch Connies? Alright. What's a really good hiding spot on Hide and Seek Mansion? I'm gonna do this, ready? When the countdown starts, I'm gonna do this because it's so, like, formal. But I want to use it. Damn it. Can you crawl into the fallen over? I think you can. Hi, Sloppy. How are you, Dom? Wait, Autumn cute. Hi, Connie. Hi, everyone. How are you? Start the lobby, guys. Start the lobby. Guys, start it. I want to be a dev and get likes. Road to 60. The way no one cares is so funny. Vamos! It's hard to find a specific server. I know. We need one of you to get in here to be like, oh my god. Are you a dev? And I'm like, yeah. Oh my god. Thank you for playing. New update Friday, guys. Hope you like the game. No one gives a shit. No one cares. But imagine if I can farm likes because they low-key think I am and they're trying to play it cool. Like, what if I can farm like 9 likes because they're like, oh my god, dev, you know? Dextoro. Wait, is it? You know what's so funny? I've always called it Dextoro. Dexerto? Me just spamming the same 4 lines. I just keep saying good luck, which actually, if you think about it, it sounds kind of like, sus. Be a hunter and write dev. Oh, true. But then I won't get likes. Can you still like? Can you still get likes as the hunter? No? Good luck! You know how I'm expecting them to hear it, Idon? If not like genuine, I expect them to hear it as like, good luck. gonna need it. Like, threatening. I want it to sound like a threat, but in a funny way. Good luck. Okay, what should I be here? What should I be? What is something solid that I never get found with? The pipe? Do I do a little pipe moment? Or do I do... Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, water coming out? That's so funny. Not a lot of time with these guys. Oh god. This isn't good at all, but like I'm a nice Deb. Like I'm not just gonna be mean and you shaved your bush. Maybe I won't be. Oh, I'm so fucked. Wait. What if I move? Whoop. That's funny. Okay. Wow. I should have stayed. I should have just stayed here, although he would have found me right now. A Rocket League player. Listen. Let's see if I get some likes, just in case they think I'm the very creative. Very creative, everyone.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away,
Gravy
child.
Sauce just subscribed. 61 months.
Oh.
Time is zooming by and I'm forever grateful I found you community and have seen you grow.
Thank you, doll. You are the best. The very best. Thank you for 61. Wow. How are you, doll? What's the hot goss? Guys, give me a like. Come on, Happy, like me back. Oh, that's good. Okay, I'm so gonna farm likes next round. Guys, they're gonna like me next round because they're like, wow, hello, heck yeah. Which means next round, they're gonna give me a like because I'm the dev. They're gonna give me likes. Road to 60. Road to 60, guys. All I've said is, thanks for playing. Good luck. Okay, guys, I swear I'm gonna come back into our public lobbies in a second, but I'm just gonna try and farm some likes out of this. Hi, Nini. Harmless pranks are so good because who cares? You know, I'm not being mean. Guys, if I don't get minimum 5 likes out of this next round, I'm hanging up my my boots as a dev. You know what I mean? I'm hanging up my boots. They will like me. See, I'm helping them. See, I'm helping them. What about all the racist stuff people draw? Working on a solution. Shit. They're gonna think I'm working on all this. To be fair, the devs have been they're really hardworking. By the way, I think it's only one guy. In too deep. There's a cock right here. Okay, guys. Now that I planted the seeds, I should get likes from everyone because they think I'm a dev. I should get likes up the wazoo after this. Okay, what's a good spot here that will get me some likes? Road to 100 likes. What's a good spot here? I'm trying to think of what the pals have done. 86 seconds, not enough time. What's a good spot? True Autumn, but I reckon we'll get minimum 5. What should we do? Should we do Chris's where we do this? He did his way better than mine. Can you give likes in infection mode? I don't think you can. Or maybe at the end you can. All right. Damn it. But hopefully it will get me a like at the end of it. If I don't get any likes, I'm gonna cry. After all of this. After all of this shit. I'm working a second job. I'm tired. What do you do in your spare time? Pretend to be a dev. Imagine if they think I'm cheating because I'm finding them. Good job, guys. Hey, let me at him. Stand behind me. That's not someone? Oh, damn, it isn't. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I love harmless pranks. Maybe maybe they won't like me because they think I can give myself my own likes. But that's not how it works, guys. Even devs need likes. Three more, guys. Lock in. Hi, Ethan. Whistle for me. Woo woo. Oh. Species? I think I could do... I gotta have a sponsor next week. And Cluntmas and Jaloon. I think we can do maybe my Thursday, but I'll double check. God, Cluntmas and Jaloon's coming up. I don't know where this person is. Really now? Oop. So many paint smears. Give me a whistle. Give me a whistle. Everyone running down here. Oh no. We get one more whistle. Wow. All right, go like mine, guys. Go like mine. Go like mine. Right over here. Over here. Really good. Over here, guys. No? Anyone? You know what it is? I need to do basic. Hi, Pig. How are you? Okay, we'll go back into our thing. Because this is not working. But you know what? That was funny. They believed me. They believed me for a second. No appreciation for the devs, guys. I'm over it. I'm over it. Ooh. Okay. Oh, you shaved your bush. Oh, am I still Mecha Dev? No, I'm still Mecha Dev. That's so funny. I can't wait to tell Chris about what I did. That's a big word for Elmo. Hi, Nat. How are you? Wait, you know what I should do just in case? Command, edit, plan. I won. Just in case they come in and they do the plan, because they always win. They always win, because I always forget to change the plan. Boot this shit up, guys. Thanks for playing. Wimdy license plate. I thought of you guys. Thank you so much. How are you, Ping? What's the goss? Also, drain the one-eyed snake. I might even drain the one-eyed snake as well. Needing it for my migraine meds. Oh no! Hope you feel better, doll. You grew your bush! Maybe I'll go P2. Staley, also thank you for the stream streak. Had a little mentee bee today, cried at work, cried on the way home. Oh, babes. Yeah. That was me the other night. I had a big mentee bee. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you feel better after a cry? Sometimes, like, a big cry in the moment is, like, shitty, but then the release is so good. Like, that's why if you can cry, I know a lot of people can't, but if you can cry, as much as it sucks, sometimes that's what your body needs. Yeah, I hope you feel better. This was made by one person. The dev, I know. Alright, let me get my Pooh Bear slippers on. What did Chris say? Join cousins. Oh. Soon? Uh-oh.
I was 30 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this...
Send you an invite on stream together too if you get a...
Really? Can I tell you what I just did before I go pee?
Sure.
Yeah, pee it up.
Yeah. I was joining public lobbies with the name Mecha Dev, and I was pretending to be a dev to farm likes. And everyone was like, wow, are you a dev? I'm like, yes, thanks for playing. Like, I kept saying the same, like, 5 lines. It was really fun.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Before you got off, you should have been like, and it's pronounced Mecha. Peace, guys.
Yeah, bye.
How old is
Uh,
Lopes? Hey, we never ask a man his age.
21.
Yeah, dude. Get out of here.
Yeah.
21,000.
21,000. Are you in a game now?
Yeah, I'll send you the info.
I have people already in a lobby. Can I bring them around? I have five
possibly
of them.
Oh, that might be too many because
That's
we have
okay.
people over here who are trying to get in.
That's okay. We can do. I'll do one round with them now, and then we can do rotation.
Yeah, just because a lot of people haven't gotten to play yet.
Rotation.
Yeah, so fair. So fair. All right, we'll do a round, guys, and then we'll do rotation with the pals.
Rotate.
I tried making my game name Bros, and you snuck it. You snagged it.
No, I don't. I had no. Mine's Bush.
You used
Password
Bush?
shaved. Yeah,
All the kinds.
Oh, good.
but it's so
All
funny
that?
because people have been using it. The Bros one.
Yeah, I think the Bros one is just being used by everyone.
Fair.
Lopes, you shaved your bush?
Dude, I wish
shaved
it
it.
would. It's gone. Sayonara to the bush.
What?
Sayonara. Carla, do you sip alcohol?
I'm more of a Red
Nah.
Bull gal. But I
okay,
do
that's
have
cool.
I have Sambuca. If I really wanted to
Yeah,
get
we're
Dude,
crunk.
grab some Sambu. Come
Dude,
on.
have some books and have it like a little sip, a little taste.
Really? I wish I had Kahlua.
Yeah, I have like a bottle
Or-
of wine next. I'm not gonna go too crazy. Though,
Okay, wine.
but yeah, I'm a wine connoisseur.
Yeah.
I'm a wine connoisseur.
Yeah.
Are you big on the word cunt, or you're not really your vibe, even though you're from there? I don't
No,
want to be like a racist.
no.
Towards Australia.
That's hilarious. But no, it's so normal here that for me when I hear it, I'm not like cringing, and I only
Yeah,
really say it when I'm super angry or if I'm like,
Mhm.
hello, you cunt. Like I'm never saying it casually.
Just to say it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I respect that. I
Yeah,
respect
yeah,
it.
yeah. What about you? What's your cunt race?
I mean, I've always been a fan because when I was younger, I called my sister it, but I didn't know what it meant, and she slapped the shit
Oh.
out of me.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
you can't
older.
do
She's older
that.
than me. So that's not why I like it though. I just was like, wow, that's a word with a lot of power. I might keep using that.
Well, you know what's crazy? When like an American friend says it, it's so crazy because they do a hard T,
Yeah.
and it's like every time that happens, I'm like, oh my god, like it's so. I think
Yeah,
Bant
yeah.
said it
Mm.
once as a joke, but his T was crazy, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Me and Chris will like do it, but only like when we're doing the Australian.
Hey,
accent. Like,
cunt,
I won't
how are
be-
you, cunt?
Like me and Chris won't just be like, "Yo, cunt, what is up, cunt?" Like
No,
we
you
won't.
won't.
You know
No,
what I mean?
yeah, for sure. I get it.
We say-
I drop it only when it makes sense contextually. I will never call someone it negatively. I like
Yeah.
when you say serving it, or I'll say it like in like a funny.
You do it when
playful
it's funny.
Australian
Yeah,
way,
you do it when it's funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Carly, are you pissing?
I'm gonna piss now. I was just hiding because I accidentally got pushed into hiding, but it's farm map, so it'll
Okay.
be over pretty quick. All right, I'll go pee.
Hmm.
See you
Okay.
later, cunt.
Is that Mirror?
Mermaid.
Oh, Mirror on the
Meow,
wall.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
go
meow,
pee,
the
guys.
wall.
Do they know about the levels? I think
Dude, making
so.
shapes with the homies and
Yeah.
then
I didn't expect to play
painting something.
with the pals today,
Yup.
but I never get to game with Lope, so I thought it could be really funny
that's
to
Mare
do that,
wa-
and then you guys
Walking
can,
around after banning
stay
someone.
strapped with the lobby
never mind.
code, and we can
No,
get
that
people in.
is right there.
And then if I'm
That's
still
the move
on
after
when
banning
they
someone.
leave,
La-di-di.
we can do community.
Figure
Cunty. All
skating.
right, let me go pee.
Bees, dead toilet.
DJ Khaled the boost.
DJ Khaled.
Mm.
You think they'll add more poses?
You have to write shifts. Yeah, no, they just added a bunch.
Do
Text
you think
it, text it, text it.
Do you think they fucking thought their game was gonna crush this fucking hard? I don't think they did.
Bro, the amount of free publicity they've been getting though from like everyone.
I know, bro. A fist? That was crazy what you guys just did.
Yeah, so what? Yeah, I made my body square last round somehow.
How do we? Can we still let people know in our chats when to come in at some point?
Yeah. Once Carla gets in, you can. If there's anyone that you want
Okay.
to share it with, like any mods in particular that you want to get in here, feel free to share
Yeah,
with them.
yeah. I think I'm gonna get like let me see. Do I just take your screenshot and do it that way? That seems
Yeah,
pretty
just send a screenshot to someone.
Right. I know. I'm gonna mute for a sec.
All right.
Did I die? Let me join this. Oh, they're on cam. All right, let me join cam. Which means we get square cam today.
Mixed is in. Carla, let me know if you
I'm coming.
Okay. Oh, so you could add your camera if you want.
I'm on my way.
W.
See if it works.
Oh yeah. Adderall, whiskey, and diesel
Diesel?
jeans. Diesel Deans.
Jeezel Deans.
Bro, the square body's crazy, by the way.
I know. I thought of you.
Hey, there she is.
All right,
Who are you
yeah.
typing? Is that in Discord or somewhere else?
What the hell did I just do?
In thingy. Let me. What's the server?
Why's that guy snapping his back like that?
I sent it to you in DMs.
Oh, so we're hiding it for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we want to get people in who haven't had a chance yet.
Okay. And then we can get some clunts in because they're shivering.
We can get a clunner 3.
Okay.
I think I only have 10 for this, just so Lopes isn't overwhelmed.
Fair. Fair, guys.
It's his first time ever. literally.
Clunts, hold on to your
Dude,
jorts.
Dude, overwhelm me, mate.
Overwhelm me. Why are you guys blurry?
It might be on your end because I see you, everyone good.
Cool.
I think I can turn my headphones up now since we're not playing Peak. Okay. Is there a way to full reset your bod?
No.
I kind of like that. It's kind of like panicky last minute.
Real. Have you seen
You
the
know,
peak
but-
map, Chris?
I have not, but we just played Peak and it was fun. It was his first time.
Oh, wait.
Dude, I was dying at Gay Ghost Guy's name on their back the other day when playing you guys because it just said gay if that's chill.
So it's always like, hey, I'm gay, by the way.
Yeah, I
Like a
know.
hole.
I was dying. I was just like gay if that's chill, like on their back, like in huge letters. So funny. Hey, speaking of gay, what's up, Ark? How you doing?
I thought that was your reaction to my cam, and I was like, hey guys.
What's up? Oh yeah, I gotta get you up here. Right? Isn't that the move?
Okay.
I love that the copy link thing is a thing. Thank God.
Yeah.
That is so fucking helpful.
Making you guys.
No, 3G, don't do that.
Literally just calling it Carla.
Oh, perfect.
In OBS.
My Carl, you're in? Okay.
I'm in, yeah.
W.
Carla.
Gow.
Where do you guys have your cameras? Real talk.
I'm trying bottom. Usually on the right, but I'm gonna try bottom and see if that's sexy.
I have you guys on the left.
Okay, I see what you're
Oh,
saying.
left makes sense, yeah, because I'm here.
Why does it have you? Chris is working, but it has you as blank for me for some reason.
I had to reset the
Ah,
thing.
okay.
See if that works for you. Is that cool, guys? You want bottom or do you want left? Hi,
And then
Sadra.
chat, if this fucking obviously just sucks, just
Abby,
let me know.
she's
We'll fix it or
okay.
something, I don't know.
How are you?
Also, like, calm down.
Is Chris here too? Did I miss a Chris?
Hey, Mick.
Shivering
that's
clubs.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'll take a
What did
bottom.
Nix do?
Yep.
You just got kicked? You shouldn't have. Rejoin.
Let me see what this looks like for a laugh.
I almost hit
Oh, that
report
could be a
Carla.
play. Report
Damn, that would've
Carla.
been sick, kind of. real talk.
Great.
Guess volume up. I don't know why it's not working for me, Carla. You're just like a. It says your name, but you're just blank screen.
Am I blank for Chris too?
Like it says your Twitch handle, but then that's it.
I see her loud and clear.
Is it coming up for yours?
And she's giving shouled.
Thanks.
Did you? Yeah. Shell down.
Imagine.
The cold shell, dude. Let's do it. I'm down.
Okay, let's show some shouled, guys.
I'll rip my shirt just for the bit. I don't care.
I won't. I like the shirt was kind of expensive.
I'll do it.
Wait, is it the shirt I got you? Oh no, it's another one. Never mind. Shoulds.
Hey,
Hey.
It looks like it's hurting you when you do.
ow. Chat, is the password working? No one's joined. Oh, the mayor's back in.
Doing it. Shielding it.
What
Dude, my shoulder's kind of hot. To be honest.
you look kind of like a little skin.
A little,
A little
slut.
skinsky.
Yeah.
A little skinny boy.
It's got a nice shoulder.
Shoulds.
I do. I was told they're pretty broad.
Guys, do you like the left
Broad.
more? Thoughts?
Yo, Carla's camera is freaking for me.
Great.
Hers looks completely fine, and she's also I can't hear her. She's muted.
Oh, sorry.
is so weird.
Great.
Oh, now it's fucked up.
Yeah, it was like slapping around and doing weird stuff.
Yeah, she was like this.
Now it's good. Now she looks
looked
like
like a
the
fucking
police,
TikTok glitch.
the police have pulled her over.
Thank you
You know, when you do
for
like
Now-
the glitch. She was like,
Now she looks like the police have pulled out a
I'm
gun.
gonna try. I'm gonna
"Gotta
try
have a
and
son, family."
I'm gonna
Luxury
try and
just
pretend to be
subscribed.
frozen.
I fucked up my
Hey
shirt.
babes,
It was so
moi
worth it.
Carl's kitty kiss Carl's
All
bar.
right, anyone else? You share their password with anyone.
Maybe-
We have
I
one,
can't.
just
two,
The
tell
three.
lights
Dream?
in the background. The lights in the background. I can't. I was trying to. Oh wait, I'm unmuted. I was gonna try and freeze, and then I saw the lights moving, and I was like, I'm a dickhead. I can't. It's not gonna work.
Guys, there's like room for one or two more, and then we're gonna start. Hey,
Come
hey,
back.
Nerf Caleb.
Can I open up my lob?
Mel, what's up, baby?
Yeah, feel free.
Okay, it's bros
I'm
and
doing
lob.
dang.
If anyone's looking to snipe. Bros lob.
Yeah, Mix is a horse. It looks like.
That sounded so crazy.
Yeah, that did at first.
Horse.
I was like,
Horse. Great.
Sounds worse.
bro was not giving emphasis to that ass right now.
Mix is a horse.
Not coming.
Look,
out.
looks like you have the chicken pox or a cold. You're a cold sore.
I do. I look like a like a lobster with like what's that? Villalago something. Vitiligo.
Lux, hello.
Okay, we're gonna do
guys.
regular
Thank
mode.
you.
200 seconds. Search time
How are
250.
you?
Let's do it.
Bro,
Bro, I'm making the taunts a little longer in between, so it's harder to find people.
Okay.
Immediately.
Okay.
Also, did someone get a fix for why the lobby wasn't showing up?
Is it not showing up for people?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's Phil.
Is it North?
Oh, we're doing indoor?
Is it North American?
It's North America, yeah.
Okay. And bros lob.
No, bro.
Oh.
Oh, bros lob. Bros, I think.
Oh.
Actually, let me see what it is.
Wait.
I might have sent the wrong one to people.
Girl, who are you talking to like that?
Actually, yeah. What is it?
Oh,
Can
no,
we-
I think it is. I think it is bro.
Oh, it's bro. My
Chat, which
bad.
one worked?
It's Bro and Lob. I was looking at a thing
Bro,
from
Lob.
yesterday.
Okay, Jebby, whose jizz is this? And Homo Huddle joined. Okay, the clumps are here.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right, here we go. Perfect.
A little close, but
Excellent.
yeah, low key guy.
Wait, have you played? Do you like it?
Yes, I mean I played it with Chris earlier, but I love it. I think it's fucking so
Yeah.
I
original.
love
and
it.
different.
I love it. I love it.
Cam, that's so
I think the
cute.
going into Yay!
Love's really
Wait, why am I fucking
Sorry.
huge?
Dude, I look like a fucking I look like a fucking
Carl,
sugar
this is
cube.
you and me hanging out at the airport.
No,
Except
it
the opposite.
actually is. It actually is.
You're like, where are we going? Where are we going?
You're like,
Where
shut
are we
up,
going?
shut
What's
up.
going on?
Shut up, you short
What's
loser.
up? Hey, wait for me. My
Shan!
steps are smaller. My steps are
Shan!
smaller. Wait
Carla
for
looks
me.
funny. Shan!
Hey, what are you doing? Can I come hang out?
How do you
Can I
You
come?
love hanging out with me. Don't even play.
Can I come hang out?
Let's hide together.
No, bro, you're yeah, fucking right, dude.
Babe, look.
Dude, if I nail this, I swear on all great things.
Hide. Hide with me.
Lopes, where you going?
To a place.
On Ocean Ave?
How do you I love Ocean Ave. How do you moderate like how far you jump and stop like in the air? I guess that depends on like what you're Bro, the way I'm not gonna be at no, I shouldn't say that. It's giving me away. Fuck. Fucking
Carla, fuck off. Fuck off, brother. Let's see.
dude, this I could nail this, but I'm a fucking stupid block. All right, we have 109 seconds. I don't know what is that? 1 minute.
A
and
minute,
some change?
minute and some change.
Yo, Chris, you were painting the pumpkin stem like the other time.
Yeah.
Close up, that shit looks nuts. The pumpkin stem looks so gross in this.
It does.
Chris, where are you?
BT dub.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm buried too much. God damn it.
Wait, that's good for an udder though.
Fuck. I have a vision, but it's not.
And the vision's more cowbell.
And the vision's more cowbell. How do I stay? How do I just stay?
Please stay.
This is not good.
What are
Mine
you talk-
sucks.
Mine's perfect.
Mine's really bad. Mine's very lazy, but I'm just. How do I like make sure I don't move my character? Can I stay in one spot?
You press
5 and then
F
4.
for 5 and then 4, and then you can right click and go to other people's and see what everyone's been cooking up. It's kinda
Okay,
fun.
cool.
Guys, mine's goaded.
I am not good. Oh my god.
I got to hang with Carla and Chris one day for like an hour.
Oh,
Yeah,
God. Oh
bitch.
Jesus Lord, help me.
True. The only
Calling Eddie with an
others
elixir. What
got
the hell? It
milk.
doesn't get silly with it.
Lux, thank you so much again.
Yeah, right, bro.
What?
That's funny.
Thank
Yours
you.
is funny.
Thank you. Oh god. Oh, that's real good.
Have you been playing this the whole day so far?
Yeah, I played for a full 6 hours yesterday.
Bro, you love it.
I do.
So bad, I'm fucked. Wait,
Wait, where's yours?
it's not good. I'm trying
oh,
to
I
like.
yours.
I know. I'm trying to line it up though. It's okay. You don't have to be nice because I'm new.
No, I'm
trying
serious.
to line it up. I'm trying to line it up.
No, look,
And
I
it's
see.
so-
I see why you're stressed, but like if I was hunting, I would so walk past that.
Right, but you know what I'm trying to think also, Carla? Like, how do you go down like a little bit? Is that a thing like where you can limit how much you're going down?
You can, you
Ghosty's
can.
here.
Ah!
Oh shit!
Wait, Lopes, yours works.
Ghosty's so scary. Ghosty was clapping motherfuckers last time. Also,
Hey, I
the
lasted
buffalo
longer
and-
than Chris. Win.
Nice.
Okay, that's fucking crazy.
What?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Is
This
there?
person's is crazy, dude.
How do I spin? How do I go to the next person? There's so many
Mick's
prompts.
nice. Mayor nice.
By the way, guys, sorry for the
I
abrupt
feel like that's how you sleep.
friend lobby. I
general.
didn't
Dude,
expect
I actually
it,
do.
but I hope
kind
you're
of.
going to
I
enjoy
sleep like
it.
a fucking loser.
No.
Keep trying to get into the
No,
lobby
like
when
not in a
people
bad way.
leave.
Like kind of like, hey, what are you doing with yourself? You know.
Tomorrow we're playing.
Bro, this
Burgle
room,
and-
this room looks like where they come up with like Fortnite.
We're playing Burgle and Gnomes and Mecha with Gran tomorrow. That's our plan. A big PAL week. Whoopsies.
Arcane
Who's-
is good.
Fucking name is that?
It's a
Oh, if
crazy
you click
name.
your mouse, okay, got it.
Carly, who's the jizz person
What?
Arc, nice.
in the game?
Why are you asking me?
Because it's definitely one of yours.
No.
Yeah, I can tell by your voice. Who is it? Is it someone in chat's name or is it like a funny name?
I think it's a funny name. I don't
Hey.
know.
Oh damn, not the whistle, cuz.
Surprise Chris Carl's
my
Lurk
God.
special. You're right.
Wait, how do I see what Chris
Thank you,
and
guys.
Kala did?
Right click.
I'll
We're dead now, so
appreciate
you
you.
can't see us.
Thanks.
Oh, okay, so it'll be okay.
Guys, road to 60. Did you get likes removed, Chris? Because I did. I had like 10 less
I
likes.
didn't.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right, guys, you know what to do.
So maybe because it came from the same people a bunch that they thought you were like hacking, or maybe because it rolled back an update.
Well, I'm not hacking because I'm just solid.
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean? We should all wear a funny hat today.
I have wigs. I have so many
I
wigs.
already
have
have
a-
my funny hat on.
I have a really funny hat. But I need you
What
all
is
to
it?
commit.
I don't know if
I have
any
one that
funny
says
hats.
I have one that says like hot dad or something.
I have Daddy's
Nice.
favorite.
Right.
2 of 2.
Yeah, it's like yeah. I think I have like best dad ever or something.
I've worn that
I'm
out,
Daddy's favorite.
Chris. I've worn that out
Me
proud.
too.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm a dev.
Huddles is goaded, yeah.
All right, wait.
Wait,
let me
Lopes,
get my hat.
you might win this.
Oh god. Nope. I have no idea. I have no
I
idea,
gotta see what
Jordan.
funny hat she wears.
Jordan. You like that? Oh, mirrors is crazy.
Oh, that is pretty funny. I think it's so big. It matches your mic though.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know if I have any funny hats.
No way.
Spare
No
change.
way.
Spare change.
There's no way.
It's
I
so
literally look
big.
like a glitch in the matrix. That's crazy.
I told
Hey,
you.
thanks, guys.
No, because it's those types of spots that are really good because it's,
Right.
Chris, I love how that's your funny hat, and then you look at mine.
Oh wait, can I see you guys now? Since it's no, it's not over yet. Oh yeah, answer check. Okay.
Wait, Lopes, did you win with that?
Yeah, I did.
Damn
Bro,
it.
you're good.
No, Jordan, I do want to since that's my
Striker,
kind of flavor.
It can be
like
whatever you
posing
want
like
it to be.
I saw people doing
Take
like
a photo of this.
dicks for like creatures in the game and stuff. So when you're a hunter though, are you just like where are you at this part? Are you with all of us right now or are you like just in like your own
Yeah, you
room
have to
or something?
join. You have to stand here, and then
Mhm.
it will count down, and then you stay in this room until you load
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, that's what
Yes.
that's for.
it. I know it took
Oh,
me ages to read
dang.
the hunter on it.
Right.
I just texted Shan, see if there's any funny hats.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's such
okay,
a
I'm
wife
going boxing.
question. Do you have any funny hats, babe?
Babe, looking for a funny hat. Let me know.
Do you have a funny hat, Lopes?
Thank you, my friend.
I'm normal size. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go, Chris.
What's up? What's up, man?
Oh, there's a spot here that I saw that was pretty famous.
Did you know
Actually,
there's
no.
a Jamiroquai song called Carla? I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either.
It's
Wait, 3G's a hunter
it's really
again?
good,
Bro, that
guys.
sucks.
Let me play it for you.
I made it so it's only one hunter for 10 people. I feel like that's fair. Unless, should I change it? We can do 2 if we have 12. I'd have to make the lobby bigger, maybe.
Damn it, I'm too buried. Okay. Here we go, mother
5-minute
effers.
song. It's funky though.
Is it 5? Holy shit. I fucking love Jamiroquai. I think I have like some of their albums like on my phone, I mean, but I haven't listened to all of it, but they are amazing.
Well, it came up, and I saw the song, the title, and I was like, what?
Make sure you're well equipped to navigate
Holla.
Ghana.
Actually,
Baby, don't cry.
lighter.
I love the way you are my open book. I see our innocence in every.
Just wait until you hear the
Chad, I'm about to get into my cook mode.
feel music
For cooking now.
wait till you hear the thing. It's so funny.
when I hold you in my arms. I feel your soft breath. See you close your eyes and watch your head rest
Clock strikes 10.
right next to mine. I feel the rhythm of your precious little heart.
It came up on the TV Spotify, and I was like, what the hell is this?
Now I've tried to give you a much better start in this life.
Interesting.
Look what you've done to me. You've made my life complete.
Starting this way too late.
Dude, I was watching you guys play, like, you know, for the first time, for me watching for the first time, and I totally get why you guys just shut the fuck up when you're fainting.
No, it's so real.
You have to, like, it's like I can, but I'd rather just not talk.
So many roads I knew that I could choose.
No point.
All my mistakes I only made for you. I hope you realize when you look in my eyes. Sweet child, you know that I'm your daddy.
Oh,
Also, the
shit.
fucking painting sound is insane.
Nobody's ever gonna
Bring on
treat you
beat.
like a fool. Oh, you're my
Thank you,
summer
Mario.
child.
Isn't it funky?
Try not to be wild.
I was having a great time listening to this for
No,
the
isn't
first
this
time.
crazy? You gotta try this game, dude. It's. I think Chris actually put me on to it. I didn't see
You
it.
can turn the tears I had to go. That's
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Can they hear the painting sound, by the way? The
Pussy
hunters?
tossing.
I think so.
Pussy
so
tossing.
Try painting
Pussy
like
tossing.
while you're still
Thank you,
hiding.
Joel. Oh, it's frozen
Might be
again. I think.
Igon 2738
Also,
has
like,
gifted
worth it
5
if you're, like,
subs.
still
Right.
That's
Naughty
really
boy.
kind. I appreciate that. Thank you, Joel.
Oh, might be a wash. Yo, thanks for the.
Very, very kind. Thank you. Make sure you're
Yo,
Thanking
Chris
the
Carlo.
gifters.
Yeah.
Can't yet. I'm still cooking.
Okay. Yeah, cook it up.
It's
got a bush.
nice.
Some spots are kind of like, oh, should I just check this?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, nice.
I can't wait for you guys to see.
No one can ever know the way
Push shaved.
me glow.
Nice, Chris.
Anything
Fuck.
like my
Fuck yeah. But I had it. Once the whistle's there, it's like you kind of have a spot that looks like someone would do something in.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to show you
That was
that,
like
guys.
probably my first real.
I didn't know this even existed,
Yeah.
but it's so funny.
Getting a tree is kind of fun, but it's
I should do this for my
It
next
is, yeah, 'cause
Instagram post.
A lot of the time, I think you're forced to go to like, oh, this is the spot, but it looks like you're trying to blend in with something. Maybe like trickier. Thank you, Tracy.
My name sounds weird now.
It will show you guys what I did right afterwards.
I think so. Yeah.
My name
yeah,
sounds
let me
really weird. I can't. My name sounds so weird now.
Oh my god, Jebby, well, no way.
An interview in a big hat. That's so funny.
Yeah, they beat my meat. Oh, Chris, chill. Wow. Holy ass. Mix, nice. Oh my god, Mirror Maid. Like, not even possible.
And the big hat pat. I can't
This
get over that. Hi,
username is
Noob.
crazy. Wait. Dude, Carla fucking slapped ass on this one.
Do you like?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chris went in. I don't want to be specific though.
Chris always goes in, so it's okay.
I mean, I'm saying don't be specific, hoping that people aren't being assholes and looking at the stream. I would hope that like that just ruins the fun for yourself.
No, I, don't,
I
I
think
think
people are
3G
locked in.
genuinely is like good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Because
people
they'll
are
miss
just
like
yeah.
obvious ones and like get
Yeah.
ones that are like rare, like hard.
And you
Right.
can
Just gets,
also
yeah.
you can also turn off nameplates with 2 lopes.
Oh,
so you can kind of like
what? That's
spectate.
okay.
Yeah, you
that's
can kind of
cool.
spectate, and they can't really see anything.
Wait, Lopes, I have a question. Are you mad at Banth, by the way?
Yeah, I hate that guy.
Okay, yes, I figured.
The chorus from Carla and Alert.
Hey, my bad.
Wait, we gotta cook. We gotta cook. Idon, thank you so much for both the gigantic emote and the subs. That's
There
very
you go, Ben.
sweet. Thank you.
No, I actually because of Banff, I found out about Giannis getting traded, which is
That's a
I, mean,
crazy sentence.
I say Giannis. Giannis.
Janus.
Because I like how
I have
Banff
chocolate.
left you guys and then immediately dropped sports news like any of you guys cared. Because none of you, I don't think you're watching. I did.
Oh, I love it.
I love basketball.
Mm.
I like basketball. The most. I don't really watch like football or anything. I watch baseball.
Bro, I
though.
cooked.
You did.
Holy shit.
Carla too. Arc
To all the
too.
doubters. Woo!
We have so many people
Are
in
we
one
getting hated
room.
on? Gee, I'm anus.
I cannot believe that.
Dude, Homo Huddle went off.
They always do.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Banth. You kind of have to. I'm surprised people from that team didn't give up like their loved ones and stuff, like
What
their
up,
family
Froggy?
members. Real talk. He's not gonna win them shit though. Watch. Guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take some thumbs ups, guys.
Oh yeah, I gotta start.
Thanks, Jebby.
It's G, right?
Any thumbs,
Okay.
guys? Any
G.
thumbs?
Yeah, 53.
Wait,
Dude,
look,
we gotta
nice meat, bro. I'll give you a thumb.
Thanks,
Nice
man.
meat's crazy, guys. Any spare? Road to 60.
Was I too
Oh,
blocky?
Carla, nice.
Was I too much
Thank
of a
you.
block?
Homo, thank
Yeah,
you, man. Appreciate
Yeah,
that, dude.
I agree, man.
The thing
Wait,
is,
why was everyone in this room? No
No, I
wonder why I
know.
survived. There was a million whistles in here.
I did one of the things that are like obvious but easy
Wait.
to miss when you're a hunter because you're overthinking everything. I want to
All
hunt.
right, I'm
Give me
gonna
a-
make the lobby with 14 instead of 10. So we can have 2 hunters.
Can we have
Is
the
that fair?
same code? Because that's nice.
Yeah. New lobby, guys, with 14. Yeah, Carla's on the road to 60 now.
Guy on the road to 6-7. Or 6-9. Did you
Oh, I
make
already
it the
forgot
same?
the name.
Bro and Lob.
Oh
let me know-
shit.
I forgot it. Try this. Try this.
Was it Bros? It's Bros. Bros and Lob.
Yeah, try Bros and Lob, guys. Lopes, get in here.
Bros, Lob.
Okay. Oh, is it plural this time?
Bros and then Lob. Yep. Chat, if you want to get in, Bros is the name, Lob is the game.
That's right. 6-9. Jeffy.
All right,
We'll
go
go Bros
before
at.
it fills up and you're not in. Oh, God,
I think I'm
so
making
bad.
it. Nice.
Are you
You
in?
in?
Yeah, I'm so back up in this bitch.
I'm in.
Back up in this thing. You know what's happening.
I don't see you.
Wait.
Oh,
Sample
there you are.
nameplate.
You know your name was off. Okay, I see it.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Okay. All right, let's
That's
do
so funny. That's Carla,
basic
right?
with 2,
That Carla doing the what the hell's the name of that dance?
the gritty.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait,
That's-
really? I'm smart.
I didn't even know Carla until my first introduction to Carla was the one where she's like grinding and dancing with like her hand up. That you
Uh-huh.
know,
We
that was
should
the
vote.
first time I was like, who is that?
What
All right, Lopes,
grinding?
th-
we're gonna do
Oh,
one
like
that's
pussy
Carla.
a mod
toss.
that you have to download, so it's gonna prompt you to download
Gotcha.
this. But you're gonna love this map, trust me.
Wait, it'll just automatically like say do this.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Okay,
say
sweet.
click to download, and then you have to go do that real fast.
Players
Dude,
waiting to
hat,
download.
thanks.
Okay.
Carla. Oh, that's a song. Sorry.
I need to find a sillier one though. I think.
Carla.
Wait, sorry, an error wasn't counted while processing. You've made too
Keep
many
trying.
Yeah.
requests.
So
Okay.
Keep trying.
just refresh it.
Okay.
It'll work.
Reload.
Bros/Lob ain't working. No. Do you do North America, Jeffy? Or it might be full.
Just keep refreshing. Okay. I didn't know that you could. Oh, it worked.
Mm.
Do I do subscribe?
Yes.
Okay.
Stay strapped,
Dude, I'm
Jeffy.
subbed. Okay. That's
Stay
kind of
strapped.
sick. Thanks, Max. Thanks, Carla. Thanks, everyone. Christmas.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right, maybe I should stop with the box stuff.
Abs, have a
Or maybe
Abs,
not.
Abs, have a beautiful night, doll.
Like, what if I'm
Thank
just
you for
the
hanging.
strictly a box player that never stops,
Leah,
and that's just like my thing.
Pookie, hi, Lins, Leo.
Like walking around like a horny
What were you
sugar cube. I think that's what
streaming?
I should do. Should just be me.
What the hell,
Meat and box.
Sean?
Who the hell's chicken? Get it together, man.
Val.
Sorry.
How is Val? Thank you for the raid. Wow, lucky me getting the Leah raid. Oh, awesome, Leah.
Look at his little teeth.
I'm glad you're loving it. Hold.
Look at his little teeth.
Trying to do the thing.
Wait, how are you doing that?
I think I'm 68.
How's Sean doing a bridge?
Do an emote. Oh, actually, go to your emote wheel and then press right or left click. And then there's all these other emotes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, why is it not? I thought it was working for me for a second.
His little legs and fur.
And then press
All right.
F twice to make it like another shape in the lob.
Am I doing it right? Oh, I see what you're saying. I think it was working.
Oh, what's this one?
What? That's
Oh, okay,
sick.
Lopes. So you have a short amount of time to get into a painting if you want to be in a painting, and then you have to commit to it. You can't leave that painting.
Oh, you can't leave?
So pick a
Oh.
painting, or you can bamboozle and, you know, hide
Okay.
around the map. But
Oh, Lopes, you're gonna love
you,
this one, dude.
you only have 30
Oh.
seconds to get into a...
You got kicked?
Bro, I'm
What the
pissed.
fuck? That's
wanna do this one.
That's homophobic.
Okay.
Oh, wow. This is even worse in a good way.
I'm too married.
The square.
Oh.
Oh, God. The square is crazy. Wow.
Chat, can I do it or am I absolutely fucking fucked?
You can do it.
Dude, you can do it, man.
All right.
Wow.
try.
Mecha's
No,
good,
no, there should have
Leah.
been 2 hunters. What the heck?
Cam, wasn't it the best show ever?
This might be above my fucking pay grade right here.
Yay.
Holy fuck. How do you do like light little ad and like ads, like shadow?
Oh, you're one of the hunters you got kicked? Dude. Why's it been happening? All right, whoever the hunter is, good luck. I'll make sure to whistle more for you.
Oh,
was
it's
that?
frozen for me again.
It's frozen?
Oh, because I pressed F. I pressed 5.
Oh, so you're back?
The way I am cooked right now, I am so cooked.
I appear to be frozen. On this map, you can't do free cam during the painting because it freezes.
Hmm.
Oh no. Can you get unfrozen, guys? Or is it just like this?
Yeah, this game is fucking nuts. Okay.
Yeah, it gets buggier when they get bigger lobbies, I think. We didn't have these issues before.
Get me in. I love looking at everyone's cam when they're painting. It's so, everyone has like their paint face. It's really funny.
Different style. Yeah, yeah, I am so zoned right now.
It's funny.
Paint face.
Day's good, guys. Was really excited to hang with you. This week's been fun actually. I'm really
Like it's actually
proud
a
of this
little
week.
bit
Tomorrow's gonna be
easier than I
super fun
thought, if that
too.
makes sense. Like I thought it was gonna be like but it's
Um,
still holy fuck. This is
But a lot of planning to do because we
Yeah,
have
it's still scary, but I get it.
Plutmas and Jaloon in a couple
it
days.
is.
She did. She's eaten some food, which is cool. She's not like fully super
I just
starving,
look like a glob of shit.
but she's definitely been eating a little bit, which I'll take. Plutmas and Jaloon. So yeah, I'll take any win, honestly, with Mimi. We'll take all the wins. So that's
There's
tomorrow
different
next week.
shades.
and
Some people are
then
so good at like finding
we also have the start of our sponsor next week too, which is going to be really exciting. I don't know if I can say anything or not, but It's gonna be really
Everybody's
cool.
forearm hurt after a while. Holy shit.
Thanks, Ren. I'm
Sometimes.
so excited. We need this.
That is not the color that I'm picking. What's going
What's the search time at? Because I'm frozen.
on?
3
23.
seconds.
Cool. Thank you. We're frozen. Oh, there we go. All right, I'm back. Oh, never mind. You saying?
Fuck. What the fuck?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I did the exact same thing I did to make me frozen. Okay, now I'm back. Oh, that's
Where the fuck did I
arse.
even? Where did I just go?
That is so bad.
Yeah,
No, dude,
mine
you're
is.
Although I did
so
lose 100 and something seconds.
Chris, that's fucking sick, man. I want to say the one little detail that you did, but like you get it, you already know. I
Thanks, brother.
have to get my paintbrush out. I can't do it anymore, right? Oh, fuck yeah, that was so bad. Oh my god. So I didn't even finish.
Dude, you finished.
Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm at Carlos.
Oh!
Bro, seeing your dead ass shit body, like as it's all painted. Wait, is Carlos just absolutely unreal, or can I
No,
just not see your
it's-
character?
No, it's arse because I didn't have time to paint. This is last minute.
Oh, it's because okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Hi Chili, how are you, doll?
That's crazy.
Did you notice the hat?
You're
Yeah, look,
crazy.
the headphones are over the hat. Everyone's
Damn, this is
muffled.
addicting. Fuck.
It's fun. Right?
Lopes, I played every day this week, and I need to do more variety, but I
Have
can't.
you really?
But I can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
I legit just might join you guys like randomly when I'm on fucking stream, but I
It's good with
It's a
the
vibe.
community too because you can hide
Yeah.
nameplates and you can like deafen, so you don't have to worry about
Right.
like a rando joining and being weird.
yeah, you guys look at Crystal Grim really quick. I don't know if you guys. I just love them because I feel like they're me.
Where?
Loves, I like how you and I are the only ones who are dead too.
Yeah, I got fucked immediately. Mine was just not
Oh, nice.
very good, but it's interesting because it's like, oh my god, Carl, I can see you now. I literally could not see you. I'm being so fucking for real.
Oh,
I actually could not. Oh my god, Arc is literally like. I love the it
Kinda
makes
wanna
it
move
looks
again.
like the hunters are glossier. Thanks, Allie. I want to do this again. I want to like crush this better. Chris, now that you're got though, that sailboat was adorable, to be honest.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I like trying to like do too much because I feel like not being found because I was like a solid color is like all right. Like I like
Mhm.
I want to add new things and see
Mhm.
how it goes.
Also, it's like this is the hunters know you're into painting, right? Or the hunter does, so it's like they just have to kind of look pretty hard, I guess, right? But still, some people are so good. Like I really genuinely, Carl, I did not fucking see you. Oh my god, Sean's.
I've
is
moved
great,
like
too.
twice. I posted something on YouTube and I got a comment. It was me like doing a painting, which I was pretty proud of. And someone's like, they can
Right.
just see you from the side. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
But,
yeah,
like-
that's
Who
every
cares?
other player.
Yeah,
idiot.
but like, let me have some whimsy, bro. Oh, that's
yeah,
my cat.
exactly.
Sorry. Hi, Mimi.
Also, if the game made it so you could literally molt into there would be no point to it. Like if you were
Exactly.
literally molded into the wall, you wouldn't fucking see anybody.
Exactly. So I'm like, bro,
You're
do you want me
bouncing
to?
chat to chat, nice.
Do you want me to
Yeah,
hide
Chris,
in
you
the
ready for this?
corner?
Haven't caught you and Chris together since the PUBG days. Oh my god, dude, that's a long ass. What's up, Lizzie? How you doing, dude?
Nah, come on. No, we played recently, unless they haven't been on in a minute.
Yeah, we played it. Yeah, they probably just haven't watched in a while. But Lizzie, it's good to see you, dude. Yeah,
I
we
get
played a
it, no
bunch of
worries.
Arc. We played a bunch of Arc Raiders.
Bro, we really did. We played the fuck
Together.
out. Actually, this 3.
I
stack.
know,
Did we ever
dude,
play
but I
together?
love it.
Yeah,
I want to
no, it
try
was
a better
me, you,
spot,
and Carla,
but I
and then I think like I don't even think I played like
got
one
stuck.
game I think with Crispy, but it was like you mean Carla most of the time.
Nah, we shouldn't bring that 3-stack back.
3-stack is crazy.
Nah, she wouldn't want that.
3-stack.
Please.
Who you texting? Isn't that funny to do?
Who you
There's no reason to do
texting?
that.
Who you texting to somebody in Australia is fucking
You know what's
absurd.
so funny? It was a group chat, and they were like, and they posted like a heated rivalry event, and I literally just then I literally used the squirt emoji react to it because I was like,
Oh, that's so
good.
funny.
like I'll just react to the post.
I can hear Mia.
Also, Carla's camera is going insane for me. It's so funny.
Mexico scored. I'm gonna
Guys,
go
road
Modelo
to
because of
60.
it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Oh yeah, let me give someone a score here.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, mine was definitely ass
Jeb, I
cheeks
got
with
you.
Walters, but I'm getting the hang of it. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I got
Again,
Modelo.
again.
Got Modell? All right. Dude's Hispanic. Yeah, it does look like a Jamiroquai hat. Now I
Road
get
to
it.
70.
Or maybe it is the Jamiroquai hat.
Maybe I am Jamiroquai.
Maybe you are Jamira Carla.
Exactly.
Carmillaquai. You will. That's my Carmillaquai. What were you in fucking sandwich saying the other night? What was the...
You'll
Yeah, do
never
it.
take me to
Look,
Bangladesh.
do you want to hunt with me, or
I'll hunt.
are those two hunting mixed in Crystal? Okay, hold on.
You'll
I kind of want to paint again. I'm a little slut, to be honest.
Yeah, no, get your little slutty paint on, dude.
I want you to hunt me down, but like don't take any prisoners and like fuck me up.
Okay. I'm cracking.
We
this
should all do
Modelo.
this map, but with the big guy.
Makes sense.
No,
I never
no
seen,
shot.
I've never seen Carla and Jamiroquai in the same room.
There you
Wait,
go.
where is he? Is he British?
Who's
Or is he something
Jamiroquai?
else? He's definitely not American, that's for sure.
I think
don't
he's
he is.
Australian.
Big guy, pants. Okay.
Oh, is he
Oh, okay.
Australian?
Yeah.
That makes sense why he's such a funky hot bitch.
He's not, but. Wait, where are you guys? We should do a collab.
I don't know.
I'm gonna follow you.
I'm in a room. Yeah, same place.
Where are
Shut
you
up.
guys?
Yeah, Chris. I thought you were trying to. I don't know how to say stuff without like saying stuff.
Okay,
man.
I'll hunt you down.
Yeah.
You'll never take me to Bangladesh.
that guy's responsible for so much
I know.
bad stuff.
Oh, what?
What?
Where are you guys?
All right, boys. Let's see if we can cook hell.
I can't see. God, my little legs hurt. I'm gonna hunt you down.
My
Oh, there you are.
Do you guys usually go with like a base color and then just go on that?
Yeah.
I just made myself whiter.
What?
Let me cook.
I mean, of course. No one's done this one yet. I want a challenge.
Fuck is that color?
Just wait.
Oh my god. Do the color I'm asking, sir.
Please, sir.
Please,
I want some more. Please, sir, I want some more. Bro,
Guys,
one
let me
of the trends that's annoying, not annoying, but like that's like going viral with this game is people who make it so they have like literally an hour in time.
I've seen that.
The
Yeah, I actually, dude, I saw one of your comments was like, dude, bro had a whole month to do stuff. I
Yeah,
was
well, it's just
dying
like-
laughing.
Like, yo, that defeats the purpose. You're supposed to paint with like the
Yeah.
being scared that you're gonna fucking get caught.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea.
No, dude, first off, I'm the same way as you. I totally get it. Even before I started really playing the game, when I would watch people, I was like, I would rather play like this. And what you said the other night, I was like, I'm the same way. But I guess everyone's gonna yum their yuck somehow and do whatever they gotta do or whatever.
Yeah,
the
of
saying
course, of
is.
course.
But I'm where you're at. I'd rather I want to get better at it. Like I'm not good right now, and I just want to like,
Dude, you're good. You've been winning.
I actually want one more. But thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. But no, I agree with you. I think it just makes it more fun. Also, like, don't you want to challenge yourself a little bit? I don't
Yeah,
know.
come on.
Come on.
With permission.
With permission.
I don't know where he goes.
Like
from here.
getting away with one that's like not the best, but you did it because it was like fast and funny. It's like hilarious.
Right. Yeah.
Like I'm definitely not getting away with this, but if I do, that's hilarious. You know. But I probably
It
won't.
is. Yeah. Agreed.
Oh god, this is really
Agree to
bad.
disagree.
So bad.
Yeah, this one is not even close to getting fucking through. This one blows ass.
I am so fucked. It's cool when you actually kind of get something going because you're like, whoa, I'm that guy, kind of.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, dude, what's up?
Okay,
Other
I
times
have
it's like,
time.
Hey, what the fuck?
Oh wait, how much time do we have? Because I'm frozen. Let me see what he's cooking over here.
8 seconds.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Not at all what I'm doing, sir. That might just have to be it. Doing it.
Yep. Not too bad.
I mean, okay, it could be worse. Could definitely be worse. Okay. No, you fucking.
Why does it keep freezing, bro? What's going? I think it's because 14 people's too many.
Chat, don't even say anything.
Lopes, is your game frozen too, or no?
No, I'm actually going off still. Oh, is there ways to eliminate shadows?
V when you're
What's that?
painting, I think.
Oh. Wow. That's sick.
Another goal from Mexico. Oh my god, I gotta chug this fucking thing.
How's Mexico going off right now?
An update came out, Lexi. You can pick.
Carla,
Girl.
that's so good.
You can pick if you want square. Hi, Mikey. Hi, Trace. Hi, Lexi.
What? Am I like? Wait, why is that?
Bro, that's actually pretty good.
Me?
I don't think there's any hunters in the game.
Really?
I think it's.
No, yeah.
I'm
Is it
frozen.
because it's?
So
Oh, still
I can,
okay.
I'm
yeah.
still
I'm over-
painting,
I'm-
but
I'm over here focusing shitballs.
yeah, I'm still drawing, but
Wait, Lopes, this is good.
It's not bad, right? There's got to be a little bit more.
Beatles is so funny.
Wait, what happened?
Oh my god.
Wait, oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, I gotta go to a different. Let's see. I think that's really good. Thank you, Sparkly. Thank you. The dark part is sick. You can't even see me.
Jabby, nice. Arcane, nice.
Okay, that needs to be changed though.
Oh, I'm
Straight
frozen.
up, like it's gotta be more.
oh shit.
Yeah, I might bring it back down to 12. I think 14's too many.
Okay.
It's only ever this map too, right?
Yeah,
am
I
I
think the map
suck?
is just a lot of data. That one's so good though. Beatles, you gotta take a screenshot for that. That's too good.
Yeah, that might be. That's actually.
Lopes,
not bad.
check mine out real quick.
Oh yeah, let me go to
5 and then 4.
5 and 4. Oh yeah, mine's frozen. I'm frozen.
Ah.
Poop.
Good,
I worked
mine
so
is
hard
so
on
bad,
mine.
but so
Oh,
good.
did you see? Yeah.
All right, I'm exiting.
Okay.
L. All right, I'm gonna make a lobby that's not that many people.
All right.
Brand new
Is,
stuff.
is it going to be the same?
Wait. What was the threshold? What's up, Sam? Thanks.
Use pen pressure. You can?
Okay, here we go. I'm doing 12. I think
Ooh.
14 is just too much.
Dude, Burbs is in chat. Burbs, get out of here. Stop.
Is it the
Thank
same
you.
one or is it Bro and Lob?
Dude,
New one.
Burbs needs to play this fucking game, I think. Okay, to be honest. It's kind of
Lopes,
seriously.
sending you the code. Don't share it yet, Carla.
Okay.
So we get our pals in first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Carla has a
Burbs,
cat.
get in
Yes.
here.
And
Burbs, get in
a
here.
hat and a cat, guys.
Hat and a cat.
That was a new note that came up. Use pen. What's that?
All right, making sure my fucking screen is on.
Wait,
I
you're
know nothing, it
hungry?
seems. That's fine, man. You know nothing,
My
Snorri.
goat. Love your hat. Are we all in?
I
No.
should be.
Bro, we just started.
No.
Like, give it a sec.
Girl, a simple yes or no is fine. I'm in a hat.
Dude, Burbs, get in here. What the heck? Heck?
John, no.
Is Mark good at this too? I feel like Mark's probably pretty decent.
True.
He's funny. I'll send him the code also.
Doop, 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 doop. Oh, are we sending the code again to the peeps that we?
Yeah, I just want to
me
get like
up.
the pals in here first, since
All right, let me
we
get
haven't
the
had like
pal.
any actual like full games. I feel like there's been just goofiness.
True.
Pals, check your Discord. It's coming.
Discord.
I don't even know what I just did.
Ashley would be
Lob,
fun
bro,
to play
password,
with for sure.
orb.
Thank you for the
Orb.
resub, Rock Babe. Sorry, guys.
Get it out.
It
Is
honestly
everyone
feel,
in that is normally
Dude.
in?
Carla. Oh yeah, hold on. I'm sending it out now.
Okay.
Carla, that's so real though. Like saying, like while you're streaming with your friends, because obviously it's not like the best to just like always scream shit out, but it does feel like a good fart let out.
It does, yeah.
Get that
Like,
pussy
just
out, girl.
saying it, and your
Work for
homies
that
are like, you
bread.
know what, dude? Go ahead and say that. Thanks for
Yeah.
that sub, real quick.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yo.
thanks for those biddies. I'll just say it. Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Eb, my gut. Nice dick. How are
Alright,
you,
I sent to
doll?
you
I
guys.
appreciate
I'm
you.
good. I'm in. Thanks and all that.
All right. You can share it now if you'd like. I'm just putting it in disc. Yeah, Bake Lace
Yippee.
Barbecue.
Dude, my
Those are the
clouds are
ones.
bees.
How are you,
My
Eb?
clouds were
Thank
bees.
you. I really appreciate
Bro,
it.
I do a nice pair. They didn't even get used, man.
Oh, I saw the pair. Do you see my
I
beautiful
know.
smile I drew?
Yeah, I like
to
your
everyone
guy
who-
as well.
I want to do that too. I want to do like I was doing like the clouds and the shadings. I want to do like a fucking
How
I
I
added,
feel
like, an
coming
eye.
into chat
get weird with it.
after lurking
Dude, you
all
should.
fucking
I'm
night.
lit.
I'm
I
not gonna
should.
do any modded maps for a little bit. I think we should have
Look
to
away,
do like
babe.
the standard ones.
Look
tonight.
away.
No, that makes sense.
Hope you're
That's
feeling
fair.
good
Fucking
today.
pain in the ass.
Eb,
Here we
Em,
go.
imagine I dyed my hair
Here we go.
like this,
fucker.
and
Here we
I just
go.
Fuckers,
it was this curly.
1.7. Am I too small? What's the right size?
Hey man, it's a personal
1.4?
question.
1.4.
Oh.
I'm doing 1.0. Hey.
Is anyone else gonna join Carla in the Silly Hat Club?
I think I have some. I gotta search my
I got it.
the base.
Base.
I gotta search
Oh my god, Sarah's huge. Oh, smart.
feel like shit, babes.
Dude,
but I'm
getting
really
away with
nice. Oh,
the hugeness.
well, I
Carla,
hope
you look like
you-
a little Minecraft or Roblox character.
Thank you.
Puss in boots and
I
That's
hope you
not
feel
gonna work
better though,
either.
bestie.
Bow, wow, wow, wow.
Not my bestie not feeling good.
Hate this.
Don't like that.
I have the sickest idea that I've had in 30 years.
30
30
years.
fucking years, mate.
Too fucking. They say I'm too buried. What the?
Make it
Actually,
more.
this map has a spot that's kind of in sight, but like, I'm trying out. I've seen it online.
The changing of the size is newer.
Oh, did they?
Okay.
Are they like low key changing the shades to some spot lately and like updating?
Ooh.
Seems like it, yeah.
Can I go up here?
No, that doesn't make any sense. Kind of get like
Just a little box.
it's so funny because I've seen people like hide in spot that look like it would be too buried. Oh, too buried. What do I have?
Hold.
Okay. I'm gonna do this because I saw it online. And I think people have been doing this, and I'm just gonna do this for chat and for everyone else.
Put your ass away, child.
Freedom 1022 just subscribed. Girl. Sick hat.
Thank you. Finally, people appreciating the
Bro,
hat.
it doesn't
Wait.
work.
Wait,
Thank you, doll. Got the summertime, summertime, summer. No, Eb, you are
he's
funnier
cooking.
by a mile. Okay.
But why doesn't it? It's not letting me. Okay.
I need you to remember that. Kind of a vibe. Hold. I kind of like it, but it's very uneven. I've never done it before, so it is brand new. Hold.
Yo, Chris,
What up?
check mine if you're not doing.
Hold.
Oh, I see Chris. I see Chris.
Okay, let me see Chris's.
Carl, if you're done, try to find mine.
Okay. I'm on my way.
Okay.
Oh,
My
I like
God.
it. Okay.
I stole it. I stole it, but I had to do it.
No, that's
Also,
good.
they walked by me like 3 times.
Chris, nice.
Carla, you called it. Literally, if you're just like in plane, they're just not, their brain's not
No,
processing that.
because you're overthinking everything. Like when I hunt, I overthink everything, and then people are right in the
Right.
open.
Right.
Nice, mixed. Hey, I liked it. I liked it.
Oh, Chris.
Freedom, thank you for 20.
Yeah,
Sorry I'm
Chris.
so delayed. I was
What's up,
locked
man?
in. Thank you. How are you? Mimi's on my lap.
No shot,
per?
dude. What the fuck? Chris. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys.
God,
Memers.
controls in this game fucking are weird.
Excuse me.
Chris.
Yo, Loki, I feel like I'm sending it to Chris's phone.
What?
Where I am.
Okay. Wait, let me
Just in case.
see.
Chris, can you please?
Oh. Bro, you. Wait, did you die?
No.
Bro, it's not even. It's not... I saw that.
It's
I
not
saw like.
This is like how I write on pieces of paper with like no lines. Like no guide. Yeah, there's not a chance. Or they're just laughing and having a good time and don't want to fucking fuck me.
Guys, road to 70. Is Chris
This is for
running?
Kaylee, guys. This is what I think of Kaylee.
Chris.
Oh
Bro.
shit.
Okay, Looper.
What? Oh, Leah's killing it too.
Bro, I was looping and scooping that whole time. I don't think I was in a spot longer than
Chris
5
pulled
seconds.
the band. I love jumping around.
What?
Look, the fact that that works, by the way, is actually so good.
I mean, I hope it is. Either that or they think I'm such a loser that they're like, whatever.
No, dude, that like has no business working.
I know.
GG.
I'm giving you an up.
Yo, is someone? Oh, the box is cool. I thought you were a bomb. I might make a fake bomb.
Mix is gonna lose her mind, and so is Mare when they see this.
I gotta give the homie some love.
Chris, you like mine?
Mirror
where
Maid
are
looking
you?
at me. Mirror Maid looking at me like chill.
Dude, that's really good, Carl. I did that the other
Oh,
another
what?
game. The box is so fucking
same
good
brain.
for that.
Like my label?
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, the label's really solid actually.
Thank you.
Someone take a screenshot of Sean just staring.
Road to 70.
Oh, God.
If I didn't give Lobes the thumbs up for the penis, I would have.
You like that? I like
Gotten
the
you, dude.
send label.
Sorry.
My bad.
Oh, big stretch.
Oh man.
Ugh.
Yeah, I
Right.
saw it. Dude, I was-
We cooked
Gotta run that again.
boobs. My God. All right,
Do
I'm gonna hunt.
Hunting.
I'm gonna hunt as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Ark. Guys, I'm pouring more wine if that's totally alright.
Get some
Let's
wine.
let's chill. Get some wine, brother.
Get some wine. Just enough to not make you feel like poop.
I broke your ankles, bro. I was cracking
Thank
up.
you, Goobs. I think it
All right.
Chris, you know
Get a
what to do.
different size. Oh shit.
Why am I huge? Oh my God! Did Leah click on accident the big size? Oops.
You
How can I
were
be
drunk
small?
driving a
Too
truck.
late.
Oh, true. It's been that long? What the hell?
I got this. I fucking got this. Like I'm stinky. No, that doesn't make sense, Mike.
The Commonwealth.
Thank you for the follow. I love you.
Oh wait, Mikey, W boss. As you should. They know you're a good guy, you know? Like you shouldn't have to. Yeah. But like, is it something that you like?
Oh, got it. Okay, cool. Sick.
Carla, someone in chat, Nick's wanted to know if the Muppet on your head has a name.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Patricia.
Oh, yeah.
Patricia,
Patricia with permission.
with permit.
Patricia. Okay, this gotta be a different color altogether. Big
Oh, I
boss.
was gonna do that, but then I did that. Oh, I think likes is crazy.
I can't even get liked as the hunter anyway. Patricia's actually perfect. Yeah, what Muppet did you skin is crazy. That's more.
I love the music in this
okay,
game. It's very
cool.
like
Hell yeah.
Thanks.
I'm like farming. I want to get
Tom and
100.
Jerry.
We worked hard on it.
crack.
Because people will believe I'm a dev if I have 100 likes.
All right, let's see who gets more.
Is that getting the color that I'm asking? Okay, it's not very specific. That's okay. Clap cheeks.
What the hell in your head? A nice fluffy hat.
Clap cheeks.
You don't like my fluffy hat?
Yeah, I have a funny hat, Carla.
Yeah?
Chill with the clocks, mate.
You
Ah!
crazy. Remember the day loneliness who protects
Let's
the
go.
internet cable. Yes, I'm crazy.
But Carla, do you know
Kinda.
any of the chants that your football team's doing?
I'm gonna assume they do an Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
Uh-huh.
That's all I got.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Ziggy Zaga, Ziggy Zaga.
Okay.
What? No?
Sure.
You know that.
So what's your team
Whatever.
doing?
It's crazy how you're so Australian that if another Australian did that, you're like, bro, are you okay?
America, we have like,
What
we
the hell's
like
a
it, we
Ziggy
like
Zaga?
it, we like it because we love it, we love it.
You
It-
love it? If
The
that ain't
Australians have been
love
calling
it,
Trump a
love
sex
it.
offender, which is honestly a W. Good
Oh,
for them.
yay, good.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
As they should.
And there's
Yeah,
something we can
Australia
say
killed
in
me with
response.
that.
It's like, you're right. My bad. We like it, we like it, we like it, and then we really love it. Love it, we love
I
it.
need it.
We did it.
Mimi, where
That's a
are
good
they?
one.
I'm so I
What?
literally I was like still painting like a dork. Dude, I forgot the time was even up.
Arcane, GG's.
Oh man, that's a good one. What the heck?
Oh, the USA. USA.
Oh, you can Hans. Okay, I didn't know that. How do you do that? How do you adjust the metallic?
Oh, yeah, there's a
Image.
metallic slider underneath the color wheel.
What?
Yeah, that's
Had-
confusing.
Usually it
That's like a whole
does
other level.
copy the shininess for you, but then sometimes you do it
Got it. Okay.
by yourself.
Oh, that's a good one, Miss Me. Wow.
I was so into it that I forgot that there was even time.
Fair.
Quite honestly. Also, I don't mind that I got killed by Chris. He had an ace the other night. That was like insane.
Oh yeah, I got a lot in a row. I remember that.
It's really fun going up high and trying to look at everything from a different lens.
Yeah.
Lens.
Yeah, I got so I was like, oh, I'm doing it. I forgot that I didn't even hear the time or anything. I just heard, oh, nice job.
Oh my god, Goobs. Wait, actually,
Hmm.
that
Big
does
brain.
sound familiar.
The
Maybe
hell
I
is
saw
everyone
a
at, man?
reel or something.
Swoosh, swoosh. Oh my God, Sarah. Wow.
Swoosh. Oh, that's good. That's clever.
That honestly was really sick. Some of them are, that's another thing too. It's like, yeah, you got caught, but it's fucking such a cool idea. It doesn't matter, you know?
Exactly.
True.
Leah, where are you? Your thing's going up. What are you
I was like,
doing?
yo, Carlos, sick
One thing
hunter.
to keep in mind with
Carla
Leah
on.
is her character is apparently tall, like bigger, so we have to keep that in mind. Oh, Mix, that was good.
Where are
was
you?
funny.
Oh my God, Mirror Maid. Holy shit.
Oh, another one. Leah and Mix had the same idea. That's
What
so
were they?
good.
Were they
Oh, this
ginger?
one?
They were both fucking gingerbread cookies, dude. Or gingerbread
Oh,
men.
someone is here.
Where's Mare at?
Yeah, you gotta like find a spot and just be like, that's me. I'm that guy.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that pal guy.
Oh my God, seeing Sarah's blood all over the fucking
Oh, the other schmutz is on the ground. You're like, "Okay."
all over the cake is hilarious. It fits.
I hear a woo woo.
Woo woo.
Dude. How do you
Someone has to be here. Yes, nice.
Click it again.
Okay, someone's here, and I
Chris-
don't know where.
oh. Crystals is fucking hard.
They're over here on this house somewhere. One of these houses, guaranteed.
Come on, Crystal. And then who else? And then Ghosty. Oh fuck.
Oh, I feel like someone's here.
Bro.
Oh shit.
Woo woo.
Yeah, this map is great.
Let's see.
Where?
No, I did that kind of good.
10 seconds. Bro.
I know
can't-
I'm about to be gagged when I see them. Where are you?
I'm gooped and gagged.
Oh, Crystal. Chris is right on your ass.
Wow. I
Oh
looked
my
at you
God.
too.
Crystal, nice. I'll give you a thumbs up.
3G? Nah. Oh
3G?
yeah, nice.
Crazy, dude.
Nice.
Was that it? And there's one more.
Wait, let's do a double round on this map.
Dude, Leah's is so. Where's Mix?
And Jeb?
Where's Mix at?
Oh,
there it
nice.
is. Yeah, the
There
cookie
are
stuff
just
is
a lot of
so
spots
cool.
that are tough. Carl, I feel like we keep doing this for a little bit, then doubles. I feel like doubles is fun, but I like to see where people are hiding too. Or am I weird?
Lexi.
All right.
Come on. What map? That one again, or what's this sewer? So we haven't done sewer yet in a minute.
Sewer. Michael,
That's
have
just
a
getting
good
all the
sleep,
likes.
doll. Road to 70. Hi, Kaylee. How are you,
But I think
doll?
like Lexi, I think Queso like does it too, so not special.
Good
I
night,
guess.
Mikey.
You're special, man. You're my good guy.
He has his Christmas tree up like all the time, apparently.
Oh yeah, everyone's been asking why your Christmas tree's up, and I didn't say anything.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Hey guys,
I-
who gives a
Wait,
fuck?
me too.
No, I
It's
just-
over here.
Yeah, I literally just it's such a nice lighting in my room that I just kept it. Also, it's it's become a joke. Like I'm just gonna keep up until next December.
That's what I think Julia did the same thing. She kept hers up forever, like for a little
Oh,
bit, and
did
then
she
she just
really?
kept it up for like the good, and just themes it based on like the months. It's kind of cool. It's
Mine's 2 years up now. Oopsies.
really.
Is it? Wait, no way.
Yes way.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Oh my god, I love it.
To the point my
dead.
landlord comes in and goes, I love it, but like when we take photos of your apartment, it looks like
Yeah,
you
pretty-
haven't. It's like old photos.
Yeah. You're a psycho.
Mate, sorry. All that, yeah, true.
No, come on.
Nah, dude.
All right. Stoked.
This is not very good, but it's fun.
Oh, I love.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you. Love you, honestly.
Oh, I love you.
Because I think the spot that I'm in, Tiff, it's making my character fucking legit
Chris, nice.
Like, dildo out.
Interesting, right?
Yeah, real nice.
Thanks. Where are you at?
You'll see. Real, Leo, real.
Real.
Lots of barking. Occasionally. Oh,
Nasty.
doll. What are you having for dinner? Anything fun? Kitty's okay. She's
But
on my
it's
lap.
I'm very like visible. It's all good. I don't care.
Little improvements, which we'll
Having fun.
take. Tuttle, my
Having
sensei,
fun with my
real.
balling with my breast.
Follow my breath.
All my breath.
Balling with my breast. Yeah, this is not gonna work. It's not gonna. But I'm chill. You know.
It
I mean,
might.
it can't. It might. Yeah.
Cutie. Oh,
What if
I
I
should
just
get
go, like-
some food. What do I have? I'm hungry. Do I have anything? Make a sandwich. Ooh, maybe a sandwich.
Everything's killing my eyes.
She's good, Sully. She's still sick, but
What
she
am I?
has
Who
little
am I as a person?
improvements everywhere, which is good. Like, so her nose is still blocked, but it's not
I just fucked the whole thing up.
as blocked
I have 20 seconds
that
to be a person.
like now I can hear the snot, if that makes sense, because it was so blocked that she couldn't even
16.
breathe through it. But now I can hear the snot, so I'm like, okay, that's loosening up. Her eye is slightly better,
Oh
which
my God, I
is
fucked
good.
it. I didn't mean to do that.
And she had some food yesterday. So all these little improvements, we'll take it.
I don't know why I did that.
On the mend. Hi, Lexi.
What
How
am
are
I-
you, doll? Happy Pride, I'm gay is so good. I'll make a Sammy. You and your Sammys. I know they're so easy to eat.
I didn't messed it all up. Yeah, I'm so dead. Oh my God, Carla! Holy shit!
Hello.
Oh, I thought they can hear you painting. Oh, that's weird.
Oh, I've heard both.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Carla, Jeb, nice.
thank you.
Chris, nice.
It
Mayor,
was
very
so,
clever.
I'm like neon green. It was so obvious, but it was
Okay,
fun.
nice.
It was fun to try that.
Sure, it's
Next
giving
one.
Dan flashes. Yep.
Next one, I'm gonna go.
Okay, fun pose. Crystal, nice. Argos,
Aw,
good.
Lexi, what's wrong with your kitty? I can't wait for her to feel like 100%, but I mean, she's on the mend, so.
Leah, nice.
Oh my God, sassy as fuck.
I know, Leah is next level.
Oh my God, Chris, what the fuck, dude? Wow.
Is that cool?
Funny as April
Hell yeah.
Fools.
Hell yeah.
I
That's
don't,
fucking crazy.
I actually don't know. Hanson,
Oh my God,
'cause
Argos.
I
didn't
always
fucking
forget
see
about
you.
it.
I was like, where? That's what happened with Carlos. Carlos was in the painting like it sucks, but I was like, I can't see you.
I think I did one like a decade ago, but I really forget
Oh
what it
my
was.
God,
But Mum
really?
believed
Wow.
me. But
Wow,
honestly,
wow.
I'm really bad at April Fools. I always forget it's happening.
Wow, dude, shut up. That's silly.
I think they're locked in right now, but
Where's me after work?
if it can happen naturally in the conversation, I will. What about you,
Look
though?
how
Give me your
glossy
answer.
the hunters are.
Travi, hello, doll.
Like, scares me.
How are you? Oh, Lexi.
So jelly-like.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so crappy when you're.
Dude, I take
picture
honor in
sick.
being the first absolutely merch. I don't even think I got a single point from what the hell I did.
Nah, dude, come on, you got a point.
I want to say the whistle gave me away, but apparently it was the painting and the fact that I was just neon green as fuck.
Dude, believe in yourself, man.
No, I do. Dude, my first game I won. That was crazy.
True.
All right, we're back.
Cap.
1 second, guys.
Okie
Spectate, Leah.
What the hell? That's nasty. I could never. I'd feel bad for so long. I think the biggest prank I do, because you know what? If a prank goes wrong, like I know
Yeah,
pranks are
Linz,
pranks,
I could
when
totally
pranks go wrong,
see someone
I
doing
feel
that
bad
too,
really
yeah.
easily.
like
And
beforehand.
I don't think I could I don't think I'd feel too bad.
like the bots are crazy looking.
And plus, I
The
can't
thing is,
carry it
with
off.
this game, it's
Like, I
so
try prank
goofy and
calls,
vibrant that like you don't,
and I
you're not
will
even
laugh, I
really sure until
can't.
you look.
Yeah, if
hard
no
enough,
one's
you know?
hurt and everyone can laugh,
You gotta look
funny.
and be hard at the same
But if there's
time.
a chance I might hurt someone, I can't do it. Because I don't want anyone to be hurt.
Who's left? Oh, there's a few. Child sleeps.
Leah, I can't wait for Leah
Wow, mixed. I was like,
to go.
no
Leah's
way.
gonna be like, but I can never find Leah, so it's a
This
good
one's
trade.
crazy.
Leah.
Sean, look at Mix at Argos. behind
Mexico
you.
with another
Thank
goal.
you
Holy
guys.
shit.
Thank you guys. Road
What's the score?
to 70. Road
3-0.
to 70.
Holy fuck.
Wow.
Scotland wins in
one is
personality
tricky.
though this
The
year.
square
that's
one
for sure.
also clips really easy.
Scotland took over the internet. Maybe not the
like-
maybe not the goalpost, but they took over the internet.
Wait,
That's for sure.
Mare, did you survive?
Argos gotta get love for that. Mirror Maid, I like that. Won't
Thank
let me
you,
do it.
Jebby.
Mine is so ass. Okay. Here we go. Next
To
one.
be
I'm
fair,
fucking so ready.
I just realized who was searching. Leah did that against me once, so
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that's why.
That's what Lindsay was saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
Lynn Slayer was saying. It's like I saw the pot and I was like, oh, I'm a cactus.
Yeah.
I'm a dirty little cactus bro.
I'm gonna hide quick and then make a sandwich.
You know what I mean? I might hunt in a little bit. I'm really addicted to getting better at painting, but I do want to hunt at some point.
You know what's so
yes.
funny? There's gonna come a point like it did with me, where I was like, I don't want to
Yeah.
hunt. I don't want to hunt, and now I love hunting because it's such a good
Hunting,
challenge.
yeah. It is. You have to pay attention to the details.
And it's crazy because you will miss it and go, okay, I'm stupid. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Maybe if I just.
Okay, mute. I think I'm gonna do Vegemite and cheese
Turn
today.
back time. Sorry.
Maybe turn back time. Metallic all the way up, my
Maybe.
boy.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe I'm looking. I'm honestly thinking about this the wrong way. This is so intricate. There's no way. Yeah, I gotta get out of
Oh,
here.
tiger toast.
Miss, I'm
Oh, why don't I do
fine
this?
away.
I can't clip in.
Interesting.
Oh, this is kind of nasty. Is that nasty or is that okay?
That's not the. That's
Because
not
you can.
the right blue. It's like a darker.
I
blue.
didn't know this worked. It's not creative at all.
Darker.
But you know what? I need to make a sandwich so it works. It works because I need to eat. Okay. Actually, I'll just leave it up. I'm going to quickly make a sandwich. A sandwich. In my Pooh Bear pajamas.
Game's like glitching. Oh, okay, I see why. Yeah. Right there. What? What am I doing wrong here? Hold on. First off, let's do this. There we go. Then go like this. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely not the right blue. Okay, we gotta get. Oh, it's too big. Oh my god, what am I doing? Shit, I'm fucked. Oh god, I'm so scared. You're cooked. What's up, Miss Jones? 5 and then 4. Okay. Oh my God, Chris. I don't even know what that is. So funny. Nice,
You
nice, nice,
naughty
nice.
boy.
KB
Oh my God,
underscore
Carla. What? I don't even know where you
923
are.
has
Oh,
gifted a sub to
shit.
Lint Slayer.
What the hell? Bro, it looks like a fetus. What the heck is that? Who was that? Where is that? Mirror made a little bit.
Okay.
Oh my God. Chris.
Why haven't been found? Okay. KB, thank you for gifting sub to Lynn's. That's cute as. Thank you. Oh,
Bro,
line of
mix
sight.
is so good. Look at that.
Take a spot. Okay.
Where did I not?
Hot.
Did I go past
Oh yeah.
Sean's? It's not showing me.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's
Holy-
crazy.
That's so good, bro.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's sick.
Oh yeah. Oh
That's
yeah.
sick.
Wow.
Lobes, nice.
I panicked. Honestly.
Mare, nice.
Yep.
Carla, nice. Nah, mix is so good. Holy shit, that's awesome. They're getting a thumbs up from
Thank
me.
you, KB.
The shape alone is just so clever.
Mm.
Sorry for how loud this is.
Whiskey has the my Mike Wazowski. But I have his nail clippers, so
Writing. Oh my God. You know what, Aaliyah? Yes. Yes.
mm.
Yeah, that's a win. That's winning. There's no way that's getting got. Like, there's no chance. Oh hell yeah, Borks. Nice.
I'll be more creative next round. I just wanted to make a sandwich.
Like, Chris, the reason I like mine is because it's not too fucking, like, you know. I'm not like the craziest spot of all time. Oh, there's no
I
way.
did a stupid one. I did a really bad one, but I wanted to make a sandwich.
Right.
So
I didn't even see. Did I go past yours? I didn't even see
I'll be
it.
creative next round.
Look at Leah's.
It's so good.
Bro, the fact that I survived that is actually nuts.
Dude. How do you give, you do likes at the end?
Yeah. Oh my
I never watched
god,
it.
Chris. That's so good.
What is that?
Chris,
what is yours?
Sarah's pissed, bro. It's supposed to look like a backpack.
I have no idea what that is.
Let's go!
You
Let's
look like
go!
you look like the
Sarah!
weird. You look like the weird baby of like that thing in Interstellar or something.
Oh my god, Tars?
Ooh,
Yeah, is that his
nice.
name? Tars.
I need to
how
go
do I-
give a mixed.
Yeah, Mix has
that
to.
was so
That was probably the skin of the night, honestly. Yeah.
The skin of the night. Yo, thank you for the clips, guys.
The
What up,
skin
Mia?
of the night.
Mia,
Yeah, that's
Hickey.
Carla. Kiki, you know Carla, right? Or Carla, you know Kiki Keeks from Mod from T-Pain's?
Yeah.
Homie of mine.
My god.
Teeps.
Kiki.
Yo, tell T-Pain he did such a good job in the game the other
Yeah. Really good.
day.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. That's whole. So many people are like either pissed or like confused or think it's hilarious. I thought it was hilarious.
I thought it was funny too. I'm gonna make the search time a little less.
Hi, Hardy.
And you know what we're gonna do?
How are you?
Okay,
Anthony as
I
well.
lived, wow.
Oh my god.
I feel good.
We're gonna do back rooms.
I'm at perfection.
What the hell determines points? Wait, what? They're talking
Yeah,
about his DoorDash.
You get
thing,
more
Kiki.
points. You get more points the closer you are to a hunter without getting
Just
caught.
chilling.
Okay.
Hardy.
Wait, Sarah Sriracha, what do you think of that, by the
My
way?
little kitty is sick,
'Cause
so
I think
you
you were
might
like
hear
right
her.
on it at one point.
But good. How are you? We're evolving. Oh no, Axel. 30 million second rule.
Yeah, line of sight. That's what. I forgot you could be a fucking
Mhm.
square.
Aw. How's your pups?
Okay.
Get it out, sweetie.
Chad, I'll do it. Fuck you.
No, you won't.
Don't do it. We'll just fart. What was that?
That's me.
That was Mia.
My cat
Oh.
eyes block nose.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Nah.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like a vibrator almost.
Maybe it is.
Oh, we're getting nasty.
Nasty.
Natty. Yeah, I want to get natty with me tonight.
Wanna
We
get
talk about that.
nasty with me?
Yeah, I want to get natty with that.
You cunt. Sorry.
Yeah, daddy cat. You
Jeez.
fucking cunt.
You cunt.
Shaq, you can handle it. Shut up.
You can handle it. Chill out. So funny.
Poor.
What about the Connies? It's party time.
I think poor legit goes down as like one of the most iconic stream moments of all time. Probably.
No, so true.
It was crazy.
It was.
It was
I just
crazy,
I like the way you defended yourself. You were just like, well, what? I said poor. And like, cause like Loki being like, what the hell's wrong with you guys?
Nah, it was nuts. I was like, hey.
I was like, hey. They were like, nah. Another plain sight for Michael Apriori.
Mimi's cracking me up.
Hmm.
Some all his
Here,
language,
folks.
dope. Yeah.
Chat, the way I am not even looking at you right now is so wild.
It's my bad, guys.
I'm so focused. This is ridiculous.
Might run it back.
Oh, for reals?
Yep.
Yep.
Yup.
Yep.
Eh.
Hey, that's not the color I asked for, but thanks. Come on, 55 seconds.
Bitch pose nasty.
Bro, I'm like trying my best. This is so. There's no way. I can't do it.
You can believe.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I
Don't
still
Guys,
panic.
this
draw. I
works.
still draw when I'm like when the timer starts.
No, you're 100% right. Don't. 20 seconds is a lot in some places. I got
It's
this.
This
so
works,
long.
bro. Trust. Trust.
Mimi, I can't see the screen.
If this works, you give 50. Okay, hunters, you know what to do. No, I'm joking. We need this.
Still painting.
That crystal and 3G.
Fuck! God damn it, Crystal! I'm still fucking painting. Damn it, dude. I think I would have been fucked anyway. God damn it, bro. Please be chill.
Yo, isn't it a kind of a terrible feeling when you painted for so long and you get shot immediately? It's
Yeah,
happened to me before, and I
100%.
was like, okay.
100%. Oh my god, Mirror Maid. What in the fuck? That is crazy, dude.
Oh, come on!
Artist. You know what? A lot of artists have suffered. So
Looks like the Nickelodeon logo, dude.
All right, not my best. Not my worst.
I think the backrooms level is actually hard.
Like my hat. Thank you.
yes.
Thank you guys.
Oh.
Noah, how are you as well? What? My bitch pose
Uh,
nasty.
You look like a yoga chameleon or something.
Thank you.
Nice.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Nice.
Whatever I'm looking at right now.
Mix, that's clever, bro.
Oh.
Arcane, nice.
Damn
Arlo,
it,
that's
Mirror
funny.
Maid.
Thank you. Mike Wazowski with a bush.
Mike Wazowski. Damn, mine.
Those
Look
buttons
at
are
everybody else's,
terrifying.
which are good, but mine was fucking
They're
like I was getting into that
You're
bitch
right.
and taking doing the little
Okay,
stupid
hey, man.
outlines. Like what the heck?
Game's been good. Yo, did Mexico end up winning? GG's.
Oh my god, I have. Can we do this map again, please?
Wait, it is Truck Sim. Someone else said that today. I think it was Mikey. Oh, yay! Yes. Nice.
Yup. 3-0.
Oh my god, Ark, not like this.
Okay, detail. I gotta make those badges.
Triple G just coming out with a new booty hole every fucking week. It's amazing.
It's every day, bro.
Wazowski. Wazowski G
I'm
string.
watching you, Wazowski. Always
watching you.
watching.
Chin.
Oh,
Tomato
homie.
crunch. Avocado ranch chicken stack. That sounds kind of nice.
Yum.
Homie.
God damn it, this is a cork wine. Dude, I'm about to
Cork.
suck. I'm about to suck this 2024 Cabernet Sauvignon.
Cork it.
Who?
Hate to see him go, but would love to watch him leave. Yep.
But
Do you like my pose, Mia?
This is my parents. I wonder if they're gonna get mad.
Bitch
if I do
pose
this.
nasty.
bro, that's such a funny like problem to have.
I know,
Literally,
at
how
40 years
how
old.
are you?
Like, hey, I'm not trying to blame
Yeah,
anyone, but did you drink my
but-
Sauvignon Blanc with the, that you had to open with a cork?
My mom's like, hey, I'm not gonna be mad at you. Did you drink my fucking cab from 2024?
Guys,
drink my fucking
spare
cab,
light,
I'd be like,
road
no.
to 80.
Us.
No, that wasn't me. That's not what I
I'm
did.
so insufferable.
My parents are so understanding. I'd be like, Mom, me and Chris like never play games together. I always like am like acting like I don't want to stream or do anything, and we made it happen. And my mom would be like, you know what? That's great. All right, fine.
You know what? Hey, that's fine. You can have the cab. You can have the cab.
You can have the cab.
Got you back.
The cab for a nightcap? Yeah. Oh my God, Crystal. Wow.
Bitch pose nasty.
Oh, it was the answer check. Never mind. All right, all right. No more fluffing around, dude. Straight up.
Lock in.
Yeah, I got a lock. I'm opening this cork and then we're getting it.
Cork
Doing
it.
it. Actually, how much time do you actually have? This happens.
Why
Not
don't
a
you
lot.
stay in the middle and hunt so you'll have longer time?
Cork it.
Your
I'm
first hunt,
scared.
you'll have more time.
That's fine. I don't want to be an alcoholic. I think I'm addicted to painting, to be honest. I have an issue. I think I need Jesus.
Okay, Da Vinci or Van Gogh.
I have.
I just want one that's
it's
gonna
fine. I
crack
think the
off, and
American
then I'll
one is
never play this
better.
game again. That's what's gonna happen.
Everyone's wearing a
Like, I'll be the
Happy
ground
Cars
right
vest,
now,
guys.
straight
Oh
up.
my god.
It's not that good. GYG is good. Chris, I want to let you know that Taco Bell in Australia sucks ass.
Really?
Whoa.
It's because they can't have all the fake red 40 bullshit. in it.
Exactly, it's too fresh. But I need you to try my Mexican chain when you come over because it's
Nope.
the best. You'll miss it when you go back
Mm.
home. So good.
Whoring.
Dory. It's
GYG?
Willy Wonka's factory. Yeah, GYG slaps my ass.
Wait, everyone in chat knows.
Yeah, GYG is goated in Australia.
GY Joy. Taco Bell and sorry, I fucking sucks. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You guys got canes or
We
what
have
do you- what do you put on a-
the
Raising
closest thing
cons?
to cons is called flappies. But it will
Bro, you're
no,
fucking lying.
I will show you the photo. I'm not kidding.
Not Flappy.
No, I'm not even kidding. It's in Western Sydney. It's the closest thing to canes that we have. And it's not bad, but it's not canes, you know?
Yeah, fair.
I swear, it's called flappies.
It's called Florbins.
Yeah. Girl, I wish I was joking, guys. I'm not. Unfortunately.
It's called Flaffies.
It's real, yeah. I know, I actually told the truth. Crazy.
You always tell the truth, dude.
Yeah, bitch pose nasty. God, canes is so good. Oh. I had canes once, 3 times in 4 days when I was over there because it's so good.
I love it. Chicken is so goddamn moist.
The sauce and the toast, oh, so good.
Hey, can I help you guys? Hey, how's everybody? Everybody. Okay. 5 people in lurk or just went back to the stream and went, what the fuck's going on over here?
You're welcome for the boost in chatters.
You're welcome.
Oh my god.
You're welcome in general, man.
No, so true. It's my goat. Yeah, it's fine. It's not like it. Look, it's not canes. Once you've had canes and you have flappies, it's not. Can't.
Kane's fucking rocks.
Wish New Jersey had more of them.
Yeah, we kind of suck with that. We just it's just like we have Wawa, which is fine. Like Wawa's not bad, or it's like it's not like incredible. It's like it's a good option.
Artiste.
But Cane's is like, I like that.
It's just a very. It's also just like a nice, simple taste. It's not too overdone or anything. It tastes like it's fucking actually cooked there, and not fucking been in a bag for 3 fucking years.
So true.
True.
Yeah, I'm still in Sydney. Oh, you going there? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's carried by the sauce and the toast. Texas toast is so good.
Yo, mine's kind of crazy, but like also fuck. Chris, are you still working?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I just spent a fucking 4 minutes on that.
Wait, thoughts
Can you
on
look at mine real quick?
Let me look at yours.
Okay.
Where are you? These are all goaded.
Lopes, nice. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Is that okay?
Yeah. You're
Oh
gonna
my
get
god,
called out,
Carla, get the fuck out of this
Oh,
tab.
Carla,
dude.
that is so smart. That's a
Do
cook.
you
What the
like it?
hell?
That's a fucking cook.
Thank you, Linz.
Thank you. That's nice.
I got walked by like 50 times, which actually makes me feel super hot and great. Dude, Carla, that is fucking crazy.
You like it?
Yeah, it's like if I got that though for like my party, I'd be like, hey, what is with this part?
I don't know, but okay.
With the way it works, it looks great.
Do it. Dirty
We're
flap.
not Munkles. I'm gonna be a
and
Munkle
some
soon now.
chicken. I am coming to PAX. Are you?
Just a regular one.
Hi, Cammy. Hope you're feeling better staying home, doll.
I want to zoom out, like I don't know.
What's that?
Yeah, wow, stinky.
The
Look from
pelvis?
afar, that looks nuts. I know, I love this game too. This game is actually fucking sick. Okay.
Oh, nice. I think I'm seeing a lot of people this year.
Yo, do you guys get like that weird feeling when
Which
someone goes
one?
right by you?
Yeah.
When you that would run-
That weird
Dude.
feeling is so funny.
Oh my god.
I know. Also, the way you want to talk about your friend's position.
I know, but you have to play.
Ah,
You have to
fuck.
play it cool. Oh, nice.
Wait, guys, check the guest star real quick.
Okay, I'm here. Oh, okay.
Whoa, whoa,
Damn.
wait,
Damn. Okay, all that. Oh.
Hey,
Hey. Yep. Oh. Oh. Yep. Hey. Hey. Oh.
Whoops.
Okay, pelvis.
And that's my bad.
Wow.
I Lopes, your turn. Lopes, your turn.
Oh, you said me?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, dude, I got this. Ready? Hold on.
Yeah. Bro, is bro wearing jeans?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Please don't hurt yourself.
Oh, okay. Be careful.
That's a long cord, by the way. I gotta get a long
okay.
cord.
Don't put that there. Oh, wow. Okay, sure.
Put
Oh,
my
nice.
mic up my ass because I talk that shit.
Oh, good. Look at that.
I gotta get a long
Look at
cord.
that.
All that?
Okay, that's crazy.
I could get a
Thanks,
long
guys.
cord. Damn.
I do. No, I do.
Carl, your turn.
Carl, I actually was like, I need a long cord for the next.
Carl, the most outgoing person, being like, I don't know.
Okay, fine. She's doing it though. She's getting
Here
it.
she goes. Oh, she's pushing the thing away. Oh shit!
Oh shit, we got motherfuckers
she
popping
looks like
around.
she looks like an eraser.
Yeah. Also, it's glitching for me, so it actually looks like a weird Jamiroquai. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. Dude, your pants are like the ocean. Why are they so wavy?
She looks like a candy commercial.
She does. She kind of does look like a Mike and Ike right now with the hat.
Looks like a baby bottle pop.
She does.
Oh my god.
Oh, she didn't stop. She said, "Man, fuck y'all. I'm still killing it out here." In the oh my god.
That's my hat
Bro, she was
falling
like-
down the whole
That was
time.
She's like,
so
I want to go
good.
dance, and then just went fucking. She did 10 emotes from her locker just. Then.
My hat was
Um,
falling down, and all I could hear was Lopes going, "Damn, your pants are moving like the ocean."
They were so wavy.
Thank you.
Just look like they look like a flag in the wind.
Thank you.
That was
That's
so
actually
good.
great.
That was so
Also,
funny.
that's why I will
Hat-
say-
I said you looked like a candy commercial because your hat looks like a giant candy.
Yes.
I was gonna say us. I'm the oldest, but all of us coming back to our chairs and not making a single crazy breath. I'm very proud of all of us
Thank you.
You just can't hear it.
Yeah.
as streamers. You know what I mean?
Wait,
I
Crash,
can't tell
was
who
it
did
my
a better
huge
job. You guys are
penis?
both. You guys both put
Do
everything
you,
out.
you guys ever actually dance on your stream though and come back and go, I don't want them to hear me breathing really hard, so I'm gonna just hold it a little.
I
Me
need.
when I like run or walk up the stairs a lot.
If I had a long cord like yours, which now I'm going to invest in, so I can do
Oh,
that shit.
dude, I'm telling
Yeah.
you, yes. It's the best decision because I know I'm gonna always be up like that. But
True.
oh wait, can
I also
Okay,
lost
I
one of
don't-
my slippers during that dance, so it's crazy.
Oh, be careful.
Thank you.
actually kind of fire?
He also said you look like an eraser. Perfect.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you,
that-
you did
that's
like an
actually sick.
eraser.
That's actually sick, dude. That's actually sick.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Who's hunting this one? Guys, who told on us?
How do I
A long hog, yes.
Eh,
Sorry.
that's fine.
I'm too buried?
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh man.
Oh, I saw someone do a horse dong
Why did
before.
I call you, bro? I didn't. Man, doubt it. Doubt it. Bro's lying.
Crazy
Wait, what the
comms.
fuck?
What? What do you mean buried too much, bro?
Hmm.
Yo, chat, we did it again? Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine if you guys are.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You're not
run
gonna
it back.
age weird, Banth.
No, ban.
No,
Oh, I
bro.
just- I can see the hunter's perspective just being trapped in the fucking paint vortex.
Bro, no, you won't. But like, imagine us like 50 or 60. That's kind of funny.
That's so funny.
Oh
and
my
then
God.
looking back at our
Oh.
clips.
Wait, Carla,
What?
are you doing what I think you're doing? Oh, you did. Wow, dude. That's crazy.
Look, I'm running it back.
Okay. Oh my god, mixed. Shut up. That's so fucking funny. I'm going for the same technique again.
Yeah, we're using guest star, but we're not sharing chat. Just because it would be too much.
Is that a dick? It is. That reminds me of Granny's clip. Granny's clip was is that a penis?
That was a good impression.
Thank you.
Bro's cooking with nothing.
Yeah, literally. Is that you're talking about me?
No, me.
I'm trying to do the same approach.
I think I've done everything possible in this game.
Yeah. I feel like that's not true though either,
No, it's not.
right? Because there's so much shit, which makes it interesting. Dude, Carla's is fucking absolutely like that's crazy. I didn't even know that you could do that.
You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever you want.
Is it frozen again? Yeah. That's right. Okay.
My bottle real quick.
I
bro.
know, it's so funny. I love it.
I ain't playing. I'm just slaying.
Teat.
All right, let me look from afar. Okay, from afar, crazy work. Talking about titties. Dude, Mirror Maid hates vegetables right now.
Nice.
So being
Nice.
covered in dicks is crazy.
Crazy.
Mirror
Nice.
Maid's ghost
Nice.
hunter.
This might work, guys. I'm not
Nice.
even fibbing.
Nice. Okay, I
Wait,
want to
where
see
are
this
you?
clip.
Oh shit. Just
Where am I? An eraser.
yeah. Also, it's glitching for me, so it actually looks like a weird Jamiroquai. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah, but chat. Yeah, but for real though. Look where Chris was, and then fucking look at me.
Commercial.
You didn't know. I didn't even know I was
look
listening.
like a Mike and Ike right now with the hat.
I just got trampled over 13 times.
Baby bottle pop.
Uh,
Look, there's no way.
Oh,
I
You
know.
were right
stop.
there,
She said,
bro.
"Man,
dude, I literally got
Baby.
stepped on.
oh shit! Oh shit!
Bro, I tried making myself a light bulb because I was like, I think
That's
like making yourself
crazy.
an item is funny.
That's crazy.
No, I think it is. I think it is
Perfect.
too. It's just funny. I was like, is bro doing a surveillance cam on like an old barn?
Why would titties got frostbite?
That's funny, dude. Mixes is funny again.
It is. It's very just
Why
those
does my mirror
crush.
draw fucking? Oh my god,
They
bro.
really crush, man. Like just being out in the open. just
Carla,
being
where are you
you.
at? Oh, wait. That's actually a cook and a half, Carla.
Do you like?
You're muted.
Oh. Do you like? Sorry.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Thank you. Mix, that's so funny too.
Did I?
This
Did
is
I
my-
actually?
This is my end. This is my end. I feel it.
No.
No, you're
Legit.
good.
Yep. I smell it. I got away with this once. I can't do it twice. Yep.
Carla,
I'm
that's
done.
utterly fantastic.
Yep. I'm done.
Thanks, Chris. Why would you do that?
There's no way.
Oh, wait.
Fuck.
My bad.
Where's yours?
Oh, don't kill the others. Damn.
He saw it.
He did.
He saw it.
You know what? Yeah. It's got to be
Stream
about.
sniper. Stream snipe. Stream snipe. Yellow card. That's a yellow card.
Why'd you take your funny hat off?
Oh my.
I don't know. I wasn't feeling confident.
Okay.
My hat's funny because the Yankees haven't won in 15 years. Live, laugh, and love.
Love.
Sick.
Patitties.
I was the light
what does
bulbs when I got shot
patitties
immediately.
mean?
And people drive by G likes.
Real.
Hell yeah. That's wild.
Road
Should we
to
try
80,
doing
guys.
a modded map and see if it works?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm down. I'm down for
Do
literally
Peak,
everything.
do
that-
Peak Airport. It's really good.
I don't have that one.
Get it. It's
Oh,
good.
that's there?
I have a bunch of other good ones though. I kind of want to do the Minecraft map with the new blocks.
Oh.
Oh, that's actually.
Is that a cook and a half, or am I a weird dude?
Cook
No,
up.
it is. I know what you're even talking about. I don't even
If
play
anyone
it.
else wants to join, there's a spot that just opened
Typical
up.
Henry moment.
I was a light bulb,
Also,
but I
y'all,
wasn't finished cooking.
hello. If I've missed anyone, I'm so sorry. This wasn't planned, but I hope you're having a good time.
I also like the
am.
market a lot.
Market. No shot that worked.
You want to try the Minecraft one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Also, if anyone wants to join, it's bros2 and then lob password.
Is my game being weird? Oh, Chris, are you listening to music?
Yeah,
Got it.
I thought Lopes was posing. But he
Awesome.
wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
Someone's mic is on. Got it. Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah. think it's Chris's.
It's not mine.
Not
I'm
mine.
muted in game.
I'm muted.
Oh, yeah. Someone's like, beep, 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 beep.
Server info is bros2 password lob, but I think.
Thank you, John.
Bob.
All right, Carlin, Lopes, you guys good to go? Like, you guys ready?
See.
Okay. I gotta download this map.
Oh, it's a new one.
Oh, is it? Or maybe it's an update. Or maybe it is a new one and I'm weird.
Recommended playing in infection or double mode. So we're gonna do
download.
infection or dubs? Maybe infection.
Subscribing. I
Wait, who's
subscribe.
asking? Is that you asking or someone from chat?
Well, in the bio it said it recommended to do infection
Oh.
or double because it's big.
My bad.
That's alright.
We could do infection maybe later.
That's alright.
Oh, Danny's in. Nice. And Calypso's in. Baby's first time. Okay, you have to click on the download and then you should be good.
Yippee! Hey,
Get in there, Danny. Deny.
Thank
Denise.
you. I didn't think I'd wear it today, but here I am.
Okay.
It kind of works with the vibe, I feel.
Jason Statham, and I'm gonna suck your butt.
I'm gonna go open up this cab. Do it on stream too, because I'm a bad bitch.
Sav.
Kathy.
Caught!
Night,
It
Vic.
is right now, Hardy, but stay locked in. Because Spot might open
Yeah, you
up.
have to just click on.
Excuse me?
There should be a pop up to download the Minecraft
Caught.
mod map.
Caught.
Otherwise, when you load in, you're going to be in the void, which might be funny if you could try to
True.
find a spot in the void.
Sometimes it takes a little bit to install those, so check the bottom of your Steam. You'll see a little download.
Swinging, I'm singing, I'm swinging.
Tammy, how's your shift?
I'm singing. Okay, I'm back, guys. Thing else or something, congratulations.
What
Guys,
Leah said.
road to 80.
Congratulations.
Shans.
Congratulations.
All right, I'm going to start in 30 seconds.
Dirty.
Good night, Linz.
Road to 69,420. Wait, guys, I need that.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I have watermelon upstairs. I want some
Nice.
watermelon.
Oh, Danny left. Fuck.
Yeah. You created
Watermelon.
your reputation and you love it.
Watermelon.
People can
Watermelon.
like your hiding spot, Lexi,
Oh yeah, dude.
and give you a little like, hey, nice.
Do your
I
dance,
want
do
your
your
DVD.
do your dance.
Are you
Hey.
in your Overwatch
Okay,
era
we're going to try
again?
this. Might have to just
Bros 2
restart your game if
password
it's not
lob,
popping up for you.
yes.
Loin Scurvy. What's up, Loin?
Skev.
Scav. Oh, yeah. Excuse me.
Skev.
Yeah.
Skev Le Priori.
The name is Skiv. Skiv.
Oh,
live
the
here.
square is so good.
Oh, I didn't go square for the fucking only time in my life. Fuck.
Bro, imagine being a circle in this one now. Let me stop.
Dude, it's literally pixelated. Like my future. My god.
Hmm.
Okay, okay. Interesting. For sure, for sure. I have an idea. Can I not go in this place?
Cool, I needed that. Thank you. How are you?
Don't do this to me right now.
Oh, I love Road 96. Road to 96. Love that. One of my favorite games ever. I want to replay it, but I was like, oh, is this insensitive to play this with like, there's obviously a political storyline, and I was like, it feels like the wrong time to play this, but I do love that game so much. How are you, Ghoul? She's fine, isn't she, Tammy? She's cool. I gotta get better at her though. Yeah, Bear was so sweet. Oh my goodness. This is kind of a vibe. Oh, torch is a good idea. Feel like I have to commit to this now, but great idea. I could cook, but I really have to understand that I don't have enough time and that what I'm doing here is very silly, but oops. Oops. Oop. Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Maybe I should do this actually. This might be easier. Just do it all like this and then blend. So at least if hiding starts.
I hate when I hear the clock.
Yeah, it's like, hey.
Wait, hold. I do the back. There you go. I'm gonna start again. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say.
Oh no. Oh. This is so messy.
So good.
This is a tough one to paint. My arm hurts. My arm hurts.
Chat, chill. It's a light bulb. You guys are crazy. Can you do that? I don't think you could change the shape of the brush, can you?
No, I wish. You reckon I could? It's really hard. It like spills over the edge easily.
No.
I guess. Oop.
Not my penis. Oh man. Like there was nothing about that that looked remotely nonchalant.
Full 8-course meal.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Oh my god. Mine was an absolute fucking freak joke. I don't know who I thought I was or what I was doing,
Yay! I just was trying to draw the whole time and could never get it.
Lobes. Okay,
Right.
sure.
but you like that?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, wait, Lopes,
Uh,
I like that.
I know it's
No,
super
that's
goofy
clever.
looking, but it's like I don't know. I tried. Dude, it's so hard to do the detail of Minecraft.
Very
Like
nice.
that square thing is not. Oh, you could paint it.
Oh, Beatles, that's so cute and funny.
Oh,
Mr.
guys, you
Beatles.
cooked. You cooked.
Oh, Mixes is fucking
Oh my
sick too.
god.
Holy shit.
So many good ones.
Wait, you cooked, guys.
Mixes was nuts.
Again.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I want to do it again. I have an idea of what I want to do. Also, let me change. How do you change your bot?
I'm gonna make it
When you load
infection, so
in.
when someone gets caught,
Okay.
then you
Okay.
become a bad guy.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna do the
Mm.
torch with the foot, which I think
Fucking
Lopes will
A.
do too. But with the foot, I think that would work, right?
I like how this game like Neil deGrasse Tyson's you to like your next destination.
Like this, surely, right? Memes.
Hmm. Okay.
Wait. Oh. Oh. Yes. Wait, this might work. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Julia, I was like, now who is that?
Oh, it'd be myself.
Oh my god.
What up, Julia?
Hi.
How you doing,
got
dude?
room for one mo?
You know it.
Yes.
We just started a
playing-
match,
you're-
but it won't be too long, I don't think.
Oh, that's fine. Draw away.
Thanks, brother. How was the rest of Ocarina?
Good. I took care of the well and got the lens of truth, and I did the shadow temple, and I'm all done with
Oh,
that
wow.
part today. Yeah, Gerudo Fortress is next, and then all that stuff before the Spirit Temple.
That's
I
exciting.
almost was gonna do Gerudo Fortress before I jumped in, but I was like, bro, I could get stuck there for a little bit, so I was just gonna save it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That shit's amazing.
How much time do I have? Oh my god.
What map are you guys doing?
Minecraft.
We're doing Minecraft right now, but we might switch after this to another one.
Okay. Have you done the Kokiri Forest at all tonight?
We have not. I was waiting for you.
Stop! No, you weren't.
Swear
Which
to God.
one?
Oh,
The
Kokiri
Zelda one we did
Forest.
yesterday.
What's that one?
It's the one that was like in the forest with all the little fairies and everything.
Oh, sorry. I
the big
heard
green one.
I heard cookie and I was like, what cookie? I'm interested.
Cookie.
Cookie Forest.
Oh, okay.
Kokiri.
I feel like these colors don't make any sense if I can keep it a stack.
God, I've never been more focused in my life.
What color are his pants? Does anyone know? Lopes, Julia's here.
Julia,
Hi, Lopes.
I'm so focused right now. It's insane, actually.
No, you're doing so
Purple?
good.
Thank you.
Oh, they're dark blue. Okay.
You turn Lopes up.
Oh my god.
Bro, just the guy walking the map is fucking funny.
Dude, mine is insanely crazy.
Lopes. Lopes. What?
God.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, it's infection.
Infection.
Chris, you see mine?
I'm looking for people right now, so.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I can't believe Miss 10 million views is joining us.
Nah, stop.
Here we go. We're doing a guest star if you wanted to join.
Oh, are you? Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Did you already send an invite already, or?
No, I can send you one.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly.
I don't know, man, where anyone is.
I'm cooked.
Bro, I can't find Lopes.
Come find me.
Can't.
In the name of Jesus.
Nice, dude.
Yo, chill with my whistling. You're so wild.
Beans.
Beans.
I
What
like
the fuck?
beans. 13, 12. Come on, Leah.
All right.
Leah, you look like a fucking Oscar award.
got-
Come on.
I got inspiration from Lopes, but it worked.
Okay, we're all right. Good. Yeah. Bruh. What's up, Mix? Censor.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
God.
Oh yeah.
Crap. Oh, I gotta see everybody else's. What am I doing?
Oh yeah.
Terrible person.
Oh yeah.
Why am I just looking at
Oh,
hunters?
Lopes,
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. That's okay, right?
Wow. Yep. Do you like mine? I did it for you.
Let me see. Let me see. Oh God. 10 seconds. I'm going.
All right, Julia, try that.
Oh my dude, how the hell did you do that?
You like that?
Carla, what the fuck? How did you make the blinding white area?
Did you send
It's
send
an
a
illusion.
guest
It's an
star invite
illusion.
to Chris?
Yeah, I'm about to do that. If
Bro.
someone would be down to leave, perhaps, if you've been in it for a little bit to get Julia in, that'd be sick. If not, no worries.
Carla, you basically made
Guys,
my
I'll leave.
No,
you made my
Julia- no,
dream
you
come
have to-
true.
Imagine, imagine I'm just like, bye,
No.
guys.
This whole crew needs to stay right now, or I'll scream.
Real.
Thanks,
Looks like-
Arcane. Appreciate
looks
you,
like
dude. Okay, Julia should be open.
Okay.
And I sent you the invite as well.
I have to turn.
I think
I have to turn Julia up.
We're locked, Kaylee, but keep an eye out for people leaving, and then we can just
Turn
Oh,
you
it's
up.
hat day. Look at this. We're all wearing hats.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Me
Get
and
us, huh?
Julia's. Me and Julia are the most normal though.
No, I love how I'm like, guys, wear a funny hat, and no one had funny hats, so I'm just stuck as the funny hat lady. I wanted them to wear
Alright, let me know
funny
when you're
hats, Julia,
in.
but they didn't have a funny hat, so I'm stuck like
I have mine. I gotta find. I know I have something. I can do a wig.
The hat is so cool.
Thank you.
It's fluffy.
Yeah,
It's giving winter
fluffy.
time, which I guess is kind of is happening for you.
true. Just no snow or mountains or cool things.
Yeah.
All right, Julia's in. All right, I'm gonna do a new map for us, guys.
Oh, whoa, mod in the top left now?
Yeah.
All of you guys have like the
Wait.
same. Not to make you guys not feel original. You all kind of have like the same nice hue in the background, and I have this annoying, bright, stupid Christmas tree.
I love
that
your
is just
hue.
all white. Thank you.
I like your
what's up?
Christmas tree.
Julia,
said
have you
wait.
seen the new poses?
I saw them briefly like while watching. Well, I have to download this while watching. Kokiri Forest.
Yup.
Road to 20 mil
Love, you're gonna like
reel
this one.
tonight with Julia. 20 mil reel. Let's cook.
Dude, I'm fucking.
What if
Hold on.
I can't
real?
look at the positions now. Oh, Lopes has to download it.
Real shit.
I gotta download it. Okay.
Yep.
Oh god, am I that fucking guy right now?
Julia, be
there's-
honest. Is my pose nasty?
I can't see anything. I have body type popped up in front of me.
Oh,
Not me
what?
being in the way.
Click what body type you want.
I can be
Oh
a
fuck.
Minecraft guy.
You can be square, yeah.
I can't click the body type.
Just click it. Should go green.
Oh, I'm a hunter. Okay.
Okay.
Bitch, I don't know who to be. What the fuck?
All right.
Genuinely scared for my
Lock
life.
in. Lock in, guys.
I'm gonna be hunting.
Dude, this
I'm
nutcase
gonna-
backflipping is giving
okay.
me anxiety right now.
I'm gonna do an
can I look
obnoxious
at
new
the-
pose, Julia. So
Okay.
which one? Hold. Hugh Jackman.
Whenever I hear this music, I feel like a sneaky little mouse like walking through someone's fucking house late at night.
Oh, this is good. Wait.
Such like a nice
feel
little
like
Real.
The Sims 1 burglar remix.
This actually works, I think. Wait, Julia, what do you think, by the way?
I'm gonna be hunting, so I'm
Oh.
in the hunting
Oh,
mode.
are you?
Yeah.
I was like, no wonder why she's so
Right.
quiet. Dang.
Julie's like, lucky for you guys, I know this shit in and fucking out.
It's
gonna be a long night,
Oh,
boys.
we're screwed, bro. She knows everything about this fucking area.
Oh, let's see.
We'll see.
I'm just gonna do something silly.
Boy.
Oh. I hate when you get a spot, you're like, oh my god, I'm so good, and then it's like, you're too buried. No, I'm not, bro.
yeah.
I'm really not.
Yo, bent weird. Like, okay.
And who set that system up?
Wait,
Okay,
speak
there
on
we
that.
Oh, what am I? What am I doing?
What am I talking about? What are we doing?
Girl.
What are you doing here?
What are we doing here?
Fuck, I guess I'm doing this then.
I'm able to do this by heart, man.
Chat, ready for the zoom out?
What's going on?
What's going on? What are you doing here?
What's going on?
Oh.
Remember what this looks like.
Man. Allie,
Julia's
what the fuck?
cooking.
I'm so fucked.
I remember what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm actually
God.
screwed.
Same.
Yeah, I'm so fucked.
But the sooner
I'm
I
the
get
most
found, the
good.
sooner Julia can hide, so it works.
True. Wait, speak on that.
Ah, I fucked it up. Puh.
Ah. Oh.
This whole time you've been right under your nose.
It was close.
Sherlock
Sort
Holmes.
of.
Sherlock Holmes. Tisk, 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 Sherlock Holmes.
Like that guy in Full Metal Alchemist.
I don't know what that means.
I know. Well, I can't tell you because
Spoilers.
ready to die
Whoa.
in a video game with my friends in fucking Ocarina Town.
Ocarina Town.
Ocarina. Town.
Megan, I know. I'm cooked. I'm cooked like a fucking turkey Thanksgiving ham.
Real.
Sure, man.
Sure, dude. Dude, I love when it says Hunter coming like it's a horror movie. Like
It is.
all over the
Shit.
walls.
Oh.
Okay.
Original by Nintendo.
The game tells you it's the color that you want, and it was not.
Ooh, nice, Julia.
Thanks.
Joshi, all
Oh,
over
Julia,
the
nice.
walls. It's not bad when you're looking from this angle.
Thanks. I drew it by heart and I fucked it up, but it's.
This angle's awful, but
I'm just like admiring it. I can't even like properly search.
Hey, don't do that. Damn it.
let's see.
Skulltula.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm a hunter. What the?
Oh, is it like you become a hunter after you're found?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which was my first introduction to the game. So I thought that's how it always was.
Who's on the walls?
But you know what? I need some practice. I gotta get some grease. I gotta get some.
Stick. That's
Fuck it.
funny.
Yeah, I'm a stick. So what?
Stick.
He's a stick.
Hi, Bobby.
What the heck is this guy doing to this rock? Oh, he's trying to pick it up. Jesus.
No, I
You gotta
saw
put
that
this game up.
Lopes. It's sus, but
I mean,
It is, but
sus.
yeah.
it's like it's like a friendly sus, you know,
The bean sprouts here.
a good time
that's okay,
sus. if you will.
Leah.
Oh, I gotta go to where Sean is.
Yes. Yes.
Like Carla's still hidden.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
Takushio.
I'm hiding.
Hmm.
Dude, I gotta get my
Oh
first.
my god, that's
my first
actually so
kill, dude.
cool.
Found me.
Found her.
What the
The
fuck?
Minecraft body is so cool.
Yeah.
I'm Steve.
I can't go
Hello,
past this little dancing
Can I
girl.
buy some beans?
Oh, that's a gold skull of Tulla Tulla.
Beep 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 beep.
Whistle. Ooh, all over here.
Oh, that was cute. Wait, Julia, come to the front.
Where?
Look at this.
Oh, cute.
Julia, where are
Julia,
you?
right here.
Oh, look at this. Someone made your favorite little dude.
Wait, is someone Makar?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Wait, that's
Beetle's
amazing.
nice.
I know what that
Oh,
gnome
someone
is
someone
doing.
shot the cow. Who was on the cow?
It's sus though.
Who's to say?
Hmm.
Wow, it is way harder than it looks. Being a hunter, holy shit!
It's very. Is it your first time?
Yeah, I think this is like legit my first time.
It's scary, right?
This is a hard
Kind of
map for
is.
your first time.
It is, yeah. It's
popped off.
pretty intricate.
Oh,
Wow.
Julia, did you see mine? Is
Oh, I was gonna,
Shadow,
Slapped
yeah.
I was gonna
immediately.
check here, but I didn't.
Oh,
Damn, I've been in this spot
Dude.
before. It's great.
Ghosties
That's
is
impossible.
nuts.
Wow, this map is very
Oh my
creative.
god, nice, nice,
Yeah,
amazing.
that's absolutely nuts. Oh yeah, how you do?
The grass ones are always impossible. Wait, who's this? Love,
Mix
no
your milk.
shot.
That sounds crazy, but
Ooh.
that's really good.
Chris.
That's
Wait,
awesome.
Chippy by a gossip stone is cool.
It actually looks way better than from the
Wow.
hunter's view than I thought.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
Okay, so how do
infection. That's what
you-
it's called. Okay.
How do you get to the other poses? Or wait,
Uh,
did they
right
just,
R
are
and
they
then
just on the
click.
same wheel?
Yeah,
Yep.
just right click
Is
or
this the
left
same
click.
map?
Yeah, same one, yeah. And then we'll do a different
Alright.
one.
Okay.
Hee hee.
This game actually like makes me giddy.
I know.
It's fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh fuck. A hunter. All right, Lee, it's you and me. Oh, I'm so actually ready for this. Scared but ready.
Julia, you cooking?
We'll see.
All right. It's tough to like lock in on some of the well.
Hmm.
Bro, what?
What have I done? That's funny. We're so locked in that someone thought all our cams were frozen. Oh wait, I was muted. We're so locked in that everyone thought we were frozen. Which
We
we
are.
are, technically.
Nah, come on.
This is not good.
Yeah, I don't know what to do here.
Not me best work, sir. Can't win a ball. God.
Fuck it. That works. Julie, what'd you end up doing for yours?
You have to see.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're playing. What's Lope's message
Okay, how about
say?
this? Is that where I put it?
Lope's got me. Muted.
Okay, not the best, not the best. Hi, Enjoy, how are you? Kemi, how you feeling? You know, I'm relaxed. No shot. Pretty good here. Like, it's obvious, but... I'm good, doll. I like it. It's obvious, but, like, it works.
That's cute.
Danny, that was clever. That was clever. This map rocks.
Bobby, it kind of, yeah, it's working for us. It's working for us.
Julia, that is so good, bro. That is
Yes,
so
it
good.
is. It might be full, but
The
you
way I
can
just
keep
knew it was
trying.
you too. That's clever as fuck.
How's that go, Kimmy? I'm
Thank
proud
you.
of you. I'm
Oh
proud of
my god.
You
Yup,
deserve today
magical
off.
Thank
beans.
you.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Magic
Hi,
beans.
Ringer.
Oh, he's covered in paint now.
Yup. My
Oh, that's
bad.
funny.
Oh, that's
What's
really
all this
clever.
then? Hello, Joel.
Bro, I was muted for 9 years.
Yeah, I literally said you're muted and
That's
you didn't say
okay.
anything.
Oh,
okay.
I was, dude. Jeez.
I haven't heard your voice in
Is that
so
meant to
long.
be
I
a
thought I was
Kokiri
dying.
sword? And
Yeah, it is.
What
Sean did the
hell?
Scully spider. It was so good.
Oh, nice.
oh, a Skulltula. That's
Ain't no way, guys. Ain't no way.
Oh my
Carla-
god, did
where
I
was
miss
Carla?
this one?
Oh, the
Ooh.
fence.
Holy
very
crap.
nice.
What are you on the fence about? Nyam, 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 nyam.
Wait,
Oh, that's good.
Jebby, how are you so
Oh, very
lean? Like you had
nice.
like a long day at work. Like how are
I
you
want
like
to
that right now?
see everyone's.
Go look at Julia's. Oh, that's a thumbs
Where's
up.
Julia's?
Let me see.
Oh,
mine's
yeah.
up at the top by the Lost Woods entrance.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
As a magic bean.
Wow.
Calypso's is good too. Holy fuck. What the heck?
I can't believe I won that.
Oh, Beatles.
what are these-
Wow.
What are these
a bit
things that
cowardly not
people are
speaking up.
giving us like as ratings?
Thumbs ups.
I'm sorry,
just
doll.
like a
That's
vote if it
frustrating
was
when that
good.
happens, but
Could I know it's not super favored, but could we do the Japan one? That's like the base game.
we should do double on Japan. Thought?
What's
Okay, yeah,
double?
Oh, Julia,
Double
you're
is
gonna
when you
love
do
it.
both jobs.
Oh, sure.
So you have to find everyone,
Okay.
including yourself, before someone else does.
Right. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think that what was the complaint about this one? Is it's just a little small.
It's too small, I
Mm.
think. But also, like,
Can't
Yeah.
detail like I don't know, mitigate some small it's like the size of the map though, maybe.
I think
Like, a
playing
lot of
with like
shit.
a more spaced out taunt is a play.
Right.
Taunt.
Does this
I
work?
wanna who are the hunters?
Everyone.
We all are. We all hide and then we immediately hunt and have to try to find everybody. It's
Oh,
a
the
race to
infection,
see.
right? Okay.
It's called double actually because you're doing both of them. You're hunting and
Okay,
hiding.
got it. I wanna
Mm.
copy someone that did something earlier. But I don't understand. How to like
That's a vibe, right, guys? 'Cause
how you
it's
do
so,
more
like, it's
intense
normal.
poses, like how you change your pose from the regular poses you have.
Click when you're holding R.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, sick. Okay. Okay, I'm stealing an idea. Let's see how successful it is.
Oh, this is. Whoa.
Oh, that's not good.
Ew.
Hmm. Is that a vibe or no? Bush vibes is so funny.
What the fuck? Some of these.
I think mine's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I get some rust up here?
Stealing an idea because it just was so fun. But I have to go for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 Oh, shite.
Wait, I kind of like this.
this ain't it. I am just merely trying the new poses because what the hell is even this?
Of course. I think ours cooks, guys. I think the person who's about to win doesn't find mine because they're thinking too hard.
Thoughts? Oh, I like this.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to.
You know
I
what?
hope the person I did this for is proud of me.
I agree.
You do boxes again? Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, you can choose Jorbies now when you go in if you
Okay.
want like a more square shape.
All right, good luck. Let's see
All
who
right,
gets all of
guys.
them.
I love this. What's it called? Double? You said, Julia?
Doubles, yeah.
Doubles?
You're doing double the work. You're hiding and you're hunting.
Sick.
But it's kind of nice because you get the best of both worlds. Always.
You get the best. Oh, that's clever.
Of both worlds, yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh,
Sorry, guys. Oh, got him.
Clever. Very clever. Oh, that was Leah's. Very clever, Leo. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
I
Guys,
can't even tell who I'm getting because all of
everyone
the,
is so clever. Wow.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Chris is.
Ha.
No
Mine's
offense.
stolen, but I'm very proud of it though.
That's okay. I've stolen a thing or two before.
Right, because it's so fun. You're like, yeah, I want a shot. I was like, you know,
Dude,
I want to go through
Carla
it.
genuinely is so fucking good at this mode. It's scary. Look how many she has. She already found 9 since.
No,
March.
it's a fluke. It's a fluke.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
It's not a fluke, bro. You're good at this mode.
Thanks, pal.
No problem.
Chris.
What? Can't find anyone else.
I can't find anyone else. I'm done.
It's over. It's over.
It's
I'm
Jove.
cooked. I'm washed.
Come
Weird.
on, I'm like stuck.
Oh, what the? That was someone? Carla, yours was good. I just found yours.
Thank you.
Let's see who else there is.
Sometimes it's good to.
Oh, that's funny.
Need a whistle.
Whistle while you wait. Green is not a creative color. Creative color.
I got Kaylee. I think that's how you said the name. Hold on. Oh, I
Nice.
see someone. Wow. Wow, what a spot. Triple G.
I got
Oh
moved.
my god.
I'm stuck.
Press control to crouch.
Ugh.
The heck?
Where?
Oh, wow. What the heck? I did not see that, Julia. Wow. That was sick.
Thanks.
Utilizing
This-
like
this
both
one
spots.
gives me
dude, that was
anxiety.
cool. Anxiety.
You can go. Oh, you can go up that high.
Where are
People are-
you?
Can I shoot myself or is that like not
Yeah,
a...
you can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
should.
need to. It's for your own point.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm doing it.
And your own good.
What the hell? I did find
Hmm.
myself, I think. Where are they?
In game, in game, yes.
Yes, in game.
Nice.
Oh, good one.
That was really nice.
Shit. Yeah,
Who didn't I find?
I got
Who
like a
did
lot
I
of hard
find?
ones. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Loaf, very good.
I know that was inspired by Sean though. I didn't want to say the name to give it away, but yeah,
Oh,
by
that
Sean.
was
where-
I think
who
one
didn't I
of the
find?
ones I didn't
yeah,
get.
yeah, that one's sick.
Ooh, That's
That one's
very
sick.
good.
Thank you, Sean. That
Wait,
was
I
my
might
first
not get
drop.
mine.
Person.
I'm
No,
over
I
here.
thought-
Carl, maybe this one over here?
No, I
Oh,
saw
I didn't
yours,
see
which was
this.
good. Where's the light post?
Light post up here. Leah.
Dude,
Is-
that.
Oh,
is
nice,
The
yes.
Minecraft
Wow.
body, is that a mod or is that base game now to be
It's
that
base.
style?
Nice.
Ooh.
It's so crazy
Cool.
how it makes you also realize, like, even if something is not fully detailed, just the fact that it's there to almost make it look like the body is something, it doesn't matter. It still looks
Yeah.
like it to your eye.
I'm
That's
looking
what I
for the
love about
box
this game. It's
character.
like I really have to look at fucking everything.
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 Bro, this is
Everything.
demonic.
Danny and Calypso, you gotta download those and you should be good.
The splits is wild. Oh my god, okay, meditation.
Guys, I'm obsessed with this game. I have a problem. At least we'll be playing some Burglary Gnomes to start off tomorrow, so we'll have a bit of a break. And then
Dude, now that I know their poses though, I'm a bitch.
and then we're playing more with Granny, and we'll have a lobby to
got this,
fill.
dude.
So you're more than welcome to join Granny and I tomorrow as
Thanks,
well.
man.
Julia, you've played this map, right?
Oh yeah, several times. Not
Yeah.
as a Minecraft little block though.
True.
Ooh, you're Minecraft in this one? Nice.
Yeah.
Guys, one rule, paintings only. You can't hide like outside of a painting.
Oh, okay. Paintings.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
In my opinion,
yeah.
because otherwise it's like, hey.
No, that's fair. I didn't even know. What do you guys think?
But you
Trends.
flatten a little bit, right? I feel like I'm not that flat.
You should be a little flat in it.
But they can't see to the side, right?
I don't think so.
You think chat pay grade? Pay grade or what's up? All right, I'm doing this. Yikes.
That's diabolical.
Wait. I don't really like what I'm doing here, but it's too late now. Actually, let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let me mute. Hi, Nightmare. Hello.
Yeah, I'm screwed. It's all good. Having a great time.
Why are you screwed?
Oh, because what I'm doing is so next level in my and above what I'm capable of, but
No, you
so
got
down.
this.
Alright, we'll do this. Wait.
Jeez.
I think we're doing the,
Leg
not
titty
infection, but
caca.
the doubles mode. So it's you only have. until-
Hakuna. Oh, I
Yeah.
just realized.
Yep.
Cammy, priming all over the place.
Didn't Kami just resubbed for 14
Leg
months?
titty caca.
Priming all over y'all and the paintings Carl's corpse.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me get. I gotta sit up straight. Oh, the timer's frozen. How long do we have?
70 seconds.
Shit. Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, mine's frozen too. Whoa.
It really hates this map, I guess.
That's okay.
Yeah, maybe it's like a lot for it or something.
Cammy, thank you for priming all over the place. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Oh
Dom.
fuck.
This is so not gonna work. It's so bad. But you know what? It's doubles, so people can't afford to look as hard. So it might be okay. This is really awful. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's not.
Sorry guys. I'm so fucked.
Bro.
Yeah, so it turns out Minecraft guy isn't ideal for some paintings.
Well, that actually works.
Oh, am I fucked?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
so
I didn't
screwed.
get-
We're hunting. Is everyone alive?
I'm frozen still. I'm waiting.
I'm finished, but I am frozen on the bit.
I am frozen.
I'm frozen on the bit too.
Okay, I'll just shoot everyone I find while everyone's frozen.
Please screenshot
Wait,
this.
so
Cool. Yeah, this map I think is just cooked.
Yeah, I'm still frozen.
Is it cooked for like just the double?
I think it's just this map is too big.
Yeah, this map just gets a little bit buggy. Oh, I know what. Oh, wait, did you also press 5? Julia, to zoom out to see how you look?
Nope, I didn't actually do that yet.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes that starts it. Oh, I'm in now.
I'm spawned. I'm spawned in.
Bro, I'm
You're
so
in?
serious.
So some paintings
Okay.
aren't good with the block guy. And you'll see all of mine guys. And you'll go, yep, okay. Obvious.
Nice.
Bro, oh god. I have so much respect for artists. Oh my god.
Real.
Hmm.
I mean that in agreement.
Of course.
Like, yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Like a grunt in agreement.
Oh, nice. Nice spot, Julia.
You found me?
Yep.
Oh, myself. Respectfully.
Wait, you did?
Yeah. Bro, mine's so
Hey.
funny.
I
Holy
want to find
shit.
yours.
I just tried to find me and it was like I couldn't even see me. How did you find me, Chris? You saw it?
Yeah.
What did I just fucking kill? What is that? A lizard? Oh, it's a. What is that woman holding? Is that like a hamster or a sloth or something? Wait, is this
Hard.
is it the actual painting or what am I looking at right now?
No
Some of
last
these are like-
suppers, huh?
I need a whistle. Thank you.
There you go.
There we go. That helps. I got that one.
Oh, that's fucking funny. Love's nice.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Yo, Chris. Honestly, like brilliant.
What?
Yours.
Thanks, man.
Like, honestly, like just funny, good time.
I want to see yours.
Oh wow. How did I get Sean? That was insane. Honestly, yours.
Argos's was really good.
God, I can never find
Oh.
people on this map.
Holy crap.
I didn't get a chance to look at the big room.
My weakness.
Yeah, I feel like I
Oh,
was.
Argos.
Oh, I just went near Kaylee's.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Mixed.
the
Nice.
wax.
Did I look in here? I can't even remember.
Which ones did I not
Ah,
get?
I didn't have enough time to try to do what I.
Globes. I didn't see you, to be fair.
Did you see my head not painted?
Oh, someone was
sticking
in the
out?
fucking. Oh my
Oh.
god, Kaylee in the Last Supper. That's really good.
Oh,
Mhm.
wow.
3G, nice.
Christmas was so fun and cute because it was like a 3-year-old.
What the
Painting
hell,
of
Chris,
something.
is that?
What the? What do
Wait,
you mean
what's
is that? That's
Chris's?
Jesus H. Christ.
Jesus
it's
hates
not Jesus
Christ,
Christ,
all right? That's so funny. Look, guys.
I could cool that that painting exists in that map though.
That's
Fun.
so
It's
funny.
fun. It's fun.
How about this? We're gonna do the market,
Ooh, okay.
regular mode again, and I'm gonna hunt
Okay.
Okay.
with someone else
Okay.
wants to hunt again.
That's crazy.
Okay. Is that a grapefruit?
Squat. I love this game. I love it. What time is it? It's
Dude, Loki, if I had like
2:30.
300 more seconds, I think I could have had Mona Lisa. Dead
Only
ass.
2:30. Wow.
Julia, I didn't paint my head, so it looked like she just had a white wart like sticking out of her, like or like a bump,
God.
like just a
Yeah.
bump coming out of her forehead.
That's funny.
Fuck! I forgot to stand in the thing.
Am I a block? Oh no, I'm not.
I'm dumb.
I love the run animation in this game too.
Thanks.
It's so fun, dude.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Really? That's. Wait, was I?
Wait.
Plain sight is so fun.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Oh, I'm too. I didn't realize I was. Oh, darn it! I did not cook the way I thought I was about to cook.
What the hell? Um. Guys. Oh no.
Sometimes I make the mistake of not painting my whole body. Like you gotta like, you know, kind of give it away. If
Should
you have,
I
like,
do
little
it,
blotches.
or should I be
Yeah.
a? We can't. We can't do this. This is great for a public lobby, though. Right? Girl, alright, I'm getting up.
Oh, I'm totally ignoring it. Wait, I feel like I see people in spots that are so buried, but that's a berry? That's crazy to me. Okay. Well, I know now, I guess.
I
That's
found a
also
really good
buried.
buried spot, but I'm moving because I felt mean.
Oh, like it's like
Like, you could find me, but it's just a bit too good.
right.
Okay, confident.
No, trust me, Chris, you would have loved it. You would have gone, Carla.
All right.
Mm-mm.
Alex. We'll see. Am I getting likes already? Is that a glitch? Yeah, that's
Julia, that's
Pretty
annoyingly good. Holy shit.
That might just work.
It does.
Okay.
Kaylee, that's great as well.
super mid.
That looks
Wait, how do I
so
how do I see the
ass.
homies?
Mix, that's oh my god,
Argo's
that's so
big.
good, bro.
Chris, that's nice.
Carla,
Look at the
what
mix,
the
no one's
damn?
Oh my
finding that.
god, Danny, that's nice.
Girl,
Carla.
shut up, Chris.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Kaylee's is cool.
Shut up.
Mixed! Mixed! That's so clever, Mixed! Damn it, Leah.
Ah.
I gotta
No,
back
Carla,
to,
that works.
I gotta back to Carlos.
I've never heard Carla say shut up so fast.
Bro.
I
That's
was in a
actually
chimney.
Fucking awesome, dude.
All right, let me look
I
at.
saw that spot before.
Oh,
it was good.
mixed, yeah.
Wait, I really like Mixeds a lot. That's a good one.
That's
Oh,
sick.
Kaylee,
What the heck? I couldn't even
nice.
see it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jeb, yours is incredible.
Lopes, yeah.
I don't even know what I am, honestly, Carla, but I'll take it. You know
No,
what I
I
mean?
love. No, my one was in a chimney. You can see my head popping out, but I'm like, no one's climbing all the way up there.
Right.
That round didn't count for me because I had to go get food.
Debbie is probably gonna survive.
Agreed with that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Jebby, hell yeah. I like the utilization of two things for Jebbies, right? It's
Carla,
frying
I
me, fuck.
fear you'll make it.
Me?
Really?
Carla's.
Oh, Carla's? Yeah, I think so too.
Because ain't nobody looking there.
What the hell? But Carla, you know what's funny?
Yeah.
Just a little bit behind you is like your
My arch
Your
nemesis.
brother,
I know,
friend.
I know. That's why I was like, you know what? Let's give them a little friend. That's the older brother that's like better than you in every way, and you're like, yeah, I'm trying.
No,
Yo, Kalis is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, what
I
is the
literally was
corner
just
Mel
like-
burger?
I'm just gonna do it.
That looks part of the thing.
It literally does. Like everybody's out here doing fucking really cool patterns, and I'm like, I'm a piece of poop. Uh, I got my eyes on Mix right now.
Carla's a good one to spectate because I can see everything.
You can turn the name tags off and see my awful.
Oh, yeah,
Yippee!
dude. Bang.
Nice.
Run it back! Run it back!
Run it back. God, this game's addictive as ass.
I
Holy
know.
crap.
dude,
I
right?
can't stop playing it.
I know. It's all I want to play.
I totally understand now.
Yeah.
Not that I didn't understand before. I just once you start playing, you're like, fuck,
Tyrone.
time
Yeah,
goes
I
by
was-
fast.
Again.
Yeah,
Again,
literally.
again,
I like
again.
kind of want to like also just prove about like what Chris was saying, like prove to yourself you can kind of just be out in the open but get very creative with it. Just I
Mhm.
think adds so much more flavor to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like obviously I don't mind, like if you want to be like what
Leah.
I just did and be a little piece, hang a
Yeah.
piece of poop, like piece of poop. That's
We're
fine.
playing with
but-
Granny
Like,
tomorrow
Mix is just
after
nuts,
Burglar
Kayla's
Gnomes,
just
so we'll
nuts.
have heaps of room.
Carlos fucking was
Girl,
amazing.
I was in a chimney and the smoke was covering my face, but you could still see it, and I felt bad, and I
Yeah, yeah.
panicked, and I became whatever that was.
A weather vane.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. But, like a weather
Compass
vane mixed with like
thing.
the Christ,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
cross.
Oh.
There's like a Christian weather vane or something.
Oh mother.
We should also do a round where we're
Oh.
all the big model.
Oh yeah,
I
big
couldn't
model
pick
is
the body type.
hilarious.
Okay.
All right, I'm cooking for this one.
I wonder if
time.
I could do this. No, I don't think so. Wait.
I fear I need to go shopping.
Buried. How's that too
Hmm.
buried?
Bro, chat, this might actually work.
Damn.
I think this actually works, I think.
Nope, that's not it.
This one's pretty good because of the shape. But I might do
that's not it.
something.
Son of a mother.
No, it's just too out. Oh man.
Wait, I want to do this, but I'm trying to figure out the right color for it. Is there something around?
Chicken jockey.
Oh my god,
Oh,
Wishy!
that guy.
Hello.
Finally! My goat.
What's up,
What's
dude?
up? How you guys doing?
Yeah, you know.
Better now.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
Lopes, my man.
Oh.
Whiskey was popping, bro.
What's up, handsome?
I'm gonna turn you up, you sexy beast.
Oh, sorry, I was leaning back in my chair.
Yeah, he was rizzing.
No, dude, keep leaning. I can just turn you back while you keep leaning. Turn you
Lean
up.
up.
Are you guys still on Mecca?
Of course we are.
Yeah, we're cooking right now. A little bit.
We're on,
yeah.
we're on your favorite map, actually.
No shot. The Simpsons?
Close. Second one.
The Backrooms?
There's no way the Backrooms is even close to one of your favorites.
Can I keep it a buck? I just did a Minecraft mod of the Backrooms. It was supposed to be like really good, and it was
That's
butt
a
cheeks.
thing already? Holy crap.
Oh.
It was bad.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just like a walking simulator. I was just like walking around for like 2 hours.
Was it fun?
Chat, was it fun? Yeah, I think I had a good time.
They responded that fast. Must have been sick.
No. I knew they weren't gonna respond, so I filled in the.
Yeah,
gaps.
answer for them.
you-
Lying for the chat is such a move.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna be on for a bit?
Hell yeah. I'm so addicted right now. It's my first time playing too, so
Oh yeah.
Obsessed right now.
Ooh.
Is it still the same room info, Chris, that you sent me?
It might be a little different. I'll show you.
All right, take your time.
Yeah,
Finish up that game.
All right.
Wait. Hang on.
God damn it, 30 seconds. How dare you?
Carlo, that's crazy.
Thank you.
I gotta make my... Yeah, crunch time.
Oh no,
I'm crying on the inside, but it's cool.
All right, Whiskey, here's the new room for the next one. Don't cry, man. Come on.
No, I'm good. I'm so good.
Wow, Argos. Clever and beautiful.
Yeah.
Leah, nice. 3G, classic. Loves that spot. Mixed, yup. Loves, okay, sure.
I
Right?
got the lob info.
From behind, though? Uh-oh.
Yeah, dude. I literally was like, I have no time.
Okay.
No, I respect it. I respect it.
Nice. Oh, Kaylee would love that.
Julia, nice, dude.
Julia, yep. Slopes, yep.
Oh, Kaylee, smart.
Oh, Chris,
Thanks.
love that.
Thanks, man.
Danny, slay. Mixed, slay. 3G, slay.
Wait, this map, I think, is the
Argos.
best for creativity.
Oh my god, I couldn't even see you. That's amazing. Ooh, Leah, nice.
Whiskey, by the way, I was thinking of I feel like you like the market a lot. Bro, this might be a cook and a half, I feel like.
I think I cooked maybe a 2-course meal. An entree and a
Metric
main.
meal.
Carla, yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
That's really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Gotta go fast.
This is good. Leah, okay.
Real nice. Real nice.
Chris, that's good. That's good.
Holy crap, I'm camera stuck right now. Okay.
Okay. Okay, lumps. Okay.
Right? I didn't get the stone part, but you know.
Wait,
if you look-
Whiskey.
This is
can you-
cute.
oh, he's
Okay.
deaf and down.
Oh, great.
I need him to put on the Mike
Oh,
Wazowski.
that's really pretty.
All right.
Whiskey,
Oh, he
This
should.
info
can you
in.
put on the Mike
Yeah, yes,
Wazowski hat, please?
Oh, I wore it last stream. I forgot to tell you.
Can you wear it? Because I'm wearing a funny hat. And I need you to join me.
It's gonna mess up my hair, low key. But
Same,
I'm
but
down.
like, it is what it is for showbiz, you know.
Wait, I
There's
typed
no
my name as
business.
I typed my name as Chris Mel by accident.
Perfect.
Bro, that's a good name. Bro, it's the market map, by the way. I feel like that's one of your faves.
I like the
It
market.
is one of my
It's so
faves.
creative.
It reminds me of
Wait.
WoW, which I like.
It's not showing up for me, or am I a chud?
You know how you know it's a banger?
still in
Everyone's
the
in
game.
white. Everyone's in white right now still.
Yeah, the hunters are like, fuck this.
Oh,
hat
full cover you're gonna
stream
have to drop
day.
for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said that when Julia joined. I was like, I'll leave, guys.
Everyone spam their whistles.
All right, go.
Have I been found?
Oh my God, Kaylee,
No.
can you chill,
No,
bro?
no one's been found yet.
I need to respond to this.
Wait,
but
nobody's
it's so
been
long.
found?
No.
No. Wow. Dude, everyone's were
Wow,
so
guys.
good.
Yeah, Julia's is nuts. Like
Wait,
the
do
little
Give Argos
do
a
you
thumbs
think
up.
so?
like
Kaylee?
leaf coming off of the other leaves that are there is fucking crazy.
Thank you. I needed
Thanks.
that.
I wasn't very proud of this.
Dude,
but
dude,
thank
that one
you.
that sucks for
Yeah, babe.
hunters. Oh, your map was messed up. Oh, maybe that's why they couldn't see anything.
Oh.
Nixus is sick too. Holy fuck.
All right. If one person's down to dip, if you've been in it for a while tonight, so Whiskey can get in, that'd be sick.
Honestly, normally I would be that bro, but
Road
I'm
to
I'm
90,
addicted right
guys.
now,
I
to
want to
be
make 100 today.
Bro, you're also the guy.
I
that
know
plans.
it's crazy, but at triple digit,
honest. Yeah, that's
and then
true,
I'll
I
stop
forgot about that.
asking.
All right, Calypso, thank you, dude.
I'll
You're not
stop.
bad. No. All right, Whiskey, try again.
11 more into 100. We're doing it.
All right, hold on. Jorby's joined. So
I'll
that's
hunt because
full.
I haven't hunted in a while, and I'll go pee.
Whiskey, try again.
Ooh.
Do your likes stay with you like all night?
I think no,
Forever.
forever.
Very
I'm
encouraging.
collecting them. Road to 100.
How do you? Oh, I have 6.
When it
Playing
when
one?
they press
Like
start, a
999 or
screen will
something?
pop up. Noah.
Me when
No.
I'm German.
Me when I say no, a bunch in German.
I
Yeah,
think they're just
exactly.
getting.
What Whiskey, are you
Whiskey
joining?
in.
Oh,
think
let
you're
me see.
fine,
Search
no?
for server. I see it.
You've never looked
See
better.
if you can get in.
Okay, I'm gonna hunt,
I-
but I'm gonna BRB.
I'm in there.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, I'm stoked.
Let's go.
Be in my hat.
All right.
Okay.
And then
I'll be
if
back.
anyone wants to join for the next one, feel free to dip or whatever. Let's go.
Feeling 21.
Feeling 20.
Wait, I
20.
select my body type. How do I do
Yeah.
this?
Yes. It shows up, I think,
I
right
noticed
before you.
if you press
transcend.
F, it'll toggle
Send.
like to go over it again. It's kind of funky at first.
Oh, thank you, Julia.
That's a little strange.
You're welcome.
I like how
Next
you like.
time.
I like how you like go into the fucking Matrix before all this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, Chris.
Yo, tell me I'm a. Yes. Doing this.
What's up?
Mm,
What's up, dude?
Oh. Wait, yo.
And then maybe like.
oh, we could like. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's
Looking out like that might not be the vibe.
yeah. I am too, and I was just like, you know what? No. Found my spot. Isn't it great when you just find your spot?
Clipping?
Yeah, I'm clipping.
Doesn't it just feel
Clip it.
great when you found your place?
Aw.
Wait, that's really profound. Lopes.
Oh, this. Dude, this? Is that kind of work?
Yeah, from the side it's a little bit atrocious, but
What?
nah, come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah. Whiskey, was the Minecraft thing a sponsor moment,
No,
or was it just,
I was
for fun?
I was doing it for just out of like the goodness of my heart, low key.
Chat missed
it's a bu-
Minecraft, didn't they?
It's my boy right there, honestly.
No, I fumbled the sponsor thing because like the slots filled up really fast.
Uh-huh.
But I've been wanting to do like a horror mod pack because I've been missing Minecraft something fierce.
Fair.
These new poses are wild. I haven't seen these before.
Yeah, they're kind of fun. and
There's like a
funky,
fetal
fresh.
position one.
Yeah, that's me after stream.
Real. Talk after stream?
Yeah. In the fetal position at the same time.
Sure.
Oh.
What?
Okay, shading. I don't know what I am or who I am right now, but I'm trying.
That's all we can ask for.
How can you do like a fading? Like, I don't know how to say this. Like how? So it's not just a solid monotone block.
You have to change. You have to change like the opacity.
It's really tough.
And the
Okay.
brightness of like. You have to go into it and like drag it to darker or to whiter for some
Yeah,
bonus
you,
stuff.
you
Yeah,
gotta like make
blending.
a whole palette.
Yeah, it's a little blend.
Also,
moment.
trying to give my
another thing
burger a
too-
fade.
If you want a darker shade of what's already on your body, you just
Yeah.
select it and it'll do like one shade darker.
Wait, hold on, Julia, you're cooking. If you
Put it on.
if you color drop on your color, it'll just go darker.
Yep. So if you have like a
Cool.
color of whatever's already on your body, if you hover over and click it, it'll like darken that shade and you can like
So hairy.
Bro, I thought that was a
What?
you can use
bug.
it to
I was
kind
wondering
of
why that was
no,
happening.
no,
Okay,
I think
pro
it's a
tip.
strat.
Wait, Julia's teaching me a lot
In
tonight.
case anyone leaves, I know.
Yeah.
I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
The Woka.
I don't have a spy yet. Is that bad?
Yes, it's not good.
For,
Yeah.
for
I
a
would say-
second, I
would you
thought.
guys-
Sorry, go lips.
No. I was just. Is this like? Would you say it's prop hunt mixed with like what?
Paint.
with kid
Wait,
pics.
that's it.
Paint.
Prop
Warrior
hunt.
paint.
Prop hunt with paint.
Yeah.
Are you on guest star whiskey? I want to see that hat.
I am not.
Okay, that's
not.
okay.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I can invite you after I finish cooking.
Oh
here.
wait, this is genius.
Wait, Julia, is mine like crazy kind of?
Is this market
the
again?
light.
It's hard for me to like angle.
Wait,
Wait, I'm stealing colors off of you.
Wait, guys.
Oh my god.
Yay.
We can steal colors from each other.
Izzy,
Like
thank
in a
you.
slash positive way.
Oh, that's cool.
Are we in market again? Because I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay.
You're actually, Carla, I'm gonna crash out. That's nah.
That
I'm
was actually
sorry,
so.
I
That was
loaded
a
it
record
and saw
fast.
you bent.
I didn't
saw
know
you
you
bend.
spawned right there. I thought I was cooking.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh, I was gonna say enjoy survival, Chris, but
Wait, the new
My
rectangle body is
fucking-
insane. Mix, this is nuts.
son
This
of
is
a
a freaking
mother. We shouldn't have.
massacre.
We shouldn't have been right at the spawn spot.
Ben.
I didn't mean to. I did not. I didn't mean to move. It just.
I was
I
cooking so
fucking
hard.
forgot to get out of my. I didn't mean to move.
Ben.
And
I'm
then
literally-
prop hunt.
I literally just got up like a fucking burger that came to life. Screwed
Dude, this-
myself.
Oh my god, Kaylee's is one of the best ones I've seen all night.
Ah,
Are you
God.
guys seeing this?
Where's
Oh no, I'm about to
Kaylee's?
be. Hold on.
It's like,
Holy
dude, happy,
shit.
happy Pride.
Oh my
Leah
god.
W.
That's
Wait,
so good.
Kaylee, that's
Very nice.
actually
Haggar's
bonkers.
nice.
Give me a whistle.
What?
Danny nice.
What?
What's...
Wow, that is sick, Kaylee. Holy, I was looking for Kaylee's. Like what?
Whoa. Wait, Kaylee, not only is that well done, that's clever.
Yup.
Yeah,
where it's
that's the part that's
placed?
nuts.
Oh my god, Mix, fuck off, man.
Dude, the rectangle body is actually bonkers.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, the
That body
Minecraft
of
little
yours
bot
is
is really
absurd.
cool.
Whiskey, since you got killed immediately and you have time like me, do you want to accept the invite?
Yep.
Yes, sir? Okay, cool. Perfect.
Carlo, you have 89 thumbs up. You're jarking.
You're jarking? Nah, she asked for him.
Yeah, every
She's
time.
been farming.
Yeah,
them.
every time I'm like road to 90, road to 80. I just keep farming
Shit.
because I joined
Wait,
a public
can you only
lobby.
thumbs up people after the game's done.
Wow.
Yeah, when they found
Mm.
because I joined a public lobby with
Gotcha.
like 70 likes and I was like, hey guys, I'm the dev.
Oh, you're a liar, huh?
I am, and they were like, oh my god, hey. Ooh, that's
Just be
really
out here
nice.
fibbing. Just be out here fibbing and stuff.
Yeah, because it's a harmless
No.
prank.
You're
Like,
lying.
obviously, I'm not the dev, you know.
True.
And they kept asking me about updates. I'm like, we're working on it.
I would believe you. I would believe you have a dev voice. I believe it.
Oh, okay.
That's a dev
You-
voice.
Wait, were you?
Wait, you guys all have
verbally talking to
beautiful
them?
cameras on and stuff.
No,
This is awesome.
It was text.
Oh
but
wait,
I,
are you in whiskey?
I
or
made my
no?
name Mecha Dev.
Wait, you guys are different with this.
Wait, that's like
camera
such a
setup.
funny little troll.
I know, because everyone's like, oh, are you working on this? I'm like, we're working on it. And then when every round started, I was like, good luck, everyone. I was just being, it was just weird.
Whiskey,
God.
But it
I'm
worked.
not matching their background hue though. I'm just all plain, pure white, blinding light.
Wait,
No,
my
you guys have
background.
cool.
can you put the hat on, Whiskey? I need this.
Oh, I hear you twice. I think you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
on.
yeah.
You're
Oh,
talking
my
on.
bad.
I guess.
My
You're
bad, my
ignoring
bad,
me.
my bad.
Oh, I know. Can we go back here, please? I know what I want to do. One more time for the market. I swear to God, I'll give you 5 subs.
Yeah, I should be thinking about what I want to be doing next. Every
I-
time I,
yeah,
come here,
I-
I'm like,
yeah, I-
Yeah,
I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Damn, I can't believe I got. Is that a burger or is that what was I?
Where are you?
Wait, guest star with
Where
a million cameras is
are
kind
you?
of wild.
I have them all
Excuse me?
like stacked on the
Some
side.
thumbs up,
Nice.
Kaylee.
No, yeah, I've never set that up before. It's just like a big grid of you guys in the middle.
Just a bunch of people hanging. Hey, what's up?
Whiskey, can you
Yeah,
put on a
sweet,
green
like
hat? It would
Brady
make me
Bunch
so
squad-
happy.
Brady Bunch squad.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't have any funny hats. This is fun.
Wait, Lopes, yours
counting
was
on
really
Chris.
good. I don't think
mean,
I scrolled
Whiskey.
over yours. The bun is,
Yeah,
is so
yeah,
clever.
Julia, I got up and
Nice.
moved by
Ollie
accident.
and I.
Oh,
Merged.
yeah, that's always
Wait, Whiskey, the bench
scary.
was funny.
But
Oh,
thank you.
Bench
that's
was
the
good, and then I got
Ooh,
slammed
that's
out of it.
real
Right,
nice.
right. I thought it was a bun too, Chris. I was like, oh, that's a bun. Apparently, it's a potato. But
Oh.
okay. Because I don't know, were they like making? It looks like it's way back
If anyone else
when.
wants to join, Jorbies, you can get in now.
I'm getting a
Like,
hat.
it looks like,
Thank
it looks like
you.
a Christ market, like a heavenly Christ market, like a back in the day. So I don't know. I don't know if burgers were a thing. Also, I didn't want to give any spots away. The steak low key looked like grapefruit. It's like that's what I thought it was for a second.
Bro, that is kind of a funny thought. Like, were there just juicy burgers back in the day, or not really?
Yeah, like were guys like burgers? Like I don't think they were. It was like buns, beef.
Is this hat valid?
It is. I was hoping you do Wazowski, but that's really huge. So
Hold on, wait. Let me see.
we'll take it.
Dude, what's crazy is I have a spot for another camera where I'm at. Hold on.
Yeah, I have you guys in the corner in a grid because I don't have separate sources.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah,
huge
Whiskey.
ass thing.
Whiskey, you trying to pull another Thanos with the new Marvel superheroes or not?
I think those days are behind me, low key.
Yeah. Was it just for Spider-Man or were you into like are you into Marvel? Is it like
Your Whiskey, I pulled this earlier.
I like Magic. I used to play MTV.
oh just Magic and yeah.
Yeah. Chris, what is that?
Gleason?
Oh, can I have it
It's
or
cool.
no?
No.
It's an Enrique
bad.
Inglés.
I also pulled a Red Hulk. Oh, let me. Yeah, that's good.
This
So
set
is
is
the audio
I'm
between
having fun with
every
this
single
thing.
second.
game or
How are you?
This set is
Here
really
we go.
fun to play. As far as draft goes.
Oh
There
god.
we go. Here we go again.
Let's be a stool together, Whiskey.
It reminded me of Jennifer Coolidge almost.
Whiskey, are we gonna do something together or what?
Oh
I wanna. I've never had. I wanna get used to this rectangle body of mine first.
True.
Like it's kinda-
SpongeBob when he wakes up.
Okay.
Real.
Who cares?
No, we'll take
Look,
it.
you feel like I just took a spot. No, but
I feel like it's OP to be rectangle.
It's definitely nice.
Kind of is. Yeah.
Like, it's tough. Okay, Joy, I see you.
Yeah, I am
Oh, and there's so many poses now.
running.
Mm.
Yeah, the poses are cool.
Man,
I'm
looking
buried
overwhelmed.
apparently. I'm like, what?
That's the
I
dream.
mean, I guess.
That's the dream.
Maybe I should be soup.
No.
Wait, who's hunting?
Anybody else think this is not a berry? I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that this is being called a berry right now. I'm like an open site. Oh well.
Hope's top 3 berries. Go.
Rasp
Ooh,
Huh,
bad
that's
taste.
my
favorite.
Continue.
Carla.
and
Ooh,
and
bad
Carla.
Continue.
acai. Is that a berry? I don't think that.
Acai is
Bro,
a berry.
3
It is,
bad
right? Okay.
takes. That's wild.
Thanks, man.
I don't
As
know
if
you.
I
anymore,
wasn't the
bro.
first one. You said.
Oh, Carla, real.
That's crazy.
Wait, I have an idea. Never mind, it's ass.
Also, acai's not a bad take. It's like taking over the world.
And
I
matter of
don't
fact,
know. I'm just like a strawberry main, I think.
Oh
Strawberries
no,
are
okay.
fun.
You know what? Fair. Strawberry is amazing, and I do love it. I just feel like it's such an easy answer. No offense, not to like get at you.
Oh, damn. The
I just
normie
wanted to hit.
answer?
I wanted to hit you with that. I just wanted to say. I just wanted to show you like
No, you
pronounce it
were,
right.
you were trying to.
Acai.
Yeah, you're trying to be exotic enough. I'll
yeah.
fuck with that. You're valid. You're valid.
I'm an exotic bitch. I try to be. But really, I'm not. It's a guy.
Okay, wait. Let me cook.
Brad, if I pull this off, I'm gone. Like actually. Like I created the earth.
Why am I so shiny? Fixed it. Don't even worry about it.
Good lotion.
Yep. Nice, dude.
Thanks, man. Good skincare. Actually, is shiny considered good? I guess it is.
Who knows anymore when you think about it?
So bad at taking care of my face.
Wouldn't know it.
Hey,
Who
Asian
knows?
like
you
fine
look
wine, babe.
incredible.
Asian like that cab
Hey.
sav
Hey,
2024.
get him, please. Get him, please. Don't hurt nobody. These fucking people are genius for this. I don't know. Is it like a one dev story kind of thing? Or?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Joey, what variant do you have?
X.
Oh,
Yeah.
X.
Fuck it. I am what I am.
Oh.
Lopes, you can keep painting, by the way, when people are looking for you.
Yeah, I'm legit actually doing that now.
Okay.
But I'm scared.
Okay.
I don't hear the footsteps, so that's like my okay. I'm going for it, kind of.
Risky.
I feel you, dude.
Carla, sure.
Guys, is this a cook?
Let me see what you guys are working with.
Oh, Leah, been there.
Chris, I think that's really good, personally.
Kaylee W.
Thank you.
I think that's awesome.
Jorby's nice.
Carla, what do you
Jorby
got?
nice.
Okay. Ooh, Carla.
Whoops. That was
What?
that was really solid. I saw that right before.
I tried. Oh wow, Carla.
Ooh, Carla.
Chris, really
Honestly,
nice.
Thank you, dude.
No, I think
I
Chris.
need,
cooked.
you've been rocking that,
That was
pose. I
crazy.
need to try that out.
I like
Julia,
this pose a lot.
what the fuck, dude?
I'll get in bed.
Wow.
Joey, where you
Mine?
at? Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, Chris.
Thanks.
Oh my God,
It's
Christopher.
giving the outfit that I
Okay,
wore to the
Kaylee's a
Charlie
20
XCX
milli.
concert.
20 milli on the reels. I love that, Chris. Wow. That's nice.
Nah, come on.
Wait, where's
Julia,
Chris? The
nasty.
body is so wild.
Chris, I can't even fucking see you. Oh
No shot.
no.
Oh, mixed with
Hi,
salad, dummy, that was
YouTube and
cute.
reels and
Wow.
TikTok.
Wow.
Chris, I'm gonna say on record right now, investing in this, that is one of your best.
Guys,
I
please.
That is actually crazy.
No, I really like it. It's so good.
That's real nice.
I know you hate words of affirmation, but God, you're
Chris, you
talented.
hate words of affirmation? Are you like a quality time kind of guy?
Time
Yeah.
and touch mainly with Sean.
Really?
Charles.
Eh.
Charles.
Whoa.
Nah, Chris is like, you gotta like
hold
call him
on.
a stinky idiot. That's like his thing.
I
Whatever
feel like he
that
doesn't
is.
like when I do
I feel
that.
like Whiskey and
it's all
I
I
love
tried that
affirmations.
before. He hated it. I
No,
tried.
I
it,
like
he hated
it. Carl, I think my for receiving love language, I think it's got to be like receiving thousands of dollars,
Right, yes.
and then
That's
no,
gift,
no.
Gift, or,
Ye- yeah, gift giving. No, I don't care about that. I think quality time is probably
For
number
sure.
one.
You give a lot of affirmations.
Really?
Yeah, you do. In Japan, you were hyping me up, which was nice because I was going through it, so I'll take it.
Oh, yeah. That's every day, twin. Not for the going through it, for hyping
No,
you up.
but
I mean,
that
sorry.
as well.
Bro,
That as well.
This might have been my best fucking. That's actually Mix is gonna freak out.
Chris,
Oh, Chris,
Chris,
good
guys,
job.
I know I'm
Nick.
road to 100 right now,
Nick.
but please.
Yeah,
Okay,
Nick.
Jorbies, thank you.
Mix, what do you?
That's
what do you
amazing.
think, Mix?
Dude, the slumped like I'm
I
high and need
give,
to chill it as
Leah,
a pose.
I give
Oh my god.
every
Yeah, yeah,
single
yeah.
type of
That's
affirmation,
sick.
You
and
got the
that's
Michael
I give
Jackson going
every
on.
time.
Yeah, you got like
Bro,
the
it's
like
crazy.
put like in
I've had
reverse.
the worst
And I can't help
ones.
it.
Like I've had so many bad ones. Like just
I give it
flops.
all.
Yeah, my
and I-
paper one got destroyed. But that looks like it's part
And
of
then
the
I get
fucking
offended
game.
when someone doesn't
Yeah, I
match
actually
my
thought it was.
energy, but
the
it's like
version of the game. I think no, that's always happening. Where you get
not
points if,
everyone can give
people are like
all
looking
of
at your
them,
direction
and that's
not giving you.
okay.
Oh,
That's why. That's
I
why my
think
points were
that's
high because I was
okay.
in their.
You know what I
was in
mean?
Their,
Yeah.
I guess point of view or whatever.
That
Jorbies,
makes sense
amazing.
every round though, right? That's
Hey
just
guys,
round
look at me.
based.
I'm standing next
Yes.
to Mr. 53. Let's go, dude. Fuck yeah, man.
Wait, Lope, check this out.
53 live. All right, let me see.
What are the chances of getting a game of the year nomination?
Oh!
0.
Woo! Just a cool 90. Okay,
I
get
think,
it.
I
Check
think
out
it
my
might
butt.
pull
I'll see
a
you.
nom for
I see you.
something.
Yeah, you're kind of maxing right now.
Thank you.
Maybe like
What
game of the
the-
year for like multiplayer,
What the-
maybe, but I don't think so.
No, it might be
Mills.
like
Thank you.
a debut
okay.
indie game or something maybe.
Debut indie game, I could
Carla.
see that.
Carl, you like
Ooh,
that?
okay.
Wow.
Wait, so we can choose any size we want.
Yeah,
I'm a little
It's
nervous
just-
about being the square on this map.
I feel that.
I'm a
You
square
want
on
it in
every.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Are you gonna try it?
Best FPS. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm trying it. Let's go.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I do be hiding it.
How the hell do
Now
you do
I
the
run-
slump?
My screen.
Whiskey, you ready?
Yeah, what's up? No.
Ready,
no,
Whiskey?
No.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Oh.
kidding. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, somebody. Somebody. Oh my god, I want to copy the cake one we saw earlier. It was so good.
Oh shoot.
Oh, dude, I just said it.
I'm gonna run it back.
Seeing Whiskey just like chilling on the path, like just thinking of stuff, was hilarious just now.
Dude, every time I play this game, I'll dick around for 3 minutes, wait until the
Yeah,
last
yeah,
10 seconds, and then
yeah,
pull out
that's
the most
me.
like ass spot, bro. It's so tough.
It's too risky.
This map is like kind of advanced level, but I love it. Scaring me a
True.
little bit.
Carl, what do you got over there? What are you cooking? What are you cooking?
You like that?
I don't hate it. I think it's good.
Thank you.
Oh, mixed is already here. God damn it. Oh no, I'm gonna give them away. Ah.
Hold.
Okay. Low-key stressing.
Whiskey's still out and about.
Dude, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I'm actually shook right now.
What happens if I do this? Is this
They're
a good
so
idea?
fucking done. There's no way. There's too many colors. You think there's someone that's cooked this path already? Like just absolutely crushed it?
Yeah,
What is it, like gumdrops or something?
I've done it before, won't I?
Let's see. Dude, I'm telling you, the rectangle body has made it. It's like made the game harder for me because now I'm thinking of too many things.
I get that.
All right, panic spot.
Yeah, I'm
So what's
panicking
gonna happen
actually a
now?
little bit.
Oh, it's gonna be
Legit
bad, man.
panic spot.
It's
It
so
happened.
No,
over.
it's funny how I could have like the cook of a lifetime, and then I know I'm like, am I?
Yeah, yeah,
bad
I
or
love
what?
yeah.
Oh, this is cool, actually.
And I thought mine was the cook of a lifetime. Last one.
Wait, I think I might cook.
Oh no, no.
Wait,
I hate to let anyone down, but you know
No,
what I
this
mean?
is not my cook, and that's okay. You can't cook every round.
You can't.
No, you can cook every round.
Thank you, Affirmations King. Hey,
Never
it is
mind.
what it is.
It's not working. I'm buried, apparently. Never mind.
Wait, do I get
Screw
close
it.
to the mic? I don't. That's funny.
For the love of God, get off of the. Oh my God, Whiskey.
Dude,
This
it
guy,
says I'm
this
buried.
game makes me so zoned in. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, it's over, bro. Oh, man. Oh, it's over.
Dude, you guys 5.
Let me
You're
lock
good.
in.
Hell yeah.
Bro, it's over.
Oh, okay. Dude, you can be like, I don't know, a magnet.
I'm telling you, it's a bug.
Good.
Oh, Chris.
I didn't realize I was
Good.
at spawn,
Good.
bro.
Whiskey, I love yours, King.
Fuck. I no time to cook.
Stop stretching.
Oh, Mix, that's fun.
Where's Sean?
Jab,
going?
nice. Lopes, really good.
I know. It's
Julia,
I wa-
okay.
wasn't.
No.
Kaylee, sure.
Bro,
Wait, I'm
Christy,
dude,
cooking, I'm
I
cooking.
sure.
I have to get the
Sure.
metallic down. I fucking still don't
Carly,
understand
yeah.
metallic. I gotta get that shine, dude.
Whiskey, wait.
Oh my god, dude. No, it was a good cook until I said I was
It
buried.
was a good cook until it wasn't.
Yeah, it was ass. How was Kaylee alive? Oh, the pep. Oh, okay, I like it. Carla, what are you working with?
Nothing.
Okay, sure. Mixed, what do you got? Oh, that's
All the way,
so
okay.
funny, dude. Oh, Mix is frying.
We have to
me.
run this back.
Julie just chilling is so good.
I'm panicking Skywalker right now.
Oh, I like
Ooh, nice.
that.
Wait, where?
Might borrow that for tonight.
I'm pan.
I
Oh
was
my
so
God.
bad.
That's so
How the
funny.
hell are you guys
I'm
doing?
Hansel and Gretel.
Oh my god, Julia.
That's so brazen.
Crazy.
Once I was in a.
These are the
Sorry,
ones that
King.
cook. Sorry, guys.
No,
No, you're good.
No, honestly, you. No, you.
No, honestly, it's not.
I did-
Matter of fact, I'll go.
I'll go.
No, Carl will go.
No, okay. So
Oh, God.
I did the one where you just lie on the gumdrop path. It was very obvious.
Mhm.
I was in a public
Mhm.
lobby, and I ended up getting 10,000 points on the miss spot ranking because they just kept walking past me.
That's actually
That's
incredible.
You got all those
crazy.
thumbs up.
Wow.
bro.
Mm-hmm.
I feel I want to do it. I love how it's a million different levels in one place though. Like that's
Mhm.
advanced and obviously, oh, just lay down and go plain neon green.
I
But then
cannot
like,
believe that you're alive, Julia. Sorry, whoops, go on.
I
yeah,
I-
no,
I-
it is
yeah,
actually crazy.
I
Like,
thought
I
it
wanna-
was
being
just a
alive crazy.
I
throwaway.
want to say what it is so bad, but I don't want to. Yeah.
Carly, yours is a cook, dude.
Nah, that's like a bake, I reckon.
It's a broil. It's a broil.
Thank you.
I would say it's a bake. It's a
Okay.
bake. It's a bake off. It's a
Okay. Yeah,
great
the-
break bake off. It's an air fry.
Guys, road to 100.
No way.
Julia, this is
I have the perfect shot of Julia and Nyx right now, just both looking like
it's insane. No, this is
hanging
insane.
icons.
The fact that that
Oh
worked is
my
genuinely
God.
crazy. There's not
yeah,
for free.
dude, like that.
Hey, Leah.
Like, like
Road,
what
road
are
to
you? Like a
100.
shaved-
Road to 100.
Julia's like a shaved little brittle,
I can't believe
I don't
that.
understand how
Split
that
end
worked.
of the
That's
churro.
amazing.
and Carlos too. Yeah, Carlos got it too. Oh, Kaylee's.
Oh God.
Dude, can we get
Can't
Carlo to
believe that.
100 tonight, or what's up?
Guys,
Okay.
road to 100.
Dude, 8 more votes till 100.
Road
What?
to
I'm one of
10.
them.
Thanks, Lopes.
93.
Can you
Let's
only
go.
give a thumbs up
You're
if you're the hunter?
No, everyone can
Oh,
give
yeah.
one thumbs up.
Oh, one.
That's
And
why
where's
you have to,
Nick?
like. That's why I try to give it to, like someone who
Oh.
like popped off that round.
Chris, that was, I
Okay.
just saw yours last second.
Yeah, mine sucks because I moved 20 times.
It's clever.
I can't believe my cake worked. Thank you, guys.
And how?
We should all do
you
a
guys going
big
rectangle?
guy.
Are you going rectangle or
I'm
no?
gonna.
I'm gonna go-
It's fun to
I'm
like,
doing it. Yep.
try it.
I'm going
I'm going
round.
block.
The map I
Never,
chose.
I'm going
never
round.
seen
Oh,
success
you can
with
see
it
it top
before.
left. Never mind.
Dude, my most blatant
Yeah.
spots, Whiskey has
Imagine we
been,
get a hunter.
have been block
Delulu
boy.
underscore peep
Oh, I
just
got- okay.
subscribed.
Yeah.
Hello.
Frog
I
Hen.
think
Right back.
people aren't used to the block boy.
Thank
You
you
know?
for 30.
Are you hunting? He's
How are you,
hunting.
doll?
Yeah, can we bring back Minecraft Boy tonight, by the way?
Who is this? Who's this
Thank you.
massive? Makes this again
How are
so
you?
big.
5 more.
Yo, did they change the shading in this area?
I
This
don't know.
wasn't always so light, I feel.
This is a similar one to the OG. It's a different hotel. If that's what you're
Oh,
talking
got it,
about.
okay.
If I'm wrong, then
Yeah.
sorry.
What is this?
No, 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 no.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. How much of your time is just trying to stay out of the buried zone? 'Cause I just wanted to, like,
80%,
A lot
I
of
think.
my time.
yeah, dude.
I
God, okay,
cannot think
I'm
of a
just-
spot.
this is like I'm being a little lazy right now, but
Wait, I like this, but I don't know what to do. Color. That's kind of funny.
Hmm.
Maybe I
Hmm.
can be.
no, I give up.
Maybe this color. Wish.
You know what? Fuck this.
Like that's a bit too obvious for the color palette.
Wait, I might have a cook for once. I actually started drawing with
Oh hell yeah,
more than a minute left.
get it?
Like I might be proud of this.
You deserve it.
Thanks, man.
Well, I like this.
Something like this, maybe. Or something like that.
It's so obvious. It's stupid.
Or something like this.
Yeah, no, we're cooked. I'm going back to the same spot, y'all. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. It's not the best, but I think it's funny.
And then something like this.
Oh, Julia. Ooh, whiskey. I like that. That's cool.
You reckon?
Yeah, I reckon. Ooh, nice, Leah.
Okay, or something like that. Okay.
Sorry, chat.
I'm gonna be found
Sorry,
immediately,
everybody.
but I
I'm
like
never
it.
down with
I
this.
like it.
But you know what?
Something like
great.
this.
Alright. I'm gonna find all you.
Come on, Chris.
Oh no, Chakras is hunting.
Bro, you can't try it again, man.
I know. I didn't know you were a hunter, bro. Fuck.
Bro sold out his spot.
What a
Bro.
C block.
That's so fucking funny.
And then we'll do something.
I thought it was
like
someone else.
this.
That's my bad.
If I can avoid Chris from seeing me,
No,
I'm
dude,
good
you're
for
so
a
right.
little
You can't
bit.
do that twice.
Yeah, come
Oh
on.
my god. This is great.
All right.
Fuck. Fuck.
All right, we've got to cook.
Maybe I should have had it somewhere.
Okay,
else.
cool. I'm safe for a little bit. He's gonna be in those rooms.
Oh, nice. Shit, Pat.
He's gonna be. Oh, I'm safe for a little bit. Oh shit. He needs to
Chris,
get
the
out of it.
fucking back of the head sad face is so psychotic.
Thank you.
Okay, he might get me here.
Immediately found me, yeah.
Wait, Carla, that's funny.
Thank
I
you.
want to see what you guys are cooking.
Oh,
That
that's
is
clever.
funny.
Wait, was Carla right above mine?
Yeah, I was in his mouth.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Huh.
Story of my life.
Mixed.
Yeah.
That is wild, and I love it.
Whiskey's is really funny.
Yeah, whiskey.
It's
I'm
clever.
actually, in love
Works
with you.
so
I'm
well.
actually in love with you, I think, right now.
What's
Likewise.
new?
Seeing whiskey's camera is so good.
Hmm.
Guys, I'm gonna just let it out. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, whoever it is. Thank you.
Oh no, vote's
Get
fine.
it out,
Vote.
get it
I've been
Alright.
letting it fly.
Thanks, let 'em know.
I love
Thanks.
it.
Matter of fact, let me talk to my chat. Hey,
Leah.
chat, how's it
Yeah,
going?
chat.
Daisy,
Yeah,
how
what's
That's
are you?
fucking
Pizza,
funny.
happy pride.
Thank you, chat.
Hello.
Someone missed that? That's nuts.
No,
Yours
that was
is
good. I
so
saw
good,
it.
Leah. Love,
I saw
actually.
it first.
Happy
That's
Pride.
so clever.
Oh, Leah, that's
YouTube.com.
really good.
Dude, Chris, get into like a queso game. Just fucking stream snipe real quick.
Nah. The hell they're laughing at?
YouTube.com. What the hell is YouTube.com? Fuck is that, chat?
Is that who it would sound like?
Yeah.
You're right.
Really?
Chat, what is need? Like, we're cut.
Wait, that's pretty
Chat.
good, actually.
Chat.
Thanks.
Chat, what is
Chat.
neatdude.com? Chat.
What is YouTube.com, chat?
Chat.
We are cooked. I sound like fucking who's the dude that did punked?
Ashton
What?
Kutcher?
Yeah.
Ashton
You're
Kutcher?
punked. Not a shot, not a chance. Not in this world in mine. Not in this world.
Whiskey, I love when you
tonight.
emote.
I know, I literally have just been like grilling the whole time. What is this website? One of the best fucking merch you'll ever hit in your life, in your pathetic, disgusting life. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It actually is great though. YouTube.com.
Whiskey, you are gorgeous.
They ship all over the world. Okay.
Chris.
Oh, dude.
You should see
Whoa,
Whiskey's
bro.
face, Chris.
Bro.
Wow, that whiskey, that is so good.
I've never
Isn't
seen
that
his
nuts,
eyes. I've
dude?
never seen his eyes so big in my life.
Oh my god,
Dude,
Chris, I was sweating bullets,
Chris,
bro.
look at
you were
me.
in there
Bro.
for so long.
bro, it's
Bro.
so, you're paper towels, dude.
bro, it's literally the most like Rubik's
You're
Cube
so
paper
paper
towel I've ever
towels.
seen. It's so perfect.
Whiskey looks like an emoji. In fact, I will be making that a sticker.
there is
later.
no
Oh,
way.
man. Thanks, Carla.
Yeah,
That's
Wait,
that,
what does this
that was
say?
so
Give me-
good.
What does the vote thing say? Give me Eon.
Yeah, Ian.
Guys, road to
Ian.
100.
Oh, Julie, that's cute. I like the.
Did you
truck.
get it?
Thanks.
Oh,
That
man.
95.
was
5 more
so
for Carla.
Good. Yeah, I did not.
Yeah,
That was not even on my
nuts.
radar.
Wait, did you even paint at all, Whiskey, or no?
A
I
little
did
bit.
some. I did the middle
Little bit.
metal part, and
Okay.
then I did some like texture on the white. But I didn't have to paint a lot, which helped.
Something about achieving cube is like very satisfying.
Cute.
Yeah, that was my first cube. I liked it. The same map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different
No, different
mansion.
one.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it?
Sammy. So what?
It's the same. Oh no, this is a different one.
Okay, what can I do with this one?
Dude,
Oh,
I'm a sugar
penguin.
cube.
Wait, horse cock with the new shape.
Ooh.
Oh.
Square ball.
That was like someone talking about like their rims, like painted car with the new
Wait.
rims.
Wait, this goes wacky.
Wait, Whiskey, come here. We'll do it together.
Wait, you
Ooh.
can.
I?
Look at this. You can just do something.
Oh, okay.
You can do something like
Wait,
chill
wait,
like
wait.
this. Maybe like up here.
It's kind of egregious though.
I know.
I don't like this
Hmm.
room.
Bro, what?
This room is scary.
What's up, Jeb? How are you, Jeb? How are you?
Do you want to do
Oh,
a
yeah,
little?
Ron, how are you?
Where are you?
I'm in the main room still.
Okay.
Wait, what if we did this?
Talk to me. Talk to me.
Wait a second. No way.
Wait, what
is
if I did
goofy?
this? Check this. I'm joking.
Is this crazy?
I just don't see the vish, but I think you're
Okay,
great.
okay. No. You're valid. You're valid.
But in here, let's cook in here. Let's cook in here.
Let's see.
Chad, am I a maniac or what's up? I
I haven't
mean,
even seen you, but I'm gonna say yeah.
okay. I want
Let's do
you have to
something
come for you have to look for
together.
me though when you're done, Whiskey.
Yeah, I will.
Whiskey, should we just hold faith?
Should we just give up?
The best is when you
Like together though?
I don't know if I want to.
Oh my god, Kelly, hell yeah. It's
maybe
Julia and
this room-
Jorbies.
Oh wait, here I got an idea, but
Cheeks.
it's
Oh,
crazy.
Chris,
though.
fuck off.
Okay, I like a wild idea. Hit me.
In here, wait. There's a little.
Oh my god, mixed.
there's a
Shut
little hole. I
up.
wonder if we can get in here.
Chevy.
Can you get in?
No, it's illegal.
But should
Yeah.
we do something like here and then we can
Yeah.
Oh,
think
that's
Chris
good.
is
Look at the
done.
side of that. Whiskey, that's
Hey,
so
look,
good.
I said what up.
Oh, that is
Oh,
really
okay.
good. Hold on.
Wait, let me try and
Okay, so something like. Wait, hold on. We're cooking.
Chris, look at mine.
just is okay.
Hold
wait.
on. Wait, are you
Yeah,
in my
that's
room?
good.
Wait, like
that's
this.
good.
Like go, but no.
No,
go,
no,
go-
no. I'm further with you.
Okay, one sec.
Hello?
hell's
Yo, what's
that?
up?
Anthony.
What's up, man?
Bro,
Wait, Carla, move. So we. Yeah. Okay, and then.
bro's in like the fucking drive.
Oh wait, that's huge.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
what-
that-
make it
together.
more-
Right?
You can?
You reckon? Is this good or
Yeah.
not? Yeah, let me pick
No,
your
I like
color.
it, but. Yeah. Well, make sure you go.
Are you doing what are you doing? I'm trying to get your exact
Here. Hold on. I'll get it right.
I can't get it. How are you getting
Well,
that?
something like that.
Which one are you copying?
I'm not copying. I'm selecting manually.
Oh shoot, I
Wait a
can't
second,
copy
switch.
yours.
Yeah, the copying thing never works.
Why am
Go
I
something like
typing? What the heck?
This, and then we'll go
I was
something
in the
like
middle of typing.
this.
All right, I think that's probably fine. Who gives
My
a shit?
metallic's not
Um,
metallic enough.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Put the
Oh wait, this is
Oh,
getting
Chia
better.
Pet, nice. Chris, nice.
my
Mixed,
god.
incredible.
Is that whiskey? Oh, it's
Leonidas.
it's whiskey and Kelly.
Wait, Carl,
Oh, that's really good.
Hell yeah, dude.
Whiskey, that's very good. Carla, nice.
Okay, I gotta see yours. Okay, I gotta
Loves.
see yours.
Why can't I get it?
We don't need to discuss it.
Oh, 3G.
Oh,
that's
Julie, I get it.
nuts.
Wrong,
Whoa.
wrong way.
I'm so
It's-
fucked.
It's just.
That's so wild.
You see, I'm so fucked.
You might be fucked.
Oh,
not
I'm
gonna
definitely
lie.
fucked.
Let's see.
Well, that kinda works,
Carla,
yeah.
that's really good.
Yep, I'm fucked. Julia
Oh,
immediately came in with violence.
Jebby, that's really good.
Julia was
That's
like,
awesome.
"That's I've never seen a vacuum like that." I wish I could have been smaller or something.
Mix, that's awesome.
Kaylee's is nuts, yeah. You and Carla are insane, dude. That's wild.
I think it might work.
If that doesn't get Carla to 1 hundo, I'm pissed.
Wait.
Actually, I don't know, Carla. Is it ass? It might be ass.
I don't think it's ass at all.
Oh, it might be asked from this. No, it's good.
Okay.
But yeah, I get. There's only one angle where I'm like, oh, that's awful. But apart from
Yeah.
that, it's good.
Chris.
Should I move whiskey?
You think mine's good,
Uh,
love?
No.
Or weird?
Any,
No,
any
I
range.
do.
Like move
It's weird
up,
as
you
fuck,
reckon?
but it is good.
Or no?
though.
Thanks.
It's
Maybe.
I'm not trying to give shit away. It's so hard to talk. I mean,
Of course.
Jebby's is really good.
well, technically it is giving away.
Jebby's
We're
was
streaming
really
it.
good.
Mixed, nice.
But you don't know.
Julia's on a tear. We're in
Ooh,
trouble.
that's hot.
Nah.
That's really good.
Nah,
That's really good.
You're on a tear. You're on a tear, Julia.
Guys, that's real nice.
No, that's it's unbelievable.
Cristiano Pornaldo. That's a crazy name.
I gotta color that though.
You guys look like a fucking lock and key system. It's amazing. Sort of like
Classic.
Where the bodies fall is so sad.
Whiskey, can you paint your foot?
It is pretty sad.
Julia just murdering someone and just hitting them with a classic.
Where?
Underneath you.
I remember those days.
I don't know those days, honestly.
Oh, like on the side?
Like looking up.
Me back in my head.
How do I do that?
Yeah, that was around 2,000 views. I think I get it.
The
Though.
Far Cry
Like
size
the-
is
oh,
pretty nice.
Carl, I fucked up.
I want to
Okay,
get
don't worry,
better,
don't worry.
man. I want to.
That's okay.
Dude, am I gonna play this
I
until
need
next year?
whistles.
Going from tonight.
I like how Banth joined, then just fucked off immediately.
I think he was driving, Loki.
I really like the.
What
the
did he even
Minecraft
say? Was he
shape.
just like and then like left? Yeah. He was like, yeah, and then just bounced.
I just got an email with a subject line
Oh
that says signs of depression. It's like spam.
Oh, good.
I'm like, okay,
No
thanks.
way, dude. No way. What the heck? I'm gonna barf.
Oh man, I haven't gotten a look at the meat
Dude,
yet.
Chris.
Whiskey.
Chris, very
The,
nice.
the thing is like,
You like that, Julia?
like
Whiskey,
the thing
look at
is
me.
like, Chris.
Joey, go back.
Here's what I wanted to say. It's like you don't look like a dish at all. You're just
Where?
like extra piping. That's
Oh,
like
you
on the
were
outside of a
alongside
fucking
Carla,
faucet.
nice.
We were
I
in
feel like that's the
H
thing
back.
you gotta do is you gotta like if you shoot somebody that's in a funky shape, like keep looking.
Yeah, just keep going.
Whiskey, can you pose for that
It could
reel?
be a
Well,
thumbnail?
I thought it was one thing as well until I saw both names. I was like, I don't get it, and then I was like, oh, it's both of them together. I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Carla, so I didn't want to say it because Julia was listening, but you weren't metal and I was, and I realized
know.
later.
I know, and I
You're
couldn't
metal.
make
She
it.
was like
We-
more.
It
matte
wasn't
colored.
working for me. I was trying everything and I couldn't get metal.
I wanted to tell you like the exact like
Oh,
settings
got
for
you.
it, but I didn't want Julia to hear it.
Got
so I
you,
couldn't
got
tell.
you.
So,
Oh, I know
like,
what I'm gonna
metallic
do.
Metallic all the way and roughness all the way.
Yeah,
Roughness all the way down.
metallic all the way and roughness off, and then it becomes metallic.
Roughness all the way down
okay.
is the most shiny.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm shiny as fuck. What the hell?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
hunting.
Shiny, yeah.
Do your worst.
All right.
All right,
I'm gonna get you.
dude, stop copying. Yo, no way I do this right off the bat, right?
Guys, how are you? Sorry, this game makes me shut the hell up. It's crazy.
Yeah, do you think they'll ever like okay, you know how Zelda was like dudes backflipping and stuff? Do you think they'll ever allow like animation?
How
Just,
are
like,
you?
fake move, like you're in the wind or something.
That'd be interesting.
They
I don't
could. That'd be
know.
kind of wild. I mean,
Kinda
already
cool,
with
right?
the with
I
the
can't believe
poses
I've
and the
just
rectangles,
rinsed this game
I
all
feel like
week.
it's hard for the
Whoopsie
hunter.
doopsies.
It is, yeah.
It's true. I was already bad at hunting.
Kind of
More of a gatherer.
eepy. Mecha kind of makes you eepy. I get really like,
Oh,
You
this is
know?
where we started. Wow, come on now.
Wait,
I'm
this
gonna
might
eat
be
so
genius.
good. I don't know what I'm having tonight, but I know dinner's gonna hit.
That's so. There are some things that are such a given. It's like, okay, I can work on that, but that's blatantly.
But tomorrow
out
we're
there.
starting early
I feel like the ones that are
with Gran. We're
wild are
playing
the most
Bogle
fun.
and Gnomes.
They are,
like,
especially
like
if you
yours-
get if you
yours
pull it
last round
off.
was good.
And then we'll do some mecha. I'm still glued to my screen to see if someone leaves. Real. You're real for that.
I want to do something with a new pose.
Burglin, yep. Guys, shock horror. I'm hungry again. What do I want to eat tonight? What do I feel like? A sandwich. I feel like it's naughty territory
gotta
to
remember
eat
the
soon.
time,
It's
Jesus Christ.
3:30. Although I probably won't eat
Remember
until
the
like 6 or 7. I don't know if I can have another sandwich. I feel like I'm sandwiched out. 6, 7. Oop. Once again, didn't expect to do this for the whole day. My bad.
I don't know, man.
Cheesy ramen, that's a thing? Oh my god. Mimi's been on my lap all day, haven't you? That's really cute of you, cutie pie. Feeling better? I love massaging their neck and head. And they're just like, you should eat some Bangladesh.
I love doing shit outside my pay grade, even if it's just ass. I don't care.
I know that's right.
Lock in.
Walk in. It's now or never.
Wait, is this ridiculous?
Redonk?
It's honestly all ridiculous.
How much time do I have? Oh, no time at all. All right, cool.
Sub with
It's
Twitch
awesome.
Prime. Real.
Is this ridiculous?
I wonder if I can see the room from here. I don't think so.
Get texting. Let's get texting.
I'm gonna get my lab done tomorrow. I want to be blissfully
Me too, I
aware.
don't know
Real babe.
Who I
Real.
am or
I realized this morning, very different. Very different. But I realized this morning that I was out of both my meds and I was like, where are my scripts? I found them. But I was like, girl, I hate when you're out of all your meds and you have to go and get them. And again, I know it's like, I'm so
Dude,
lucky
that's
to
so
be
cooked.
able to get them. But I'm like, damn it, I thought I had heaps. My bad. Tammy.
How much time I got? 18 seconds? Well, tell you what, can you
James
start
Flame.
drawing it?
I'm so fucked.
Yum.
I'm actually fucked, dude.
I'm excited.
It's all going by too fast, just like life. Oh fuck!
To the last minute. I
I
didn't
mean, you know
realize
what?
that
It
I
could be
was.
so much more.
Yeah, I guess you're
fucking
forced to. You're right.
Jank Sinatra right now, but I'm okay.
All right, guys.
Sinatra.
Hunter's just like chill. Don't do anything yet. You can hear me. Shut up. Shut up, dude.
Julia.
Wait, Julia, what'd you try doing?
To be fair, it was beautiful, but I just turned around and I saw it.
Aw.
It would have been beautiful if I had 3.5 more human hours.
No, so true. And you know what? Sometimes I feel that the block one is more obvious than the round, and I don't know why. Because it fits
It's when
better.
it's flattened. If you gotta like be curved, I think.
Good,
Yeah.
good thing I'm not round.
Oh, I am round.
Never been
But
more
yours
terrified
is
in my life.
cool. Like yours is
Nah.
just cool to look at.
Whose?
Whiskey's. It's like so. I don't even want to describe it, but it's cool to like move around.
The way Whiskey was talking about it made it sound like he was the biggest piece of shit on the planet.
I'm cooking.
So it's my brain, and I love it. Whiskey.
Wait, Karma, keep it a buck. You thought it was pipes for the washing machine.
I thought you were a brick, but I can say pipes.
You thought I was a brick.
That's a me problem, not a you problem. I'm Australian.
Bros give me bricks.
What'd you say?
Man, that's my fault.
No, it was perfect. To be fair, I never checked that room and people were always there, so I decided to check it this once.
Yeah. Wait, Lopes, you cooked?
Really? You think that?
Yeah. I can't even see it.
Chris,
Aw,
nice.
Chris.
That was nice. That was
Aw.
nice.
That was so textured
You know
and
what? It
nice.
doesn't
It was
look that
beautiful.
Terrible,
I wanted
actually.
to see it. Okay, K-Way is pretty good. 3G, I like it. Okay, all right.
I know someone's in this room. It's such a nasty room.
It do be nasty.
It's so
I
hard.
can't
There's
even
some
s-
really good spots.
Oh,
Oh,
in here.
overgrown chia pet. That's really good.
Oh, no one's in
Yeah,
here.
that's nice.
Where art thou? Where haven't
Yeah,
I been?
I fear Chia Pet's safe. Triple G's gonna be safe.
Wow. Guys, sub with Twitch Prime if you have one available. Leah says.
Ooh,
If you have one available, guys,
Chris.
you might. There's a lot of wonderful streamers playing some games right now.
You're
Is
joking.
that on Leah's front? Happy Pride.
Oh, nice.
Happy
nice,
Brad.
nice.
Happy premise.
Happy Bride. Did you guys like the Wordle
Pride.
today? The
Ah,
Wordle
it
answer
was so
today?
long.
Was it Pride?
No, the answer was queer.
Oh, beautiful.
Was it actually?
It's Queer, queer.
Yo, am I about to win, Loki? Straight up?
Lopes, you're.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
Were
different.
you?
I got it. I don't know. I did it.
I looked at you
Wait.
5 million times. Are you
did,
kidding
You
me?
did. You
Wow.
yeah. You actually. I saw you stare at me too. Yeah.
What?
Wait, Loves.
I-
Dude, nice.
Oh,
right
nice.
Right? I think that
Chris,
it's the
you can
little.
see how
It's the little
dog
blue
mine
circle.
is.
I think that
Chris,
actually
you
did
could.
Let me
that.
see where yours was.
Thanks, Chris, for the Ian.
I got you, dude.
Road to 100.
Oh, Julia.
Where's the other
Joy, let
one?
me
Oh,
see
here.
this.
Wait.
Oh, that's
If
good.
you have like a little bit
Yeah,
more
we're-
time, that's a cook and a half.
I looked at you as
Yeah,
well.
I had more time.
Wait, where is the?
Oh,
my God, the
wow.
Jorbies.
Guys, that's amazing. Julia, to be fair, yours was great too. It was just my angle that I spawned in on.
Dude, Chris Mel out here looking like a fucking
Yeah, it
axle.
doesn't really help that it was like right at the spawn spot almost.
Oh, I got 20 thumbs up. We're back. Chris, you finagled 53 thumbs up. How?
Dude, I'm cooking. Doing my thing.
Yo, what's the
Minding my-
longest streak
minding
you
my
have
own
on?
biz.
Ooh.
What's the longest streak you have on Wordle? I think mine was like 30 days. Fell off.
I don't do it every. I mean, I do it every. I've done it every stream for like 4 years, but I don't do it off stream.
Oh,
Oh, so it's
that-
like it doesn't. Yeah, I just do it on my phone.
fun.
Oh, okay.
But like your IP is killing it for PC. Like because I know it. I made the joke to Chris one day, like you look like the kind of guy who does Wordle on a private browser to act like you figured it out but failed a bunch. And you
Ooh,
go to
that's
your-
more a loss for sure.
I think I.
What is this?
Aw.
Oh,
I'm
yay.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Oh,
I
what is it, the
shouldn't
fucking
have been a-
Rugrats house or Simpsons?
Simpsons, but I don't know if I can
Rugrats is
rectangles the
wild.
move here.
I know Rugrats is crazy.
Guys, wait.
Dude,
I
I'm
can
going
do this.
on the TV, honestly.
This worked with.
Wish I was that.
This worked
Sylvan artist,
yesterday.
just
Should I
doing
run it
random.
back with them?
I feel like pictures are such a dead giveaway.
I mean, Leah knows, but it worked really well.
Game is such a hater sometimes.
True.
Like, I know it's crazy, but
Chat. Yes.
Julia, that's the
go.
first time I've seen someone cook in front of me. That's so funny.
What do you mean?
I cooked in front of you when you were in Jersey.
True. I've never seen someone move and like get the perfect spot before. This is my first time I've been next to someone.
Okay, so now I know they're near each other. Good to know.
Oh, so you're near me.
Oh, so we're.
I can
Friends.
see you, yeah.
You guys see the vision or what?
You can see the veg or fuck.
Unless I do
I'm
like
trying
that.
to like.
What do you reckon, guys? Should I do the original or should I make it interesting?
Make it inch. Interesting.
Shite.
Because my only worry
Some spots you do, you're like, this is kind of just dead.
is because
giveaway, but
Julia's doing that
you
color
gotta.
now.
You
So I'm
just
like,
gotta.
ooh, should I do like this color? Not that it's a big deal, but you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, is that too obvious with two of the same? Let me have a look. That's kind of good because it's going with all the.
Oh my god, with the moving.
What do you think if I was a hunter?
Got wood. This is so awesome that they're doing custom maps already. What the fuck?
It is very cool.
Did I do this with Chris? Okay, I'm moving.
I'm curious to see what happens here. I'm hunting.
I fell off.
No, you
Sorry,
didn't.
Mom.
Of your spot?
Kind of twice, yeah. I mean, honestly,
Wait,
Julia,
no.
I was down. I was very down.
Okay, so that means Carl is near.
Julia.
Wait, what am I not seeing right now? Wow, what the poopy? Oh, god damn it, Triple G. Andy Dufresne spent 300 hours becoming a piece of wood.
Andy Dufresne.
Then he failed.
Julia.
Dude, whiskey, hell yeah.
I moved last second.
Where were you?
I was
frog.
on the dish
I'm a
rack
frog,
right
bro.
next to you.
Dude, imagine walking into Picasso's house and being like, hey man, and getting in the way. That's crazy, interrupting like that. Bro's in the middle of fucking creating
the font, wasn't it?
creating
Everywhere.
godliness, and you just fucking stop that.
time, bro.
Yeah, not to make anyone panic though, Carlos three votes away. So. They're not- I mean, Jamiroquai.
Thanks, Lips.
Carla, that's bonkers.
Thank you. I needed that.
Chat, this one's for
Really,
you.
that's bonkers.
Chris.
Chia, that's bonkers.
Cheers, everyone. You're great.
Cheers.
Man.
Cheers and whatnot.
Maybe
my
we should
God.
increase the drawing time to 15 minutes.
I'm with you on that.
Julia,
And then searching 1 second, so then we all just have a fun time.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
all just immediately went.
Everyone just draws.
If I had time to have made my font like good, because
Dude, if you
the
had
little teeny
15
tiny-
minutes, Julia, you'd be in the fucking like Smithsonian Museum or something.
Yeah, I could.
Not even
I could.
fair.
I could.
But
the
Julie, what was yours?
pencil's
I
there.
didn't get to see it.
I was a coffee pot.
Hmm.
I love going
That's
to a room
not
and just
fancy.
seeing like splattered blood.
Coffee pot.
I'll go for like the kids' room, just like.
It was much better
Yeah.
than the Sugarland one. That Sugarland one was a horrid.
All right, I'm visible. I feel
Horse
good about this one.
Chris's character. right now.
Horrid.
You never take me to Bangladesh.
Yeah, Chris looks like Barf Simpson.
He does.
You're right.
Nice.
Like the shredded like jorts.
Okay, let's go on.
I don't think Chia's getting found. I don't think Leia's getting found.
Where is Liz? Or
I don't think
say
Carla's
Oh,
never gonna get
wow.
found.
Dude, that is fucking sick. Wow, wow.
Wow,
They didn't even have to do the, didn't even have to do the top, but did it.
I like the Triple G's like outfit. Like it's the matte black with like a shiny top.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Oh my god, who am I deep inside of right now? Oh, Chief.
Oh.
Sorry, I was in Chief's character. I couldn't see. It like brought me right into their character.
Where the hell?
Dude, where the
Leah,
hell?
that was really good. Holy shit.
That's really
Where's
sick.
Carla's at? Chia Pet? Let me see. Oh yeah,
Wait, let me
fucking
see.
right,
Chevy,
buddy.
I
Yeah,
like
right.
it.
That's really good. And then where's
Lopes,
Carla?
bold.
Yeah, very bold. Very crazy.
What
Julia, what were
is
you?
this?
Wait, Julia, that's
Carla.
awesome.
You can see me.
Oh, my coffee pod. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think you cooked. I like that
That's
a lot.
really good.
Thanks.
I'm giving Leah the
Chris,
upvote.
did you see mine?
Guys, one
Chris?
more
Oh,
for
let me go look.
100.
Mine
It's in the corner of the kitchen.
Oh, dude, that's so good, actually.
Yo, mixes is crazy too. Oh my god, I love it.
Thank you.
Well, on
You're
second
making
glance,
like an
mine's pretty
actual
pathetic.
face to the point where you're like questioning whether or not that is a fucking
All right, now
little circle now.
I'm stop asking for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy. Road to 200.
What
I'm
other
kidding.
shapes do you think
I'm
you guys
kidding.
think they could add? Like
I
box.
think they already added like a lot
Guys.
of ones. Like, how are you supposed to use the
Imagine joining a public
Like the-
lobby
this
as
one.
Mecha
this one's
Dev.
wild.
I think I probably have one more left.
I got like 15 or 20 more.
Same. Cool. Perfect.
Yeah, I probably have like a shit. ton.
Perfect. Whiskey.
What time
Let's
is
run
it?
it back.
I've only been on 10 hours. That's crazy.
That's it?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm only on 5 hours.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm kind of like
My
a-
bad, Lee.
like
I
a-
saw last minute.
Oh my god.
like a wizard.
Whiskey, I did this area before you got here as the box shape and just went up a fence and didn't get caught twice as the fence. It was
I'm
great.
doing it. I'm just stealing it.
There's a lot of fence. Who did udders earlier? Who was that?
That was me.
That Carla?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Carla.
udders was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, hell yeah, Carla. Do it.
Do
Fucking do it.
it.
I mean, I'm down, I guess. That not down enough. Yep. Crazy.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yep, I got nothing. It's Jover.
Dude, who was it that went into one of the hot air balloons and did like a fake fire underneath it? That was fucking sick.
I think that was.
That's really cool.
I don't know, but I
Yeah, it was
remember-
when
I
you
remember
guys
that.
were playing. Yeah, I think it was
Xander,
like the
I think.
last year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Medvin Xander. Wait, Carla, you cooked.
Vegetables. Vegetables is such a dead giveaway.
Thank you.
Everyone always checks it. Oh my god. Seeing Julia work right now is like watching Michael Jordan in his prime. It's great.
No, it's not. This is not a good spot.
Well, at least you have a spot. I'm just. Oh, okay.
Wow, I'm fucked. I'm past the 100s. I'm so fucked.
Nope, nope. I got it. We cooked.
What is my character doing? I'm like stuck right now. Oh my god. Yep, this is the most fucked I've ever been.
How
Crap.
much time do we have? Oh, we got time. We're chilling.
Yeah, we got that. I might have to just go for one of the easy. This.
Nope, I don't have time. It's over.
This might be enough.
Bro.
Hi, Asterisk. How are you? This might be enough.
Not both of us just
bro.
Oh, 50. Oh god.
I mean, 30 seconds is more than enough time.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We got this.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I like it. Nope, that's horrible.
That's
I've
cute.
made a terrible mistake.
Thanks, Madge. Thanks, Asterix.
Oh, I've made a not terrible mistake. Hold on.
That's cute. It's
What
honestly,
is this?
it works
This is so obvious
because.
too, but
Let me just do this. It works because
Is this
it's so
doable?
basic,
a
but
girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do.
you know, it might not be enough,
Nope, I'm stuck.
but it's also really chill.
Is it frozen?
It's frozen for me, yeah.
Might
It
be the
will
best sign I've ever needed.
unfreeze. It will unfreeze, but it's
Yeah, true. Oh god, it's like in 20 seconds. Oh poop.
it will unfreeze. Yeah, there it is.
My god. Dude, that might have been the most I don't know what to do in my life playing this. Ever. Speed paint. Speed paint.
Where's Leah? Oh, nice.
Man,
Yeah, I
I,
think
I,
I'm-
hmm.
I think
Holy
I'm close.
shit, Chris.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow.
Chris, that's really interesting.
Mixed thanks.
Jamie, hell yeah.
Oh, whiskey, yeah.
No,
I got Carla, hell yeah.
It's over, Carla. It's over.
No, don't say that.
It's never been more over, bro. My colors are not accurate. Driving me crazy.
Julie,
Also,
that's
thank you for the
nuts.
follows,
Like,
guys. If you're
even
new here, I
looking at it
usually
from the
don't shut up,
side,
but this game makes
it
me
just
so
looks like it
locked,
makes
it's
sense.
crazy. So thank you for all the follows and everything.
Damn it.
I get
Thanks.
so locked.
Your
It's
mangled
stupid.
body. Yeah, it looks very good. Oh my god, Kaylee, what?
I like
thought that was
Carla's
the
looks
co-
really nice.
Thank you.
I really every time I do the square, I just end
Chris,
up doing a straight one. I don't
what?
ever like curve, and it like I love the you know when you're outlining the like corners of the square,
Mm-hmm.
like it looks so good. It looks so good every time people do that.
It does. It's a really nice touch, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. Chris, I think that's awesome, personally.
It's like
Oop.
just very
It's just I just keep looking at it and like cocking my head, you know, kind of like yeah.
Whoops, you still alive? Or you got
No,
slammed out?
I was the first one fucked, I think.
Okay.
I was literally in the middle of painting. Oh no way.
Oh,
I thought it turns you into like a little like rotten
But Carl, that's
piece of
good. Also,
spaghetti.
thank you guys. That was
I
fun.
love when like the simple ones
Hey, hi,
work.
Cal.
Kaylee's is great.
Who else is there? Oh, Julie, where are you at? Jorby's.
Oh my
nice.
god, Carla, that's Carla. It
Julia,
actually legit
yup, that's
looks
really fucking good, dude.
like
Do a
it
little
looks
simple,
like
simple.
it. Yeah. Also,
Really
wow.
nice.
Also, wow.
Yeah.
I saw that whole shit,
Oh my god.
But Carl, nice
Wow.
detail, dude.
Thanks, man.
bro. For
Like,
real.
that's what I'm saying. The detail on the corners are like so
Yeah.
cool with that
Yeah,
shape.
you cooked it.
Give me the Sims.
Jebby did good too.
I
And
reels.
I'm gonna be honest though, it's funny because it's like, why would that one part be connected? But it doesn't matter. 'cause
Exactly.
it's
Exactly.
It's a
Oh
lot of
my
times it's
God,
blending
man.
in plain sight with like colors.
Oh
Let
my
me see
Did you
how
see
god.
bad
Mix?
mine was.
Mix is like a what?
Yeah. Mixes was sick. Kaylee's is sick.
What the fuck?
What did
Oh,
Mix
wow.
do?
That's clever.
Oh my god.
Everyone
They made a
cooked.
freaking cow.
Look at it. It's like a little baby ass calf.
Yeah.
Calf.
You guys
sorry.
ever think you have a good spot and then you see it from another angle and it's like,
Oh yeah, all the
Oh,
time.
it's atrocious.
All the
Yeah.
time.
Whiskey for last minute. That ain't bad.
yeah. Every now and
It's like
then.
I don't mind carrying Australia on my back.
Yo, Chris, 3 more.
I got one more. LG. One more.
Okay.
Alright, let's do one
Okay.
more.
Okay.
I mean,
What's a good,
I'm
what's a good
down to
map
keep
to end
going.
on?
Wait, what did you say? One more?
Mm,
The market
For me, you guys can keep going. I gotta get off, but I can do one more banger.
Kokiri.
So this is your last one or you're getting off now?
One more right now.
Oh,
my
I'm
last.
sto-
This will be my
stoked.
last one too. It's bedtime for me.
Yeah, I mean,
Julia, you don't sleep.
what did I do? 10 hours.
I do.
I got like 40 more minutes. Yeah, 40
Wait, what
hours.
time is it?
I should probably
It's
Almost
10:51.
11,
Almost 2 a.m. for
11
your
p.m.
boy.
for me.
Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. here. Yeah,
Whoops, when are you moving to San Francisco, California?
tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. I would actually move if I went to California. I probably would do like a San Diego or a San Francisco. I wouldn't go to like, oh, I'm a hunter. See, I wouldn't do like
oh yeah.
LA or anything like that. I've been to LA for a whole week and it was cool to meet my LA's like, if you're not from LA, it's where you do go to meet up with friends and stuff if they're out there. But I would never want to live in LA. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think I
feel
could
that.
do it. It's very like everyone's like trying to be something, which is fine. I'm not trying to shit on people's dreams. but
Someone's got to be nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm down.
One's got to be nothing,
Like,
and I
someone's
feel
gotta
like
hold it down for the nothings.
in one of the sands, I could just be a laid back nothing. Honestly.
Yeah. Oh, I feel that. Someone's got to hold it down in Akron, Ohio, bro.
I do, however, I've always really contemplated like Washington or like Oregon, like Washington, especially just because it's like I don't
Low-key
know, it
beautiful.
seems- yeah. And it's gonna sound really nerdy and lame, but it's apparently supposed to be like the mecca for like retro video game collecting out there and stuff too. So like, Seattle has like the Pink Elephant and all these other stores, which honestly sounds like a way different place. to
Let's just
say
see,
it.
guys, because they spawn here, so they probably
But,
will jump
Sick.
off. If I die
Yeah,
first,
that-
it is what it is.
Pretty great.
Yeah.
Don't talk about the PMW in front of Julia.
Wait,
She'll
Chris,
convince
you're
you to
selling-
go.
Chris,
You're
selling
something
us
to
out.
me, bro.
Where did I get this color
Chris,
from?
you're selling us out. You're selling
What
us
do you mean
out.
I'm selling
Change
us
your
out?
Change your character.
What?
We could cook here.
What do you mean, bro? Why are you
Yeah.
here?
Seattle would be fucking sick. Is Seattle expensive as fuck though, or what's?
Yep. Yep.
It is, right? Yeah.
I mean, everywhere is okay.
Yeah, that's true. People find out about a nice space or just area, and then it blows up, and then prices go up, obviously, as well. But yeah, I think I would do like a Washington. And people have always asked me, I'm like, I don't know, just landscape, the way it looked, it just looked very calming and laid
I will
back.
say that
Yeah, it
Washington
does,
now
yeah.
just reminds me of Julia.
Yeah,
That's really sweet.
It's like
Kyler, thank
Julia
you.
Land, and I mean that in the best way possible because it's so gorgeous
Julia's
and
all of
your
Washington.
photos
All
and
of
stuff.
Washington.
No, honestly, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
And to
where's
be
Walla
fair,
Walla,
Julia
Washington?
can
at?
make Houston, Texas
kidding.
look beautiful.
Real.
Stop, man. I'll blush on my
Just-
cheeks.
Just
No, she's already
saying.
blushing. We got her.
Seattle is such a fun name to say.
Oh shit. Oh,
Seattle. You know who was sleepless in Seattle once? Tom Hanks.
Was he actually?
Yep, and Meg Ryan together. And they also got together for another banger I'd like to call You've Got Mail, one of my favorites of all time.
I like that one. I saw it recently for the first time.
Wait, did you have for real?
Yeah.
I wanted it to be you. I wanted it to be you so bad.
All right, we're cooking. We're cooking.
Cute line.
You're not gonna believe it. I found a spot with 40 seconds left.
Dude, Meg Ryan, the little girl with the bookshop, or remember her screen name? It just also makes me miss like AOL.
Oh goodness.
Name was fun.
Shop girl, thank you, yes.
Oh
Thank you,
shite,
Yeah.
shite city.
Tiny bookshop.
Around the corner. Thank you for the game. Thank you for the games. What the heck? I could go 30 more hours if I had wanted to like
That's what
die
I'm
at
saying,
an earlier
bro.
age,
That's what
so.
I'm saying. Oh, never mind.
Wait, are you still Whiskey, you only been live for 5? You said, are you still going still?
I'll probably hop off soon. But I'm just saying,
No
I
one
can
wants
play
to
this
work
game
anymore, man.
forever.
Hell yeah, Monty. No one wants to work anymore, dude. All right.
Frozen again, but it will
We're
load.
Yeah. Yeah, it says not okay.
It will load.
Yeah, Peak was I had a great time for my first time playing Peak was very
Oh, you
fun.
never
Oh
played before?
yeah.
No, never. It was
Bro, it was
Actually
actually
fucking
so
awesome.
funny.
Oh, Peak is awesome, bro.
I would
how far
love to
did you
do, like,
guys
a-
make it?
squad.
We
Pretty
made it to Caldera.
Caldera, yeah.
wow.
And
down
Chris
for that.
actually
That's
piggybacked
awesome.
me like in the lava, like on the volcano. I can't take I'm sorry, I was looking at the guy humping the rock. This level is so funny. Get over this little weird guy. This weird guy. All right, focus. This map's actually kind of hard for me.
I haven't
This is not
talked to
an
him.
easy
No.
map. It's really cool, but it ain't.
It's like when you get the like some people get the leaves really good. Someone was a fucking fish earlier.
There's
That was
people always
crazy.
in the fucking leaves, man.
Oh, got someone.
Oh my god, that scared me so
Sorry,
bad.
Not Julia. This is the
I
one that
was
tapped
being
you
behind the waterfall. It was-
Yeah.
Listen, I could not come up. Ooh.
Oh, Mix, that's
Dang it.
so funny, bro.
I
Oh
thought
my
of an
god.
idea. I thought of another idea.
Oh, there's so
Dude, Mix was
much.
one of the Scully spiders before. It was
Whiskey,
Low
that's
key,
really
I'm-
good, actually.
like
there's
second
so
guessing
much
shooting it because
surface
I was like,
area.
chill.
Carla, clever.
Thank you.
Chris, interesting.
What?
Interesting
just-
is frying
I'm-
meat.
So zoom from far away, and it's kind of like, hey, where am I?
No, I
wish I
yeah,
could.
no. Yes.
Chris justifying it. I don't even know what it is yet.
No. Whoa, Mix, shut the hell up.
Damn, I wish I could.
Got it.
Wow.
I don't know
that
how
was
I
really
did.
Actually impressive.
Yeah, but that was hard to get. Oh my god. Watch out for crashes. Did you guys
Wow.
see that? It says that on one of the blocks in the water. It says watch out for crashes.
Oh, really?
I guess for
Oh, because
yeah.
like the game will crash because of the map.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
What was that? That was very close. Where are you, you little shit? I don't know who it is.
3G,
3
that's good.
seconds. Chill, bruh.
Can't see. Leg titty caca. That's so odd.
Whiskey's still alive is
My
crying.
tatas. I
Wait,
can't.
why is
I
it
can't
going
focus
away?
the
It's giving time
cam.
out.
4 days just resubbed for
Leg
38
You go up in the
months.
tree?
Yeah, true.
This is
True,
Kokiri
Gritty.
Forest.
Chimes,
It's a modded map.
Thank you so much for T3. What the hell? And happy Friday. Oh, Friday Eve. Sorry. How are you?
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Wait,
Joel.
who are we?
Oh, wait,
Carla?
Leah's great job.
Oh my
Everyone's
God.
nice.
Dude, Carl, you're very, very good.
It was a risk.
Ooh.
Thank you. Very sweet of you to say.
Run.
I think
Run,
that's
Carla,
not
run.
bad.
Run.
Ah!
Run.
Ah!
Run.
Where's Carla? Oh, I just saw it last second. I just saw it last
Okay,
second, dude.
alright.
Fuck.
Honestly,
Thank you.
my painting was.
3G, I'm giving you a
wasn't
thumbs up as well. That was
conspicuous
good.
Oh.
Joey, I like that a lot. It's awesome.
Very, very
Oh,
good,
thanks.
guys.
Wow.
I panicked and went there in the last like
Very
20
good,
seconds.
Mix
dude.
was so funny also.
Do you like
Oh
my
my
pea
God.
pink hat?
Oh, Mix, that's good.
That was really hard. Like, I honestly was just like, is it that many?
It's,
legs?
it's such a big map. It's such a big map.
Wow.
It's also just once you're the hunter, you start to overthink everything, and you also panic.
True.
Oh, Joey's
That's how I
Nice.
play. I'm like, I don't know anything.
Oh, whiskey. Yep.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
it.
Carla,
one
I
more?
painted
Oh, it's
the
really
first
fun.
side of it, and then I realized I had to paint 3 more sides.
Yeah, that's what
It's so
happened
hard
to
to say
me.
no.
I'm out of here, but so that the lobby will close. But if Carla or Lopes or whatever want to restart one, you guys are more than welcome to.
Real.
Yeah, I'm
10 gifted for one more, Chris?
Who's staying on?
I am. I'll do like another half hour. Why not? Let's get fucking freaky with this shit.
Whiskey,
I'm
would
about
you
to
stay
drive
on?
Freaky
Chris
with it.
for well, he closed the lobby.
he said, "I'm tired."
I'm done.
I had to
Swipe
close
my
the lobby.
card.
I'll do.
That
A,
was
I'll
Fun
do.
though.
I'll do a wild
was very
hat
fun.
next time too. I gotta find one.
Let's do a 24 Mecca. Like
I would,
tomorrow.
which is crazy.
Dude, 24 Mecca would be
24
crazy.
Mecca's nuts.
I would.
I just
Lord
love
knows I-
drawing.
Lord knows I
I just
need
love
it.
drawing, bro.
24-hour.
Nah, Julia can't do those anymore, guys.
Well, that's a one and done
Just-
for me.
Losing our minds by the 5th hour.
We have some what if pains in the chat. Is that what it is? What if pain?
What a
I think it is
pain.
what if pain.
What if Mecca? What if
True.
Mecca?
True.
Yeah.
What is this
All
about?
right, pals.
There it is.
Thanks for games.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was so
Thanks
much
for letting me
fun.
join last
Thanks for
second
You as
well,
after
guys.
my
Appreciate you
Minecraft
all.
backrooms disaster. I appreciate it.
No,
Yeah,
of course.
Have a wonderful night. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Have fun.
Bye.
Funny hats.
Yeah, no, I can't hear very well. All right, let's fix my stuff. I can't hear very well. All right, are we playing a bit more before I go? What's the time? 4. Oh shit. This is Jungle. Games are so fun. I can probably do a handful more. Nothing crazy, but if you want to do a handful, I'm down. Bros Lob 2. Wait, was it Bros 2 Lob? Wait, which was it? Hardy, I reckon Oz time I finished between 3 and 5. Was that Bros 2 Lob? I think it was. You crazy girl. You crazy. Leah, thank you for gaming. My god. So much fun. So much fun tonight. So much fun. Tomorrow's going to be a shorter one because I'm seeing Mum, but we're starting off with Bogle and Gnomes with Granny, and then we're doing some Mecha. So you'll still probably have like 2 hours of Mecha tomorrow, which is exciting. Gnomes! I'm so excited. But yeah, usually Fridays is like 7 hours, but I should do at least... It'll only be like 2 hours shorter-ish, which is not too bad actually, considering we've had some really good mecha games this week, so hell yeah. And then, guys, Clutmas in Jaloon is happening US Sunday, my Monday, which will be a potential 30-hour stream, but it'll be very hard to unlock 30 hours, but that's the cap anyway. So we can run so much mecha. I don't care. We can run mecha. There's a new update dropping tomorrow as well with it, so I don't care. We'll do heaps of mecha. That's the cap anyway. That's the cap. Yeah. Yippee! Maybe try and sneakily download mecha on my laptop. Oh, do it. Thanks, Tammy. It is crazy. Listen, Striker. It's hard. I don't have a comeback. I don't have a comeback, but you know. Yeah, of course, Chimes. That's the server name and the password up the top. 30 hours of mecha or bust. Keep 1,000 likes in 30 hours. Got him. Guys, me joining and pretending to be a dev now would work. Mecha dev. Hey, guys. I'll do it. Oh, do it, Chime. Sounds good. Perfect. Because we're going to need some help to fill the lobby with Grand tomorrow, so that's perfect. But I will skedaddle soon. Because I said to myself before I started today, I was like, alright, between 6 to 7 is my goal. Because I want to feed memers, clean up a little bit, but I also need to put some mecha up on YouTube, so I might do that as well. The hat serving cunt, thank you. I love how it's still on my head. This is my mecha hat. Mimi's better, Cammy. All these like little improvements. Like she's not 100% obviously, but you know, she sounds slightly better. Her eyes slightly better. She's had a little bit to eat. So we're going to take all the little wins. Aren't we, Mimis? She's been on my lap all day. We got it, Mayla. We got it. Road to 200 likes. Start now. Yeah, I'll take all the little wins, you know? We'll take it. Let's do double for a laugh on back rooms. Yeah. Today was so fun, guys. Like I said, I didn't expect to play with pals, but I thought it was really fun. Thanks, guys. I had so much fun. This has been honestly been so good for my brain this week. I don't know. Mecca's just been really nice. Ozpost? I didn't order anything. What the hell? Must be maybe for my sponsor? Alright, let's go. Yeah, I think it's stress-free. Everyone can join in as well. So it's really easy just to have fun with it. It's so funny. So many games this year have made me, like, focus on one game only. It's crazy. Like, Ark did it to me. Retro Rewind, Faz. Like, I just end up sticking to one game because I'm like, oh, it's all I want to play. Like, if I want to play something, it's so hard for me to play anything else. And you can tell that I'm not enjoying it if I just go, oh, I'll just play this because I have to. You can tell, like, I'm having fun, but I'm like... It's funny. I want to see something. I don't know if this will work. I might do something else. The year of hyperfocus. Honestly, it is for me. Do I just go basic? Need it darker. That's so funny. Wow, Britain's fell off in game. Okay, let's go. Mine is arse. I won't lie to you, but that's okay. Hardy found labia is so funny. Oh, you're speed running through this. Oh, yeah, I heard about that today. I didn't know about it. I know someone's right in front of me. I just can't prove it. The leg spread's so funny. Ooh, that's nice. That's real nice. Ooh. Damn. This is hard. Need the whistle. Damn. I can't find them. Nice. I feel like someone's here. Mimi snoring. Where? Oh my god. Beautiful. Sammy ha. Sammy. Sammy, what the hell? Sammy said, I'm gonna play a few rounds. What are you doing? That's so funny. Snuck in. I love how we're all so... we're all so pilled, Sammy, that you're sneaking in
Don't be
to
fooled
play
by
this.
the rocks that
That's
I got.
crazy.
I'm still colored from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little.
Striker.
Striker_500 donated 50 Australian dollars.
Excuse you.
Get yourself a fresh box if Connie's
That's
gone.
crazy.
Or meds, whatever you need more. Zany face emoji.
Thank you. That's really nice. Mimi. That's very sweet. Thank you. What the hell? Road to 200. Yeah, I wanted to get road to 100 and now I'm not begging anymore. But hey, road to 200 potentially. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say no. Thank you, Striker. That's so nice. Thank you. What the hell? I guess we should do the market. We should do the market. Let's do this. And then I'll, there's a new, blocky man, Sammy. Now you can be a block. I'm gonna hunt for you. Actually, we'll see what it does. Let's see. Actually, I'll do it so it doesn't make Sammy hunt, because that'd be ridiculous. If I end up with Sammy, I'm gonna laugh. Alright, cool. Alright, perfect. Thank you, Striker. That's really sweet. That's really lovely. I appreciate you. Wonder if Whiskey's still on. Let's see if I can call Whiskey. Do we have a group chat? Wait. Look, it might be awful, doll, but we'll do it together. I'll do a handful, Axel. Why not? Why not? A little handful? Sammy snuck in here? Why not? And the Whiskey is off. My Shale is here. I gotta do a couple. I love how like pilled people are with this. It's so funny. Lopes is still in Guzzins as well. And I'm patting Mimi. She's on my lap. Pussy does it. Pussy does it. I can't believe that stream happened because now the slow turn around is crazy. Sammy, we had some crazy spots on the market today. Crazy. I want to show you what you look like. It was crazy. Mimi Pat. It's interesting though, because she never like stays on my lap the whole day. So I think she loves me. I can't, or you can. Is it bros2 and password lob, or are we full? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we should have a couple. Well dressed, isn't it? I think she loves me. I think she loves me. North America, Axel? Party! Have a good stream, doll. I appreciate you. It was good to see you. It was really cool to see you. Have a good night, doll. That was so funny. This is a vibey song. I like it. Alright, lock in. Where are you? If I was Sammy Hankster Girl, where would I be? I wonder if Sammy did the new thing. The new block man. Ray, that's so cute. You never need to yap if you are shy or don't even want to, so that's so valid. But hello. I remember once I was trying to show someone Twitch who doesn't use Twitch, and I was like, look, we can go into any channel and they'll say hi to us. And I went into this random channel, probably the same size of me, and I was like, hey, how are you? And like the chat wasn't moving at all, and they weren't talking to us, which is fine. Like, you don't need to chat to your chat, it's okay. But it was so funny because he was just ignoring us, and I was like, well, usually they respond, I swear. I swear they talk back sometimes. Hi, Bree. Hi, Delete as well. Oh, really, Tammy? Okay. Okay. Sammy! Sammy! No! Teehee. Have you tried the new block character, Sammy? Teehee. That's nice, Henry. That looks like the curve. What? That's crazy. Oh, okay. It's quite fickle. Once you like double click a few times, it cooks, but yeah, it's weird. Where did you go? Have you seen the new... Oh, wait, we did it yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Never mind. I was like, have you seen the poses? Acting like I haven't played every day and with you. I'm just so excited. I'm just excited. I know. Sammy, like, I said it to Chris too, and he's like, babe. Sorry. DBD was fun. I like it with our crew because it just becomes like a day of just goofs. You screaming was so funny. When you were going to the basement. That's what DBD's all about. Where are you? Oh, Jorbies. Oh, yeah. Wow. Wow, that's great.
Lake
Noah?
Titicaca.
I had to show you where I escaped a nurse from across the map.
Hi, Tatas.
Noah, nice?
Your
oh my
bees
god.
just resubbed for 25 months.
Oh, hey.
Titicaca.
Real nice.
Hakuna.
Something, and it was like Sammy was here. Really? Oh my god, I don't even realize I'm being possessed by my Shayla. Whiskey responded. Oh, I know he didn't. I tried to call him. Jobbies, thank you so much for 25. My god. Thank you. I say keen now. You know what's so funny? Whiskey says, you reckon? You reckon? Anytime I'm with him, it's really funny. You reckon? I love all the like isms we pick up from each other. I honestly think when you're close with someone and they start like saying a word or like a noise you do, I think that is like love. I think that's true love. I think that's so cute. Oh, let's do peak. Sammy will like this one. We'll do infection though. Did he message me again? Hey, twin.
Yeah, what's up?
You still playing?
No.
Did you end stream?
Been ended stream.
Ah, damn. Sammy, Hankster girl, snuck in, so I was seeing if you were still around. I know, but like, she's off stream too. She just loaded in, so I thought that'd be funny if you did.
How much longer are you gonna be on?
So no raid? No, I turned my raids off. Wait.
I actually tried to raid you and it said it wouldn't let me.
Yeah, I know.
Nice
I'm sorry. I was just saying what Pizza Horse was saying. I'm not too sure actually, but what are you thinking? Are you eating or something?
Yeah, I'm making food.
That's okay. I gotta eat soon as well. That's alright. What are you
What
eating?
games do you think you got? I'm making pizza.
Really? Yum. I reckon
5 or 6 more.
Yeah, I reckon like 5 max, I think.
I could hop in like the last 1 or 2.
You don't have to. I just wanted to invite you.
No, I want to. I really wanted to keep playing.
Yeah, same.
But
And then I was shy and I was just left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
All right, I'll hop in if you're still going.
Okay.
Wait, send me the info. Oh, it's pinned. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you for the 25. Thank you everyone. Striker as well. Thank you for all the wow, all the support for Mimi too has been very sweet. All the support in general, the lurks, the yaps, the hangs. I know we've had a mecha week. I've been playing this more than I played Tamagotchi, which is saying something. But yes, very excited. Tomorrow we're doing gnomes with Gran and then some of this. And then I'm seeing Mum. Seeing Mummy. If Mum cancels on me, which she won't, but if she does, then I'll go a bit longer, but I think we're locked in. Thanks, Tammy. I've had so much fun this week. It's been so great. A great time. Hi, Froz. I have 2. It's kind of funny. I went in earlier because I have a few likes and I made my name Mechadev and I was like, thanks for playing my game, guys. And they believed me. They were asking for info on updates and stuff. Little harmless prank. But yeah, no. Prior to this lobby earlier, it's very hit or miss. Thank you for all the follows today too, guys. My god. Get pranked. Get pranked. Alright, let's see where they are. We're on infection. So we'll see if I can grab them. That looks like someone, but that's his ear. Is that someone right here? No. I'm terrified. Oh, someone's whistling. Now who's this? If this is Sammy, I'm gonna move to New Jersey. Okay. Phew. Axel, nice. That's crazy. Where's my photo, Dev? Put it right here. Someone has to be here, right? Yeah, I heard. Uh-oh. Sammy! I nearly walked away. I nearly walked away. And I nearly went, oh god, I'm so stupid. That's a lie. And then I went, hang on. I went, hang on. That's a little square. Oh, you were so close. Oh, I nearly walked away from you. Oh, shit. Wow. Hang on, is that someone here? No. Honeycomb. Henry. That was really good. You're so tiny though. I have an idea for a spot. I'm gonna run this back. Oh, in the lift would be funny. I didn't even hear the whistle, so I'm assuming it's over here. Oh, what? Jorbies, are you over here? Jorbies! You naughty, naughty. What? That's crazy. Hey, wait, I can get Charlie with that, guys. Don't tell Charlie. Charlie's crazy like that. He will hide in places like that. I'll make him hide and I'll hide there. No, that's okay, doll. I find it funny. We're going to run that back. But I think I don't want to do the hiding. I want to see if I can do the spot that I saw. Noah, my goat. Okay, I'm gonna see if this works. Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of good spots, actually. That is like too perfect. I'm gonna need that to work. Like it's holding me. What about... Stunning. Okay. Wait, that's Slay. That's sick. I like it. Hi, Bosh. Alright, I'll definitely be found, but that's cool. We'll take that. This fuck-ass map looks so fun, right? That's a good idea for a public lobby. I hate that I'm in this fuck-ass hat playing this game like I'm in Twitch Rivals. I love this game. This is my game. I keep forgetting I'm wearing the hat. I just don't even know, man. I just love this game so much. It's so stupid. I love it. Cracks me up. Cracks me up. I want to see where everyone else is. I can hear people. Put more hats on throne. I want those fuck-ass small glasses. Alright, Noah's off. Let's see if we can spot them with him. I'm gonna look around. I can't see anyone, I think. I crashed the DJ mixer. I'll put that as an incentive on my the Clumpmas and Jaloon. Do I see someone in the reflection? No. Carla in the car from my trips home. Oh, a little podcast. Yo, what up, YouTube? Well, what up, Striker? Welcome back to my channel. Trying to see. I can't even see anyone myself. Someone there. I can't see anyone. Someone there? God, I can't even find anyone. Oh, you can't see them even in their spots? Like, even if you see them point blank? That makes sense, I guess, if I can't. Oh, like, is it fully invisible? Oh. Oh, got you. My bad. I was gonna say, I was like, I can't see anyone. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha. Where's Sammy? Am I gonna absolutely be gagged? Sammy, were you a little coconut? I'm shaking in my boards. Sammy, right? It does look sus. Sammy, check me out. Thoughts? Thoughts on that? Thoughts on that? Guys, stop. No, stop with the likes. Road to 110. Oh my god, stop. Guys, stop. You can't keep liking me like this. That was fun. I really enjoyed my let's do a classic double in Japan. I just love the thrill of the likes. Road to 1,000. Did you like it, Sammy? I didn't think it would work. And then I went, no, hang on. Wait, I think we cracked the code. Hmm. She's like, my hat. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But I love. By the way, I received a Ozpost? An Ozpost notification. Is that, because I'm not gonna like say what the sponsor is unless I can, but is that them sending the goods for it? I'm assuming. So I was like, oh, I didn't order anything. Sorry, my cat has a blocked nose. That's kind of slay. What's the brand? It says, actually, I'll show you. Ooh, hang on. Okay, easy. Look at that. Something simple. It might be simple enough that people don't look at it. Oh, nice. The tumbleweeds are stuck. Hello? I fear Sammy's cooking. I'm scared. Henry, you're so stuck. What the hell? You were stuck. Someone's here. I cannot find anyone else. Hang on. Now, hang on. Who's here? Someone's here. Oh, very nice. Who's this? Oh, Kaylee, that is something of beauty. Wow. That is gorgeous. Huge. Stunning. That was good. That hurt my brain. No? Who's over here? Nice. Wow, it's actually crazy how someone can stay hidden for so long. Is that a shadow of someone? Nope. Where? Oh, wow. Sammy. Noah. That's ridiculous. Are you kidding? What? 111. Guys, stop it. Well, actually, maybe I can check the notification. Maybe it tells me what it is. I'm having a look because I'm curious. Oh, it's coming from Queensland. That's all I got. Oh wait, parcel details. 0.2 200 grams from Queensland. What? I didn't even notice I fell out of my spot. Wait, where were you? Oh, Henry, I was like, what? And then I realized that was nice. Okay, that's a good spot to do the, what's another small one that's good for, let's do this. I like where everyone can join in. You got me, girl. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hello, Arcane. How are you? Oh, Leah. No, of course. We got you. What the hell? And also, let's just be real. And I'm sorry to keep bringing it up because I'm gonna shut up about it. You don't have to shut up about it, but I do. Is like, I feel like the past 2 months have been really hard for me. But let's be real. Like, it's been really, I've been really inconsistent because of a lot of things in my life. And, you know, I haven't been fully myself and you guys still show up. You know what I mean? And so, like, that's the least I can do for you guys. So, Doll, proud of you. You're doing it. Look at you go. And I love you guys. You're doing the most. So, of course, I'm glad we could help in a little way. True. Bed sleepover streams. I'm gonna do a full stream in my house one day, like when it's like storming and I have all the ingredients and I'm gonna bake things and do poker. Like, we're just gonna have a full stream. A full stream around the house. Where should I go? I really don't know. And we're about to start. Fuck it. Bitch post nasty. Yeah. That's gonna be an incentive for Cluntmas and Jaloon. So haven't done incentives in a while, but because we're doing like Cluntmas and I'll have badges, I was like, oh, I may as well throw in some extra things to unlock. Like, doesn't matter if we do. But I'm gonna do just a bunch because I haven't in a while. So fuck it. Screw it all to hell. So that will be a part of it. Which is exciting. We go. No, Leah, you know what? Like, sometimes as well, I was gonna do that too, Ray, but I'm like, I'm gonna go even more obvious so it's funny. Believe it or not, I do too sometimes. And then the problem with that is sometimes you bottle it up too much that it comes pouring out. Kind of like Mentos in a Coke bottle. So I find sometimes, even though like, obviously I don't want to put that on you guys and get emotional and blah, blah, blah. But I think we've built the community up to this point where you know that I'm an emotional girl. And it's weirder if I just don't be candid about it. Because you're like, all right, something's up, you know? So I rather be like brutally honest these days, because if I have an extra day off or if I'm doing short streams, it's not because I don't want to, because you know I love streaming more than life itself. It's more so just something I have to do, which low-key sucks, but like, it is what it is, you know? My god, whiskey's in! My god. Since when? Yeah, exactly. Since when? Yeah, I could be fine and then someone could be like, oh, what's wrong? And I'll just go, you know? Can't find anyone. People too goated. What the hell? I bumped into you. That's so funny. I was like, oh, let me just squeeze past here. Let me just squeeze past. I haven't found Sammy yet, which is scary because Sammy's real good at this map. I fear this isn't my level. Where are you? Samantha. I know I'm about to cackle. Oh, who's this? Okay. Striker 3. Ouch. Them standing there like, hey. They're right behind me, aren't they? Alright, where were you? I knew it! Sammy, I knew it! Girl. I'm trying to get up over this tree. Girl. Oh my lord. Oh, Axel, nice. Oh, Frost. Oh, wow. That's stunning. That is stunning. I'm gonna go in Guzzins for the next couple, even though I'm ending soon. But I will be in Guzzins. Damn. I want to do double again. I can't believe I didn't see that. Oh my god. Ugh. Let's do Minecraft is hell on earth, but I think it'll be good for a laugh. Oh, and Mario Kart. Yeah. We'll do Infection on Mario Kart. Or just double, because you can't do it solo. It's crazy. It's crazy. What's this? Yes. Okay. And bees. Luigi Mansion? Really? How cute. Talk to me. You know what's so great? Every day there's a new map. Like when I open up Steam, every day there's a new map. Which is just ridiculous, but so good. Like Peak, I saw Peak today. Like if I go to play it, I always boot up this, like the workshop, just to see what's new. Minecraft Fairy Garden. Luigi's. Tanglewood. Tammy. Tammy, there's a Tanglewood. That's so funny. That's hilarious. No, it just came out yesterday, Frost, so you're definitely not bold, even though bold is beautiful. So, I mean, you're winning every time. Mimi. She's like, girl, when are you ending? Soon. She's so little. Dust 2 from CS sounds fun. I haven't played CS. Should we start a new channel and it's just Counter-Strike? Bees, is it working for you, doll? Because I'll help you if you are struggling. Aussie Bob Ross, hello. Is CS the one where you open the cases? Because whiskey. I think I have some CS stuff, which is so stupid. No, that's okay, Bees. I was making sure you don't need any help. I have some of these guys. I should sell these. 16. Guys, let's go. $16. Is there a Genshin? Loaves. I'm leaving soon. I'm leaving soon. Isn't it so fun? I love how I knew you would love it. Oh, this is hot. Are you kidding? I love this game so much, Lopes. I'll be playing with Gran at some point tomorrow. So if you want me to like DM you when we are, I definitely can. No pressure, obviously. This one is super hard, but it's so good. Yes, because we're doing some burgling, which, I mean, you could also join us for that. We're doing some burgling gnomes, and then we're doing a mecha cat because I can't help myself. Burglin's so ridiculous. You would like it, though. We played the demo. We played the demo a few times because it was so good. Hi, Donnie. It was like enough content to play the demo, which is really impressive. But the full drop is out now. So, hell yeah. I think this can work. There you go. Just put those. Thank you for the sub.
your ass away,
Oh
child!
my god. Hello.
Maple_420 just subscribed.
There's my goat.
Hi Mommers.
Hello.
I haven't been here lots recently, but I'm sending you so much love always.
Thank you, doll.
Also goated hiding spot.
I think that's cute. I think this is actually cute, if I may say. I think it's enough to give us some 1-2, you know? The hat eats down. Thank you. Maple, thank you for 54. I appreciate you. How are ya? I gotta look up here. 54 is crazy. Oh my god. Hope you're so fantastic. Yeah, this map is low-key arse to hunt on, but I thought since we're doing double, it'll probably be pretty even. I can't believe that I've even been around for that long. Anytime someone resubs, genuinely, it shocks me. Can't get over Sammy and Banth's torch. Oh, true, Bean, yes. The square bodies. I did a really good torch earlier. But I did get inspo from Lopes. Where are you? You were on top, Leah. I was like, oh, this is it. I'm done. This is hard. Oop. I feel like someone's bamboo. Oh, yep. Stunning. That was nice. Hardcore Minecraft run? Oh my god, you crazy. Oh, there's a lot of people over here. Oh, no. I nearly missed you, Axel. Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh my god. I can't even play softcore Minecraft. You're crazy. I love it. Me playing hardcore Minecraft would shock the world. The world would be in shambles. Need another whistle. Guys. Oh, nice. Where were the others? Oh, I knew it. Oh, it's so good. Oh. So good. Oh, up there as well. Someone was a book, I think. Sammy. I don't think I could even do it. Sammy. Wait, what was Whiskey? Whiskey! What were you? What the hell? Alright, guys. We're gonna do Mario Kart. I want you to know that this is hell on earth, okay? It's so big. But I'll start with 2 hunters and we'll do infection. It's so hard. It's hell, but let's do it. ass even. Oh, your ass wasn't square. You were unpainted. That's a rough map. Oh, can I take my band-aid off now? My head is so toasty. In fact, I washed my hair last night. Catch me washing it again after stream. Mimi's back. Hello. Hello, Snotty. Mimi's like, all right, so when you finishing? We made a deal. Ooh, I have an idea. Will it work? Doubt it. Will it be funny? Doubt it. I can't do it. I want to do... Yeah, those, but that's too big. Mummy is talking to the screen again. Is crazy. Now, hang on, guys. Okay, I can't do that either. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Let me titty kaka. Hakuna my tatas.
Lil Bin Machine just
Hey, my
resubbed
God.
3 months.
Titty
Let her cook.
kaka. Hakuna. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Great. The color picker isn't working. Great. Wait, hold. 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 Wait, Beans, hold. How am I buried so much? I'm in the open. Oh my god. The color pick is not working. Okay. That's ass. Beans, thank you so much for 3 months. I'm sorry, I was stressing. Hi, Cubs. Okay, wait, let me... Damn it. Where am I? Okay. That's kind of a sleigh. Kind of. Kind of. No, but seriously, thank you for the prime. I love cooking with you guys. It's so fun. Super ass. Guys, I bet. I'm willing to bet all of yours are so goated. Isn't this map ridiculous though? I did basic by myself and I think I found 2 people and that was only because they were driving around the map with a toy car. Wait, Sammy. I want to find you. Let me. Oh, I can't. I need to be infected. But I'll find you as soon as the game's over. If I wonder if you're doing what I think you're doing. Okay. I'm dead now. Yeah. Okay, cool. Where's Sammy? What would Sammy think is funny? Let me see. Imagine if Sammy was a cigarette. Alright, Sammy thought this was funny. I'm Sammy. What's funny? I want this so bad. Oh, where were you? I gotta see it after. Where were you? Damn it! Wait, Peter, that's me tonight. Oh, is this Sammy? No, Kaylee, that's so good though. I'm so far from everyone. Whiskey! I did not see you there! Are you kidding me? What? Sammy, did you screenshot yours? What were you? The way I walked past Whiskey is crazy. Mmm. I saw, yeah, the slide is so bad. Whiskey had a little bonding moment in front of Kaylee. It works when you first load in. So let's do double on this as well, by the way. So when I press start game, it'll come up here and then you just select the one you want. Although it is kind of buggy. It just came out today. Alright, something new. Something new for the old gal. Imagine. No. No. I could do Old Faithful in here, but... I want to do something new. But I don't know what to do. Could that be like some sort of hand dryer? I mean, this is obvious. But it could be good for a little like hee hee ha ha, maybe? Are we full? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're full. We might be full, doll, but I am ending soon anyway. But next time, you're more than welcome. Do I just be... Oh, wait. Fuck. Shit. Okay. Happens to the best of us, guys. Nobody's perfect. Shit. Not ideal start. It is what it is. Not good. Oh, people are finding me. How? That's crazy. That's so funny and so bad. I haven't found anyone else. Girl. I feel like sewer is a map that's so consistently ouchy for your brain. Like every time I play this game, this map, I'm like, I can't. But I'll keep loading it up every time. Nice, Noah. Real nice. Oh my god, I looked right at you before. That's wild. Oh god, this spot always has everyone. Tarood Sandstorm is actually a really funny combo. I should use that. We should use that next time. Because I really got to give Mimi her meds, so I'll probably call it for today, but nice. We'll play a little bit before I go tomorrow, which will be fun. We'll have games with Gran that you can get into, and then the last hour of it I'll get you guys in as well. And then next week, well, sorry, on Sunday, American Sunday, Aussie Monday, I'm doing a potentially long stream. So it could end up being a long stream anyway. So either way, we can get people in. No, of course. Hell yeah. Oh, B's nice. Whiskey. Wait, why is Whiskey hitting that? Oh, double wham. Nice. Oh. Sammy and Henry. Oh my god. What the hell? Guys, another day of accidentally playing Mecha for 7 hours. How embarrassing. Whoopsies. My bad. I'm gonna raid my friend whose birthday was the other day. We love trash. GG's, thanks for sliding in. That was so funny. We're gonna say, I'll just get this raid message ready. I'll say, let's do happy late. Good night, Vaughn. Good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna get a raid message because we're gonna raid trash. It was their birthday yesterday, I think, and they're very lovely. They're also an ambassador and a safe place, which is great. As safe you can get as you can get on the internet, obviously. GG's, guys. Thank you for playing. Hi and bye, Nikki. I promise we'll have more time together soon. Thank you for all the resubs, lurks, donations, yaps, biddies. I appreciate you. Today was so fun. Not me accidentally wearing this hat and playing Mecha for 7 hours. Oh my god. So my bad. No regrets. Let's raid trash. They're playing 007. So I will lurk in their stream because I want to play it too. So I can't watch too much. But I'll say hello, of course. The hat, I think, made me hide really good today. You know what I mean? I think we did it. Anyway, guys, thank you for today. You're amazing. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. We're playing Bogerland with Gran. I think around 5:30, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll move into Mecca, which is cool. So any of my friends here, Whiskey, Sammy, I think we'll start playing Mecca 8:30, 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you're around, Granny and I are going to jump on. You're more than welcome to join. Oh, B's nice. Okay. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. W song. Hat of wisdom. Me and y'all. Bye. All good, Sammy.
People in the house, put their hands in the air, 'cause if you don't care